magic between us. But one man loved the pilgrim soul in you, and loved the sorrows of your changing face. William Butler Yeats. Prologue. Nina. 17 years previous. Ma and I were the only ones in church with the coming of winter. I hated her for it. The walk was slushy, the building jarringly cold, the pews merciless. I wriggled my backside against it and whined to holy hell. I want to leave. I know you do. My mother's voice was distant. She looked to the altar, as though she saw something else entirely. She only ever wore her best clothes here, a white dress turned yellow at the armpits and hem, a woolen hat low over her ears, earrings her own mother had given her on her wedding day. There was no one in the parish more religious than my mother, it seemed. Not even the pastor rose on Sundays while snow was falling. No one but her and I to light the candles and converse with Idia, or pretend to. In Scurry, there was not much religion to be had at all. I knew for a fact that Pastor David liked to take God's name in vain. I heard it through the walls of our apartment when he visited Mrs. Flamshank in the night. The other children of Scurry were not freezing on hardwood benches every week. They were under blankets in their beds, staving off the morning chill. They wouldn't be back in church until the snow had melted, and the Scurry ground was full of widow's lace and wildflower. It's cold. Just a little longer. She scooted me close to her, so I was tucked under her arm. I went reluctantly, wanting to reproach her, but gravitating toward the warmth. It's important we come, even when we don't want to. But why? Because it takes suffering to have your wishes answered, she said. That's what God wants. He wants to know we've earned it. Is that why the seats hurt so bloody much? Yeah, don't swear. I frowned at the little statue on the altar, shorter than me, hollow-eyed, bone-white. Idia, frozen in her suffering. How much had she had to endure before God was finally satisfied? What do you wish for? I asked Ma now. Whatever it was, she wanted it badly enough to wake me at dawn every week, badly enough that tears filmed her eyes when she prayed to that ugly statue. Her smile was as weak as they came. When God grants it, I'll tell you. She kissed my curls, the same as her own, golden in sunlight, dull there in the nave. Pastor David says that God loves us all, even if we don't come to church. Well, Pastor David is a pig. We sat in silence for a moment, me fidgeting, Ma reveling in whatever evangelical reassurance she found in a place that smelled of tobacco and damp wood. Wishes ain't real, I said eventually, and only because I wanted to poke a hole in her peace. The bones of my backside pulverized further. I wished for you, and here you are. What say you to that? All the women have babies, even the ones that don't want 'em. That ain't a real wish, she scoffed. And if you could wish for anything, Nina, what would you wish for? What a question to lob at an 8-year-old. I wanted for more things than I knew how to voice. All that wanting had become an unrelenting ache in my fingers. Sometimes, it was hard to tell exactly what it was I longed for. Desserts? Toys? A big house with 12 rooms? Or was it tied more closely to the things I was afraid of? Vacant eyes. The tremor in Dad's fingers. The shake of Ma's frame when she lay beside me in bed. I'd wish for magic, I said. It seemed the only answer to encompass the whole lot. She nodded, looking back at that sorry statue. Me own Ma used to tell me a story about wishes. Do you want to hear it? I nodded. She licked her cracked lips in readiness. Let's see now. God bestowed 3 daughters to Earth. God only had 1 daughter, I interrupted haughtily. Idia. But in this story, there's 3. She winked at me. Idia, Joan, and Dione. The 3 daughters were sent to Earth with powerful gifts. In their blood was a magic no man or woman had ever seen. They could bend rivers, plunder the earth, levitate any matter they set their mind to. They held the world in the palm of their hands, and the humans, those greedy blighters, they wanted that power for themselves, didn't they? I leaned closer, captivated despite myself. Soon, people from foreign lands learned of their magic and came to take it from them. But the 3 daughters had grown and worked on this land, and their neighbors had come to love them. They vowed to protect the daughters, to hide them. These men and women called themselves the stewards. My ears pricked, a word I'd heard before. The ramblings of a street corner preacher on Pewter Lane who spoke of stewards. There was a song they sang in the schoolyard. Hide, hide the witch. The stewards, they hid 3. 2 in the parish, 1 by the sea. Catch, catch the witch, never let her flee. Put her to the post, the devil's slave is she. Ma continued. But the enemy were relentless, and so, of course, eventually the daughters were found, and their magic was stolen. I saw it in my mind, those daughters holding their magic against their chests, kicking the shins of those who wanted to take it. Why didn't God help them? I asked. But if my mother had an answer, it was stuck between her lips. She pressed them tightly together. Perhaps it was their turn to suffer, she said. I looked to my shoelaces and pondered a God that would give his daughters magic, then punish them for it. They say if you visit their graves and make a wish, the 3 daughters will grant it, Ma said now, bumping her shoulder against mine. Have you seen them? I frowned. Their graves. Ma looked at the ceiling. No, but one day we both will. And we'll make a wish. We'll make as many wishes as we can manage, she said. Warmth gathered in. I mashed my nose into the sides of her ribs. And Dad as well. She sighed, all the breath in her lungs escaping. No, darling. That's a trip meant for you and me. And she turned enough that I could see the bruise shadowing the left side of her face, creeping in from her hairline, swelling her eye near closed, and I thought it was just as well that we left him behind. Those 3 daughters had seen enough suffering, hadn't they?
Chapter 1. Patrick. Kenton Hill miners were made of songs. One sung most often. This was saved for the weary hours just before the whistle sounded and the men were hauled back up the shaft. In Patrick's first years below ground, his father would whisper it to him when Patrick's knees buckled, when his bones protested, when mud weighed him down. "Till the light comes, Patty," he'd say. "Till the light comes, on up top, down we go." On the days when the second shift miners were deathly tired, the song became just one murmured verse, repeated like a vow. Till the light comes. It moved their feet to the end of each shift, tempted unwilling bodies into the shafts, and indeed, light found them. Morning breaking, they spilled out into the day. Now, the song seemed like a threat. He rather hoped light never found him again. In Marguerite's tunnel, Patrick's shoulder beat its own pulse. His legs had begun to quake, from the blood loss, he suspected. The bleeding had stopped, but the bullet remained buried somewhere in the sinew, and every so often he found his focus drifting, his view slipping sideways. The tunnel in each direction was filled with soldiers wearing artisan navy, the Lord's infantry. They staggered along with their own weeping sores. The soldier at Patrick's elbow was trying valiantly to hold his own brow together, but it was intent on streaming like a geyser. All around them, the tunnel groaned. This seemed of no consequence to anyone but Patrick. The soldiers continued onward, following the bobbing lanterns held aloft on the ends of bayonets. They journeyed farther and farther from Kenton Hill, water seeping from weep holes, insects and rats skittering between their feet, phantoms of earth suspended above them, speaking to them. It was clear none of these men had spent much time beneath ground. If they had, their eyes would flit from wall to wall. They'd swallow dryly. Their balls would lodge in their stomachs and take all their valor with it. Instead, they marched, carrying Patrick in tow, onward until the light came, unlettered to the language of tunnels. Patrick sorely hoped the light never found them. He hoped they'd all be crushed under tons of dirt, hoped Belvedere Trench would be left with one less army, one less alchemist. Should have put a bullet in your head when you had the chance, Patrick told himself. The tunnel seemed to turn sideways again. His legs gave way, and the soldier at his arm grunted and cursed. Patrick became vaguely aware of earth against his nostrils, soft mud cradling him on all sides. "Patrick?" came a familiar voice. There were hands at his face, then on his shoulder. He winced. "Patrick, you have to get up." It was a voice both ugly and beautiful to him. Pain invaded again. "Watch yourself, Charmer. Get away from him." "Patrick, open your eyes." He wished he hadn't. He wanted very much to never glimpse her again. But a soldier crouched nearby with a lantern, and it haloed around her face as she hovered over him, her brow pinched and lined, the hazel of her eyes still prominent, even shot through with blood. Her hair had pulled free and turned wild, long, tangled curls falling into her face. Her muddy fingers were coursing up his neck, settling warmly against his jaw. He detested the blood racing beneath her touch. "Patrick?" she said again, relief blooming across her face. "Sink it," he grunted. "Please." Tears drowned the hazel. "I can't," she whispered, her desperation nearly tangible. But it was not for him, he now knew. Not for Kenton. Just for herself. "Then get away from me." He turned his head out of her grasp, managed to roll onto his stomach. 2 soldiers took him beneath his arms and hauled him to standing. He cried out in pain. After that, he couldn't discern if his feet moved of his own accord, or if he was being dragged by the men flanking him. The tunnel Nina had carved stretched onward, the dead end looming closer, and he listened to the sounds of her laboured breath behind him. The earth's taunts, the grunting of the soldiers. He watched the images that plagued his mind of crumbling rooftops and screaming children, whistling bullets and living fire, bouncing from house to house. He pictured Kenton Hill, smouldering until the light came, and then long after. And he refused to ever picture Nina Harrow again.
Chapter 2. Nina. Patrick's eyes had long been a danger to me. How practiced I had become at avoiding them. One glance, and I was swallowed.
"Sink it,"
he'd begged me.
"Please."
He was slumped in the mud, his shirt painted to his chest with blood. Slow blinking, arms limp, his teeth chattered with cold. Worse still, the blue in his eyes, not yet deadened by the dark. Still hoping. A soldier kicked the sole of Patrick's boot and shouted at him to stand. He barely seemed to notice. His eyes were drowning me. Behind us, his town and his people were patching up bullet holes and stitching gashes. The dead were awaiting their graves. The runaways were likely rising from the tunnels and being greeted by the barrels of more guns, more soldiers. The artisans had taken everything they needed from Kenton Hill. They had the last alchemist. They had the earth charmer. And Patrick had no one but me. I held him as though he were a sinking raft. I gritted my teeth. I can't. Blue turned to ice, his one remaining hope snuffed out. He pivoted sharply out of my grasp. But not before I saw the agony.
"Then get away from me."
And a tether between me and him snapped. Perhaps the final one. I felt the ricochet down to my core. Someone grasped my shoulders and pulled me back, and in the mess of my breaking heart, I flung wildly, turning to push them away, to fight and scratch and claw. To me, every one of these navy blue uniforms was Lord Tanner, the leader of the house himself. All this was his doing, his fault. But the person who handled me spoke softly. He gripped my wrists to keep me from tearing out his eyes.
"Shh, Nina, stop, stop."
Theo's face hovered in the gloom, one eye swollen shut, the other pleading.
"They'll knock you out, Nina. Please."
His eyes flitted to the soldiers standing on every side, grappling for sense in the dark.
"Tie her up," one shouted. "She's rabid. Get me some fucking rope."
Theo gripped the sides of my face harder than he ever had. He pierced me with a stare so forceful that I had no choice but to focus on the edges of him, expanding and retracting in the glow. He spoke clearly, an anchor in his voice.
"We'll figure it all out," he told me. "I promise you, we'll find a way."
And then we were wrenched apart again, and a sack was pulled over my face. My hands were tied, and several shouts echoed, shoving, grunting, the toes of boots glancing my heels. The walls groaned their approach. My fingers itched with the urge to pull them inward, to bury all of us. But especially me. Yes, especially me. The tunnel ended somewhere under Gilmore. The infantry had dug themselves a crude hole all the way down to reach it, rope ladders dangling freely on every side, and I was permitted my sight to climb to the surface.
"Go on,"
said a soldier with an overflowing neck. He smacked my ass before my foot could find the first rung.
"Up you go."
I spat at his boots, and he jumped back in disgust. I was sure I would slip and fall at every rung. My limbs felt too feeble for climbing. Each time I blinked upward, the surface seemed impossibly far away. I was dragged out by more unwanted hands. My front hauled over pebble and dirt, and I stumbled to my feet, immediately looking around for Patrick or Theo, before someone thought to blindfold me again. I saw neither among all the navy. 2 soldiers gripped either arm, the heavy-necked one and another, and I was frog-marched into the sea of soldiers, some of them trading canisters, others finding damp cigarettes in their pockets, and trying to light them in vain. "She's a pretty one," said the toad. I feared from his position he could see down my blouse. "Ain't she?"
"Shut up, Ludeman,"
said his comrade, repositioning his grip on my arm.
"She's the Earth Charmer. It don't matter what else she is."
And yet, the toad's eyes remained on the split buttons below my neck. We climbed knolls of no discerning marks, until a steam train loomed ahead, on tracks bracketed by hills. The swarm of navy blue cascaded down the slopes toward it. I was loaded into a carriage with no seats, no benches, just rotting wooden walls and floors, a bucket in the corner that smelled strongly of urine. Theo and Patrick were loaded in after me, the latter dragged, the 3 of us made to sit at different corners of the carriage, our hands tied by rope and looped through cattle rings. There was no telling how much blood Patrick had lost, or how dire his condition. It had been impossible to gauge in the tunnel. Ludeman was blocking my view of Patrick as he fastened my bindings, and I tried desperately to lean around him. The soldier chuckled knowingly. It sent ripples down his neck.
"That your bow, is it?"
he asked, one eyebrow raised.
"Don't seem to like you too much."
Patrick's eyelids had peeled back, consciousness finding him. And indeed, he groaned at the sight of me. Ludeman barked a laugh at that, then grasped my jaw hard enough to send bolts of warning down my spine.
"Perhaps you're in the market for someone friendlier,"
he said. Then, horrifyingly, he descended to mash his mouth against mine, and I tasted spit and decay. I bit down hard on the soldier's lip, driven by panic more than bravery, and felt it split. I could hear the clink and rattle of thrown chain bindings, the pounding of my own blood. Beyond that, a roar. I reared my leg back, then kicked without particular aim. Ludeman toppled to the floor, clutching his groin. He sprayed a litany of curses through the blood trickling from his lips, eyes bulging.
"You fucking bitch!"
he yelled, the other soldiers laughing as he rolled onto his back, hands between his legs.
"Not bad for a city girl,"
one of them said, grinning and passing a lighter to his comrade.
"Scurry,"
came a voice. Patrick spoke with eyes so maddened he looked possessed.
"She's from Scurry."
He did not look at me, or the soldiers, but right at that panting, bleeding Ludeman. The soldiers chuckled and nodded, retreating to the end of the carriage as the train coughed to life. But Ludeman regained his footing, albeit with some difficulty. He spat blood and staggered in my direction, twitching with rage.
"Wait!"
Theo called out, pulling at his bindings.
"Stop!"
My heart sprinted. Instinctively, I curled up. The soldier's boots stopped in front of me, and I waited for the blow.
"There's £100 in my pocket,"
came Patrick's voice, and I looked out from the crevice between my strung arms. He stared back at me, his jaw tightened, his wrists ghost white against the ropes.
"It's all yours if you leave the lady be."
A moment of hesitancy, of silence. I peered up at Ludeman to see a slow grin spread over his cheeks.
"Not really in a position to be making deals, are you, Coulson?"
he said, and yet the soldier swung his large form in Patrick's direction, already scanning his clothing.
"But I might as well have me way with both of you, since you offered."
Ludeman looked back at me once, winked.
"Won't be a moment,"
he promised, flashing his yellow teeth. He bent down to a waiting Patrick, fossicking through one of his trouser pockets, and then the other.
"Ain't nothing there,"
he grunted, brow pinched. Then Patrick threw his forehead so hard into the bridge of the man's nose, the crack reverberated around the carriage. The soldier's head snapped back on his neck, and for a second time, he toppled sideways. Patrick gave a loud groan.
"Fuck!"
he said, cinching his eyes shut. Patrick? He blinked rapidly, only to find the other soldiers converging in front of him, Ludeman slumped lifeless at their feet.
Hello, boys,
Patrick said warily, resting his head with a grimace against the wall.
Don't suppose any of you want £100? Knock him out for the journey,
said the shorter of the two men. He lifted his bayonet until it was level with Patrick's face, and the barrel shook.
Quickly,
he uttered, eyeing his unconscious comrade. Patrick looked resigned, but as the taller soldier stalked toward him, I reared up. No, I uttered without thinking. Wait, please.
Gentlemen,
said Theo, his face and clothes as dirty as my own, but his voice far more polished.
This man is the very last alchemist on the continent. Think about that for a moment. Far from me to tell you how to do your job.
Here, Theo paused, watching the soldier's gun wobble dangerously close to Patrick's eye.
But if you were to injure Lord Tanner's most wanted man with any permanence, I doubt they'd let you wear that uniform to the gallows.
The soldiers, both tall and short, hesitated. They looked to each other with matched indecision. Then the shorter one cursed and lowered his bayonet.
If you get clever,
he said, jutting a finger at Patrick,
I'll shoot you. Will you?
Theo asked skeptically. The soldier grimaced.
I'll knock you witless then.
Fair, Theo consented, as though the business were concluded. The soldiers eyed Patrick wearily, then left Ludeman where he lay, retreating back to their far corner, less jovial than before. I exhaled in a gust, then manically wiped my mouth as best I could on my sleeve, nausea broiling.
Are you all right?
Theo asked. His brow was creased, the coolness he'd exuded before now gone. He turned his body to better see me in a way that looked painful. Fine, I uttered. Patrick had closed his eyes again, his pallor grey.
You'd be wise not to sleep, Coulson,
Theo told him.
You're likely concussed.
Leave him be, I said. It hissed past my teeth unexpectedly. He's lost blood. He needs to rest.
And slip into a coma. What I need,
Patrick murmured, eyelids sealed tightly,
is for the both of you to shut up.
And we did. Theo with a shrug, me with my lip between my teeth.
Unless you feel inspired to derail this train, Nina.
Patrick's back slumped farther down the wall.
I wouldn't say no to an earthquake.
I eyed his injuries once more, the rope looping through the cattle rings. I shook my head. I can't. His eyes snapped open then, colder than I'd ever seen them.
Don't lie to me,
he said, so darkly it crawled over my flesh.
I've seen you move hills. It ain't a matter of can't, is it? It's a matter of won't.
He held my gaze.
I never had your loyalty, did I?
And there it was. That gun of his pointed between my eyes, finally firing. I think he saw it. The way my mind folded in. The way my heart stuttered. Patrick,
Tell me,
he said, his tone banal to anyone but me.
Say it exactly as it is, Nina. You work for the house, and I'm a fool.
I saw, for that brief moment, all the way through him. Irreparable wounds, punctures and shattered bones, tendons unmoored and swinging, spirals of slackened gut and a gasping heart. And I was desperate to tell him everything, every wretched thing I'd done, every wretched thing done to me. But the list of confessions was overwhelming. How could I tell him that I was every bit as terrible as he feared, and still have him love me in the end? The house has my mother, I said, the words barely breaching my lips. And Tanner promised to kill her unless I helped him. Patrick's eyes rolled back and closed once more. For a moment, I thought him asleep.
So, you helped him?
He whispered. To himself, it seemed. You found the last alchemist for him. No, I said, louder than before. No, I changed my mind.
And why did Tanner need the Earth Charmer to do it?
Patrick interrupted.
What else did he ask you to do, Nina?
After you'd found me. I lowered my head and closed my eyes. Patrick.
Did he ask you to bury us all in the mud?
He pressed.
Was that the grand plan?
Theo scoffed darkly.
I assure you, Coulson, if she wanted to bury Kenton Hill, the whole place would be 50 feet under.
His cheeks had turned ruddy. He leaned his head dejectedly against the wall.
Her grand plan was to seduce you,
he said, the veins in his hands growing more prominent as he said it.
In the hopes you'd reveal where you were keeping Demelius Becker.
I sucked in a breath. Patrick's jaw went rigid. I watched his throat bob once, twice. He did not look at me again.
Then you can tell your boss. She was successful.
His eyes closed.
A better actress I've never seen.
I felt myself crack and splinter.
So, I told you my secrets,
Patrick said, quieter now.
You took them straight to Polly, and she scribbled it all to Tanner.
His eyelids fluttered, strength failing him.
You even paved him a road right into Kenton, and had me believe you were paving it for me.
He sounded begrudgingly impressed. And there were waves of guilt in me, yes, but there was irritation too, defiance. An actress, he'd called me. They both had. But I could bring to mind every instance of Patrick's eyes pinning me to a wall, his fingers whispering over mine. And always it seemed something was perched on the edge of his lips when I was near, seconds from tumbling free. He had seduced me. I set my eyes on Theo first, tongue pulsing. You told me that you came to Kenton Hill as a trade. In return, Lord Tanner would resume his search for me. Theo's eyes became confused, guarded. He nodded slowly.
Yes.
And then I turned up alive, and you were surprised to find that I wasn't still 18 years old and fawning over you. His lips pressed together tightly.
That's not...
And it hurt your feelings that I no longer needed you, angered you. It makes you mad still, to know I chose someone else. He couldn't seem to conjure a denial. Instead, he glowered. And you, I continued, turning on Patrick. I found him watching me closely, who brought me into his parish with my wrists tied and a sack over my head. Can you honestly meet my eye and claim that I tricked you into...
Loving you?
Patrick asked, his voice deep, rebounding in my chest. I hadn't unbalanced him at all, hadn't made a dent.
In truth, Nina, I don't have it in me to unravel that question.
He turned his head away as though he couldn't stand the sight of me. I blanched, but I had to tell him all of it now, while he was still close enough to hear it. I lied to you, I admitted, about Tanner, about what he'd demanded of me, but not the rest. I didn't reveal your secret to anyone, not even Polly. I didn't bring soldiers into Kenton Hill.
I wish I could believe that,
Patrick said, wincing.
But even if you weren't lying to me right now, it wouldn't count for much, would it? We both of us made a few too many missteps.
He didn't seem to need my response.
Mine was letting swanks into Kenton Hill in the first place.
I fumed. I didn't give you up.
So you say?
Yeah. I tugged at the ropes around my wrists. So I say.
Yet, there's the matter of timing, said Patrick, and the scant few who knew what I was.
Patrick, you know me. He chuckled grimly, wiping his brow against his sleeve, and looked resolutely at nothing at all.
It felt that way, didn't it? He said, like we knew each other.
He closed his eyes and leaned back into the wall of the carriage.
But when I think about it, Nina, you're a stranger to me.
He nodded to himself as though confirming something. His eyes closed.
A stranger, with all my secrets.
A tear slipped free and sprinted for my chin. My heart thrashed, and I did nothing to quell it. I watched Patrick close off in increments until his entire body was angled away from mine, and I could see nothing but the flushed skin at the back of his neck, the jumping pulse beneath his ear. Theo cleared his throat. When I spared him a withering glance, his jaw softened.
For what it's worth, Pat,
he said, seemingly with great effort.
It can't have been Nina who brought this army to your doorstep. Your words worth nothing to me,
Patrick said with finality. A few moments later, he lost consciousness. The train rattled on, and the three of us swayed like slaughtered pigs on hooks. Night crept in and made breathing easier. It was more difficult to see the blood across Patrick's chest, easier to avoid Theodore's insistent gaze. I couldn't be sure how long I had gone without sleeping, without eating. I ignored my screaming bladder. Anger kept me awake. The more my mind churned, the more that rage grew. For Theodore, who thought I was his no matter my own feelings. For Patrick, blinded by his own hate. For Polly, who was damningly absent. For Lord Tanner, and Ludeman, and all men suddenly. How quick they were to use and discard me. But then that anger turned inward, and I found myself wanting to claw at my chest, take my own heart in my hands and wring it. This was my doing, my cowardice. I'd waited too long to tell Patrick the truth. I'd had power and squandered it. Hadn't done a thing to help another with it. I'd hidden behind years of neutrality, running and running until the consequences caught up to me. Loathing, like I'd never felt before, made its home under my skin. I let it sink in. A penance. The train clattered on. Ludeman awoke as the train whistled its arrival. He'd snored for more than half the journey and came up bleary-eyed, his nose off-centre, his lips sealed in dried blood. He took one glance in my direction and glared, but did not advance. While the soldiers stretched and yawned and gathered their bayonets, Patrick spoke. It was soft, reluctant. But he spoke for me, in a quiet aside, as though he couldn't bear not to say it.
You have something the house needs,
he told me.
It gives you power. You understand?
I stared at him, nodded. He was looking dead ahead at the forthcoming soldiers.
They can't take that from you,
he said.
Whatever else they might take, they can't take who you are.
I remembered what he'd said to me once, when we were 12.
You've got a mind of your own. Don't let those fuckers take it.
I shivered. I meant to say something more to Patrick, or to Theo. I felt suddenly, frighteningly, as though it might be my last opportunity. But any words, all words, now seemed futile. What could possibly be said in these last few seconds to dispel the rot? We prisoners were blindfolded again, our hands retied. Threats spat in our ears about being belted senseless if we tried to magic our way out of capture. But with hundreds of soldiers surrounding us on all sides, that promise seemed extraneous. I could do nothing but listen. I listened to the train cranks settle, and the steam chest let out a final sigh. Hundreds of feet and voices rent the cold air. Some were gleeful, wives and fathers and children fishing their soldier from the trough, delighted they weren't dead. Some cried, their soldier not among the school. I was shoved and herded onward until the sound dwindled, and the music of the city rose up, though not as I remembered it. I tried to bring to mind the National House, the Citadel and its domed roof, the clock tower, the steepled rooftops, the thin channels of fresh water running streetside, the horseless wagons and red bricks. I wondered if it looked as different as it sounded, subdued, on edge. I noticed the change underfoot when we entered the courtyard of the National House. Cobblestone became dirt, then steps, then mosaic, until the city was muted. Heavy doors closed. I heard Theodore arguing to have his blindfold lifted, Patrick breathing heavily. I wondered how long it would take for his wound to foul. I had spent enough time in the house to know where we were heading. Up the grand winding stairs, down one corridor and another, into a vast, sparkling room normally occupied by
Lord Tanner,
said a soldier. It sounded like the general, the very same one who had taken us hostage, the one who had run Gunner through with a knife.
I apologize for the hour. You said to bring them straight to you. And so you have.
The blindfold lifted away, and before me, Lord Tanner clacked his teeth together and stood from an oversized desk. He looked older, gaunt. There were even fewer hairs on his head. His jowls didn't quiver as much as I remembered. It all served to make him seem more severe, and no less frightening.
Miss Clark,
he said to me.
Well done.
My throat closed over. I did not have the courage to look to my left at Patrick. I felt Theo's stare burning into me, willing me to stay quiet, to be clever. I knew I ought to smile and bow my head and let my charade of loyalty to the house continue. But I was done playing their games. I was bone-tired and burning with anger. Where is my mother? I bit out. Tanner's slippery grin wavered. He turned to Theo, who looked by all accounts haggard, his eyes swollen nearly shut, and his shirt torn at the sleeve.
Mr. Shop,
Tanner continued.
I wish I could offer you the same praise.
He then pulled a scribble from his pocket, an eyeglass from his robe, and poised it over the bridge of his nose. He read aloud.
To the Right Honourable Lord Tanner. Where is it?
His eyes skimmed the page.
Ah, here. 3 fire charmers found dead in the canals. The former Lord Theodore Shop found deserting at Kenton Hill and resisted detainment. My.
Tanner quickly folded the parchment again, then walked to his desk to discard it.
I cannot say I blame you, boy. You've come up rather short these past years.
He clasped his hands before him. The words were mild, but I sensed a spiking fury behind them. Tanner's eyes flashed.
2 years, the alchemist eluded you, and he was under your nose the whole time.
He psked, and again the noise was too clipped, too overzealous.
And now, I come to find you tried to abandon your post, the very one you volunteered for. Am I to believe that you've turned to the side of the rebels?
Theodore straightened, though I saw the slight flinch.
No, my lord.
And he said, glancing once at me.
I only meant to escape the Union's recapture. It wasn't my intention to flee the Lord's army. I suppose I lost my wits for a moment.
Tanner regarded him as though he were a lowly insect.
Your father will be much relieved to hear it, he said. I, however, remain unconvinced.
He nodded once to the soldier at Theodore's side, and there was a flurry of movement. One soldier pulled a switchblade from his belt. Another seized Theodore's tied wrists, ripped his shirt sleeves to the crook of his elbow. Theodore struggled.
What are you doing?
And the blade sank into his artisan brand, brilliant red pooling and then flowing freely over Theo's forearm. Theo shouted in pain, the blood spilling quickly. His knees sank down to the tile, black and white checkers now slickened.
Just a precaution,
Tanner said, grimacing at the mess.
While I make up my mind.
I realized I was straining against the hold of a soldier, who cursed and yanked at my arm. Theo! I called. But Theo was bent over his wrist, his breaths ragged, one side of his shirt turning crimson. You'll kill him! I shouted at Tanner, trying to wrench my arm free. Lord Tanner turned to the soldier at my side and nodded in kind. Hands clamped over my forearm, shunting my sleeve up. The mottled skin where Idia once resided bore up. A blade flashed down, and in it sank all the way to the bone. I screamed and wrenched myself free, falling to the floor. Somewhere above, a voice thundered. A shout of pain. More feet smattered across the tiles. I looked up wearily to see Patrick with his arms looped over a soldier's neck, his roped hands pressing tightly against the man's throat. Patrick's eyes were on me, bulging desperately. A huddle of soldiers grasped Patrick from every side, but Patrick was bigger, far stronger, and the soldier in his grasp flailed. One soldier held a pistol to Patrick's temple.
"Stop!"
Tanner bellowed. It rebounded into the vaulted ceiling.
"I said stop!"
The soldiers froze, confused. They doubled in my vision, tripled. I blinked rapidly.
"Enough,"
Tanner growled, the cords of his neck pulsating.
"Remove your hands from the alchemist, now."
One by one, they did. They stepped back reluctantly, leaving Patrick to stand as he was, the rope of his restraint sitting firmly against the windpipe of his captive. The soldier's face was puce. His fingers dug desperately at Patrick's hold. "Help her," Patrick said. Not to me, but to Tanner. His hands shook, and his shoulder was bleeding again. The ropes of muscle in his arms flexed.
"Now."
My eyes closed of their own accord, and I forgot how to open them. When I did, all I saw was blood pooling in the cradle of my hands. It rushed from the wound, eager to escape. Nausea descended.
"Help her!" "Calm yourself,"
Tanner commanded, his expression livid.
"Once enough idiom has drained away, they'll be treated with bluff to keep them from bleeding out. They'll recover. Precautions must be taken while I ascertain which side you've aligned with, Miss Clark, Mr. Shop. Until then, I'm afraid I can't have you wielding your mediums now, can I?"
Tanner peered at the soldier in Patrick's grasp, whose eyes were beginning to roll back.
"If you plan to kill the man, then do it quickly, Mr. Coulson, for Idia's sake. The hour is late."
Theodore fell sideways, his eyes closing. The wound at his wrist continued to flow.
"Fuck!"
Patrick spat, and he released the man, who promptly collapsed. Patrick staggered and groaned, his hands rising to grip the bullet wound on his shoulder.
"You have me,"
he said, panting painfully.
"You got what you wanted because of her."
He righted himself, hissing another curse.
"You've no reason to punish her. She followed your fucking orders." "She did,"
Tanner agreed.
"For the most part. Though I'm not a fool. She's a slippery, defiant little thing. She developed a rather obnoxious habit of being a traitor when she was young."
I thought perhaps I'd fallen sideways too. Something hot and slick puddled against my cheek.
"You and I have business to discuss, Mr. Coulson. Get her a doctor, or there'll be no business."
The ceiling seemed to be rising, lifting away into the night, and I was sinking. Warmth escaped me, and it took with it all the light, the colour.
"Don't worry yourself, Mr. Coulson,"
Lord Tanner's voice said, as though it were whispering into my ear.
"There's a greater purpose at hand, one in which I'd very much like the both of you to remain alive for."
The Trench Tribune. Rebel Alchemist Uncovered. From the last remaining print house in Belvedere City, this journalist receives official scribble from the House of Lords that their raids in the northeast have proven fruitful. Lord Tanner named Kenton Hill, a little-known collier town, as the home of the elusive Miners' Union Command, a confounding statement of which this reporter remains sceptical. Moreover, the Right Honourable Lord has proclaimed that the rebel chairman, a Patrick Coulson, has been arrested and transported to Belvedere City. Inside sources add to these startling revelations that the House recognises Coulson as none other than a hidden alchemist. There has been no word as to the welfare of former House alchemist Demelius Becker.
Chapter 3. Patrick. The year he turned 13, Patrick and his brothers came close to death. It was a dead winter, the most ravenous anyone could remember. The coal ran low before frost stuck to the ground. Influenza spread. Bluff prices rocketed. There were many families in Kenton Hill who simply awaited death from their beds, bellies hollow, throats aflame, burning schoolbooks in the hearth to keep children warm in their final hours. Many did not make it to spring, and there were fraught moments in which Patrick was certain he was slipping away. Donnie caught the fever first. He slowly boiled before their eyes. Their mother spooned soup past his cracked lips. The next morning, Patrick awoke, sweating, panting, barely aware of Tess Coulson mopping his brow. Gunnar quickly followed. All three of them abed, while their mother changed their pajamas, their sheets, collected their vomit, prayed. Patrick remembered it only in fragments. A shutter of frames. His mother counting farthings on a wooden table, eyes tightening. Donnie's wails. Gunnar sleeping interminably, as though he were already dead. He remembered his own body convulsing, seizing, squeezing the very last vestiges of his strength. Patrick did not remember his father in this reel of memory. As he recalled, John Coulson had gone away to Dorset by train that winter. The miners' union had been in its infancy then, the support not yet far-reaching. He travelled often in the beginning, amassing members with his speeches, establishing connections. Always, he returned a little more invigorated than when he left, while his wife slowly iced over. Patrick's mother did not cry that winter, but she apologized often. Every time her sons moaned, cried, vomited. "Bluff," he remembers begging her, and her forehead would crease so deeply it seemed it was splitting, and she'd return to those coins on the table, counting them over and over, then swearing and knocking them to the floor. And then when it seemed Donnie was at his worst, when he hadn't woken for more than 2 days, hadn't eaten for even longer, Tess Coulson left them alone. Patrick heard the kitchen door collide violently with its frame. Gunnar might have held his hand, Patrick thought. There was an image in his mind, his big brother reaching out across his cot, fingers hot and limp. Patrick thought perhaps he himself cried, that he begged for their father. His next memory was a lick of heat in his veins. Patrick had come awake with a clearer mind to the sight of his mother leaning over him, cheeks ruddy red with the cold, a spoonful of black solution poised at his lips. "Drink, son," she had said calmly. The clarity of age led Patrick to surmise his mother stole the bluff, having found herself short of coin. From what household, he did not wish to know. The Coulson brothers recovered as the bottle of bluff ran dry, in time for their father to return, in time for Tess Coulson to yield to her own rampant fever. The influenza of that dead winter was later named grey fever. It turned one's skin red first, then purple, then ashen near the end. Of all the Coulsons struck down that season, it was Tess who came closest to death. She was the colour of storm clouds when John Coulson walked back through the door, his smile wide and beard heavy with snow. Gunnar had wailed his fists against John's chest for staying away so long. Donnie had cried. Patrick had wrapped his arms around his father's middle, despite not having hugged his father that way since he was small. Tess had coughed in a way that invoked death. John Coulson's timely return, Patrick knew, was the only reason his mother still lived. After that, even when Tess Coulson seemed at her worst, Patrick had not worried for her. He knew his father had everything in hand. His father could fix it, could fix anything. He'd come back with pockets full of money and vials. It took 2 days for the bluff to win the battle. 2 days of Patrick and Gunnar and Donnie hovering uselessly by her bed, watching their mother snatch in each breath. They held onto her bed sheets, as though they could anchor her there. "Patience, boys," John told them. "She's as tough as they come. Tougher than me, even." He was right, as he always was. Her colour returned. The coughing thinned. She rose from her sickbed and yelled at Donnie for running through the kitchen. But Tess Coulson was never quite the same. Her lungs seemed to hoard remnants of the fever, and no amount of bluff ever snuffed it for good. Soon after Tess recovered, John Coulson hauled a sack into the kitchen and dumped its contents onto the floor. Terranium ore spilled out, blue-black and glistening. He'd pointed one calloused finger at it. "Siphon these rocks," he'd said to Patrick, "and your mother'll never again lay sick in bed." And he had, eventually. It took weeks to make any progress. The idiom he'd stolen from the National House had long since begun to wane. The magic that remained in him was weak, reluctant. Most of those terranium rocks had crumbled, splitting unevenly, the bluff inside made unusable. To this day, there are 2 holes in the plaster of the Coulsons' kitchen, where Patrick had launched the ruined ore away in frustration. "Easy, son," his dad had said, over and over. "Easy does it. Be patient with it. Feel the hollow. That's where the ink is hiding. Split it right down the middle." But the ore was delicate. It shattered at the slightest disruption, contaminating that which it fiercely guarded. "Gentle with it," John Coulson had told him. "Learn control. Learn composure. Composed men do far better than the bulls." Patrick heard his father's voice echoing off the stained glass windows and barren walls of the Swanks' National House. He'd been confined alone to a strange room. The floors here were checkered white and black, so starkly contrasting they seemed to morph, tricking him. He thought it was likely once a small laboratory. There was a large bench with a basin, oak shelves and cupboards built into the walls, floor to ceiling. Every one of them was emptied of anything but dust. The hearth was cobwebbed. The window depicted a nude image of a man he assumed was God Almighty, though he could not, for the life of him, understand why an all-powerful being would be in possession of such a small cock. He felt much the way he had felt that dead winter when he was 13. He hadn't eaten, hadn't slept. His head pulsed as though breaching his skull. He sat on the floor, his back against the shelves, clothed in the same sorry attire he'd arrived in. Several feet away, a sack of terranium ore awaited him, just as it had in his mother's kitchen. He had yet to open it, to see its contents, and yet he knew what it was. Terranium had a certain beat, a vibration. He felt it from where he sat. They used to send alchemists into the mines to feel out the deposits of ore, to tell the diggers what to aim for. Back when alchemists were a dime a dozen, and it didn't much matter if they were blown to pieces or buried under. The door hadn't opened in some time. In a moment of useless ire, he'd thrown his shoulders into it to no avail, forgetting the bullet buried in the tissue. Tanner was due to visit any moment, Patrick thought. He'd returned regularly these past 2 days, flanked by guards. The most recent had been his longest stay yet. "You worsen by the hour," he'd said. Patrick hadn't risen from his place on the tiles, and Tanner hadn't ventured past the doorway. He'd nodded to the sack that remained untouched. "I'm sure some of that ore holds the bluff you need." A bubble of laughter climbed up Patrick's throat, more menacing than mirthful. "And what makes you believe I intend to recover?" he murmured. The tiles distended again. He pinched his eyes shut. "I'm afraid death is not an option, Mr. Coulson. In fact, I've brought a gift." And from behind him came a middle-aged woman in artisan blue robes with wide, fearful eyes. She stepped around Tanner hesitantly, looking back at the Lord for approval. "Letty is a smith of lead," Tanner explained to Patrick. "She's here to pull that bullet from your shoulder. It may be wise to bite down on something." But there was no time. The woman named Letty raised a shaky hand in the direction of Patrick's shoulder, and he immediately felt the sensation of something twisting, pulling. He hissed, cursed, his hand flying to his arm. Bit by bit, the bullet wheedled free, finally flying into Letty's hand. The woman's pallor turned abruptly green, and she dropped the bullet onto the floor, her hand now covered in gore. She trembled delicately at the sight of it. "Thank you, Letty. You may go." Letty's shoes clacked off the tiles as she hurried out. Patrick's breaths had turned rapid. He closed his eyes and waited for the throb of his arm to slow. "You might like to know that Nina Clark is well. All that blood was unseemly, I know." His nose crinkled. "But if you and Miss Clark do as is required, there won't be a need for any more bad business." "Harrow," Patrick grunted. "Not Clark." Tanner regarded him curiously. "I'm surprised you should care for her at all." And to that, Patrick had no argument. She was a fair actress in her schooling years, according to her professors, Tanner ruminated. "I suppose she must have been rather convincing. She is uniquely beautiful, I can admit. There is an allure there." Patrick tasted something horribly metallic. His jaw rolled. Still, Tanner continued. I did not imagine the feats she'd be capable of. She found her way right under your skin, didn't she? Patrick pictured himself on a meat hook, his torso flayed. Yes, Tanner nodded, as though he could see right through to Patrick's skeleton, every nick and fracture there, every weakness. Women have long been man's ruin. Patrick slid sideways, unable to hold his spine straight another moment. His temple sought the cold tile. I need an alchemist, Mr. Coulson. Quite badly. He went to nudge the sack of terranium with his shoe. You have the burden of being the only living man who might be able to siphon idiom from whatever sad stores of rock remain. And if I don't? Patrick murmured. He could not be sure the words did not blend. Tanner's footsteps gathered in his ears. He was suddenly close enough for Patrick to spit on. Then hundreds of years of artisan tradition will be no longer. Never cared much for swank traditions. Those born in the brink rarely do, but they care a great deal about bluff, do they not? Patrick felt as though his head were being incised. But his eyes opened, and he peered at Tanner, now leering somewhere above. Tanner clicked his tongue. My commander relayed all manner of information about the Kenton Hill raids. My men found your guns, your grenades. They even found your family's inn, Mr. Coulson. Its kitchen filled with shelves of bluff. Quite a trove. Patrick's eyes flashed. Burning bile coursed his throat. It is all now in my possession, of course, Tanner continued. The bluff will be meted out fairly to those in dire need of it here in the city. As for those wounded members of your union, well, I imagine they will not fare well if you decide to be selfish in this time of need. Fuck you, Patrick said. Would you deny the continent hope, Mr. Coulson? All those sick children and elders? Would you see your own kin without any bluff to heal them from their battle injuries? The Tess Coulson of the past roared to mind, coughing and spitting and failing on her bed. His father tipping vial after vial past her lips. Your reluctance will kill them, Tanner said. There is no escaping what now must be accepted. Your revolution has failed, Mr. Coulson. Tanner paced with his hands behind his back. The miners' union has scattered, and your hometown is abandoned. If you continue to resist, more people will suffer. Meanwhile, I'll be forced to take more unsavory measures. It shouldn't be hard to find a blind man. Donny, is that his name? And the brother who was gravely wounded. Gunnar, I believe. Perhaps I could bring them here. I bet your artisans turn to water when you threaten their families, Patrick said, weariness beginning to overcome him. Bet you love to see him cower at your feet, eh? Crying and pissing themselves. Tanner's eyes narrowed. His hands opened and closed. Yeah, Patrick murmured, coughing painfully. It's made you lazy, uncreative. Tanner's eyes flashed. A nerve plucked. You go ahead and bring my brothers here. Patrick smiled at the thought. Though I'll warn you, you ought to double your guard. Craftsmen don't bother quivering when you threaten them. They just go about cutting. Savages. The lot of them. Tanner turned quickly purple, a vein in his temple thickening. After a few beats of silence, he said, as though he was spitting rocks. And if I was to be more creative with our earth charmer? Patrick's humour vanished. Perhaps I could take a leaf from your book, Coulson. What would a gangster do? Pull teeth? Take fingers? Would you be persuaded then? The sack on the floor quivered. Patrick willed his mind to grasp the rocks within, to pulverize Tanner's brain with them. But his mind was a sieve. The sack fell still quickly. I'll take that as a yes, Tanner said, his eyes sticking to the sack. But fear not, Mr. Coulson. There are others with whom I might find my creative release. And through the film of fatigue, Patrick saw the guards step aside, and over the threshold came a man with his hands bound behind him, chestnut hair silver-streaked and receding at the temples. He had sun-damaged skin, yellow teeth, an overgrown beard, and the same muddy brown eyes as Gunner Coulson. "Dad?" Patrick said, and it came out in an exhale, a gust. John Coulson's eyes watered, his lips mashed together as though to pinch off sensation. A guard raised a long, polished baton, and it cracked soundly over the back of John Coulson's head. They left him there on the floor. His legs kicked aside as the guards closed him in. Some part of Patrick's mind noted it was clever indeed to have his father's skull bleed rivers onto the tiles while he sat idle by a bag of terranium. What better way to force his hand? Patrick turned over his father, grasped his slack face in his hand. Somehow here, somehow warm and alive, after everything. "Dad," he called, shook him, pressed his fingertips to his neck, cupped the gash at his crown as though it might stem the tide. John Coulson's eyes rolled beneath the lids. He gasped a few times. It was frighteningly shallow, horribly infrequent. And there was really no question then about what should be done. It would only need to be just enough bluff for his father, not for Tanner. It wasn't surrender. John Coulson would never forgive him for that. With the last vestiges of his strength, Patrick pulled a jagged piece of black ore from the sack and inspected it against the light, squinting, seeing double. He held it up to the window, compared it with another, then another, until he found one without the bluish hue at its centre, black as hell, all the way through. He found the fissure in the rock that would split it in two. The point of separation had to be precise, or the bluff within was ruined. He went to those leering shelves, pulled down a single vial, then held the lump of ore over it. He felt along its ridges with his calloused fingertips, then closed his eyes. When terranium was split correctly, it was musical, like glass, a high-pitched crack. It sang now as Patrick separated two perfect pieces, no shards or fragments coming free. The ink spilled out, untainted, dripping into the vial, onto the lip of the counter, onto his shoes. Just enough. That was all he needed. He felt consciousness leave him the moment he tipped the vial to John Coulson's gaping mouth. Then there was only fire in his shoulder, ink on his hands, a ringing in his mind like a cathedral bell, swinging back and forth. He dreamed of his kid brothers screaming down a yellow hill, lit firecrackers in their hands, grass stalks sighing, their father pointing at the clouds, marching across the heavens, promising something existed beyond them.
Chapter 4. Nina. I was confined to a servant's quarters, with yellow walls, a cot, and a neatly folded blanket. If there was ever any other furniture in the room, it had since been removed. I stared for long hours at a map of Bellevuer Trench, all the provinces stitched together in a great tapestry. I wondered how long it had taken the artisan to weave it, all for it to lay on this floor like any common rug, in a room that seemed a wardrobe. The Geyser River ran down the map's middle from wall to wall, splitting the richer provinces from the rest like Idia herself had meant it a blockade. I raised my hand, the wound along my forearm now heavily bandaged, and traced in midair the path from Scurry to the city. Down the belly of the trench, where I thought the train line went, around the farming towns, the black brick factories, across the geyser, and into pasture. I did not look to Kenton Hill, a pinprick in the far northeast corner of the brink. The door to the room was locked twice on the outside, and opened 3 times a day for the purposes of keeping me fed, and, I presume, to ascertain I had not found a way to jump 4 stories to the courtyard below. I counted 3 days since I'd arrived. I did not feel a scratch of idiom left in my veins. Every so often I pounded on the door, frustration spilling over. Was it truly their intention to keep me locked away in this room until they had use of me? I thought of Ma and Patrick, and Gunnar and Theo and Polly, as though they spun on a carousel, blurring into soup. Sleep was no remedy. Their faces hounded me there, too. Where was my mother? What was Patrick doing this very moment? What of Theo? Had Gunnar survived that knife between his ribs? Where was Polly? For surely it was her who'd given away Marguerite's tunnel. My finger was tracing the outskirts of Summerland, when the door rattled again, someone on the other side snicking the locks. The timber resisted as it opened. This time, there was no maid or guard with a dish. It was Theo. There was a soldier behind him, baton already in hand, knees prepped as though he might lunge. Theo, contrastingly, looked ready to make a quick retreat. I sat upright, not bothering to straighten my blouse or flatten my hair. I noted that there were no more binds around Theo's wrists, that the guard's eyes were trained on me, and not him. I noted the artisan blue Theo wore, the lapels as sharp as ever. His hair looked clean and freshly combed. And I think he sensed my blood lashing hot. He stalked in, eyes averted.
"Hello,"
he said, and then in a ramble,
"I came to see you yesterday, but you were sleeping."
He gestured to the bandage around my forearm, as though wishing to grasp at any topic to stave the silence.
"Have they changed your bandages today? Mine were redressed when I woke, but if no one has come yet—"
On he continued, hands clenched behind his back and voice warbling. I barely heard what he said. Too absorbed I was by the high shine of his shoes, the crisp whiteness of his shirt, the emblem on his navy breast.
"They haven't much bluff on hand, but I could send for a tonic if—"
"You're wearing minister's robes," I interrupted, my voice sharp, jolting. His mouth opened and shut wordlessly, his ears reddening. I watched his throat bob, and he turned to address the guard instead of me.
"Leave us, please." "Can't do that,"
the man said, jutting his chin in a manner of self-import.
"Lord Shop said I was to stand by." "Then you can do so 3 paces from the door,"
Theo said firmly,
"and allow me some privacy."
The guard seemed to contemplate, but in the end, straightened, replaced his baton at his belt.
Yes, my lord.
He walked out of sight. I held Theo's gaze, thought I saw contrition there, shame. He seemed inches shorter. My lord, I repeated softly, and then my eyes swept to the window, the city beyond it. So, you've returned to their side, just like that. He sighed as though hollowing himself. He stepped one pace closer, looked where I looked, out to those enveloping rooftops. I wondered if they'd lost their luster for him as well. What had once appeared to me as beautiful now seemed blandly uniform, generic. We might have been contemplating the view in companionable silence, if not for all the injury weeping between us. He said,
I was always on this side, Nina.
I don't believe you, I said. You saved them. I closed my eyes and saw the collapsing walls of water putting out Kenton's fires. You came back when you could have kept going. You came back for Kenton, for all those people.
I came back,
he said.
For you.
I swallowed.
God. I left a note for Patrick after I spoke to you that day, in the alley. I told him you were looking to uncover the alchemist.
I turned to stare at him. A shiver of violence ran through me. You exposed me. He paled, then nodded.
I wasn't thinking clearly, and I was trying to hurt him.
I gasped, turning my body from him so that he couldn't see me crumble. Hadn't he known the danger of implicating me? Had he really been so angry with me that he wished me harm? Was I anything but a possession lobbed back and forth and scrapped over? For all you knew, I could have been executed.
That's why I had to return. In the tunnel, I had time to think, to come to my senses, and realized what I'd done, what Patrick might do.
I slapped him. My body whirled as I did so, my good arm hitting him with all my might. He stumbled back, more shocked than injured, eyes welling. The guard rushed in through the door, but Theo held up a hand to ward him off.
Go,
he said. And after a moment of hesitation, the guard disappeared. Theo had the good sense to look down at his feet.
I'm so sorry, Nina,
he said.
Truly, I had to say it, even if you'll never forgive me. I just wanted you to know that I came back for you, and when I saw the flames, all those people dying, I kept thinking you might be stuck in the crossfire.
You saved them because it was right, I spat. I saw the way he tried to glaze his mind in excuses. But this wasn't about me or him. There were things of greater significance. You can try to deny it and say you're still on their side, but what you did for those crafters was only what was moral and decent, and you know it. My hands shook. I twisted my fingers together and swallowed some emotion. Desperation, perhaps. You were prepared to die for them. That can't have changed so quickly. But here he stood in that blue three-piece suit and navy robe, and I felt, though I couldn't explain it, that I was losing yet another critical piece of Theo, the one I knew to be good. Theo's tongue rolled around in his mouth, as though testing the words to explain himself.
My grandfather was a charmer of fire,
he offered.
Did I ever tell you that? And his father before him was a mason. Quite a renowned one, actually.
I said nothing. My eyes began to film over.
But my father,
he said it with gravity,
is a mere cutter of emerald.
I looked up. Had I known that? Had I ever asked? It seemed impossible, a mistake. Lord Terence Shop was one of the most formidable persons I'd ever met. I imagined someone of such persuasion to be of a higher rank. But a cutter? Cutters were novelties. They sold pretty jewels to wealthy gentlemen and ladies. They made a nice living in useless remits.
He was expected to do nothing great. The way he tells it, He was practically cast aside by his parents and professors. And yet, he graduated with high order, was ordained a few short years later as a minister for the house, the greatest honor any of our name had ever received. And all of it for a cutter.
Theo's shoulders rose and fell as he spoke, as though he were barreling towards something.
And then it was my turn to siphon, and I was terrified. Terrified I'd be nothing, the dead end in a long succession of artisanal distinction. You cannot imagine my relief when I was named a charmer of all things.
I was there, I said then, seeing again a dark-haired boy in high attire, tipping water from a quivering glass. Theo continued as though he hadn't heard me speak.
I thought I might stop being scared then, that my charmer status alone might be enough to satisfy my family name. But my father had been made a lord of the house without the advantage of a high-ranking medium, and if he could do that, then what might I, the charmer, achieve?
Theo looked at me, and he was colourless.
I was always going to end up here, Nina,
he said, as certain as death.
My own wishes were never of any consequence.
Tears fell freely now, down my cheeks, over my lips. Perhaps you didn't hold much love for Kenton, or it for you. Theo scoffed. It was brittle. But for a moment, however brief, you wavered. Somewhere inside of you, you know the truth. This house, it's a farce. Its lords serve themselves before all others and call it religion.
And the miners' union kill and thieve and blow up buildings
to feed their parishes, to take back what's owed to them. I stood, my hands itching to shake him, scratch him, to find the boy I knew beneath. You once had enough heart to admit that the scale was never even. Not all of us were born in this city. You had the advantage of waltzing through your childhood. Most of us crawled through it, kicking and screaming. Theo looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. I wondered what he saw. The silence extended.
My father is expecting me,
he said. He looked to the door, then fervently at me.
I've come to convince you, no, to beg you, to denounce the miners' union. Pledge yourself to Tanner.
His lip trembled at this last. His fists balled behind his back, as though to stop them from reaching for me. He looked out the window, Bellavere spiralling out beneath us.
Please,
he said, a tear shaking free of his lashes.
Please, Nina. There isn't another choice.
My hand lifted of its own accord. It brushed the droplet from his cheek.
Even if you must, pretend.
It became a mere whisper.
Pretend to be repentant. Tanner needs you. He'll forgive quickly. The geranium stores are near empty. He won't have you killed, but that doesn't mean you won't suffer, Nina. I'm pleading with you. Do what must now be done.
He took my wrist, leaned into the cradle of my hand, and closed his eyes.
I'm sorry,
he murmured.
More sorry than you could know.
And he pressed his lips to the soft flesh of my palm. Beneath the cuff of his robe, I could see the white bandages, so similar to my own. The skin around his eye had turned a sickly yellow from its battering. Was he only pretending? Who sent you? I asked him. I did not deliver it harshly, but took back my hand and stepped out of his reach. Was it Tanner himself? I asked. Or another minister? He sagged slightly, shoulders rounding. Was there a deal made? I pressed. Will Tanner pardon your lapse if you set me straight?
I don't need a pardon. My father is the second in command. He invented some excuse for my lapse.
I watched cords pulsate from jaw to collar as he turned away.
You think so little of me now,
he said, and it was quiet, sad.
I can barely stand it.
I couldn't deny it. Couldn't suddenly strip myself of the damage wrought. He turned back then, eyes downcast, and from his pocket he took a piece of parchment, folded imprecisely. He tucked it into my hand and held on an extra second, squeezing my knuckles.
From your mother,
was all he said. And then he quickly made for the door. Theo, I called before he could close me in again. Please, who sent you? He grimaced.
No one,
he said.
I came because I wanted to.
He glanced down at his wrist, where his brand still hid beneath the dressings.
You have to take care of yourself now, Nina. Remember that.
And then he was gone. The locks snatched closed in his wake. I looked down at the parchment and saw that it was torn on one side. I unfolded it slowly. The ink bled outward from every letter like the legs of an insect. Not a scribble, but a hand-wrought message in trembling cursive. Hide, hide the witches, the stewards. They hid 3.
Chapter 5. Patrick. His father hovered over him when he woke. "Patrick," John mouthed. Sound followed retrospectively, the cogs of Patrick's mind whirring into place. "Patty," his father said to him, then shook his shoulders and smiled so widely his bottom lip cracked. He laughed as Patrick remembered him laughing. A desiccated bark, tempered by coal and tobacco. "It's good to see you, son." John Coulson pulled his son up by the fistfuls of his clothes, wrapped his arms around Patrick's back, and pounded his shoulders. "Dad," Patrick said, blinking wildly. He gripped his father's shoulders, closed his eyes, tried to believe that this was real and not just the sorry consolation of dreams. "You're alive." His father laughed again, always laughing. "Course I am," he said, though Patrick could smell the old blood matting his hair, staining his earlobes. He wrenched Patrick back to look at him, pushed the hair out of his eyes. "My boy," he said, eyes swimming. "How's your ma? Your brothers?" "Alive," Patrick said, "as far as I know." Though Gunnar had been wounded badly, Donnie was no good in a fight where the sound came from all sides. And his mother... "But Kenton, it's..." "I know, son. I know. I held it as best as I could. It ain't your fault." But the squeezing of his ribs told Patrick it wasn't all true. He'd let them in. The Swanks. Polly, Theo, Nina. "I'll get us out," Patrick said now, though for the first time in his life, he didn't have a plan. John Coulson, the man of endless inventions, spun from the loom of his mind and into his hands. The man who'd reimagined Kenton Hill from the ground up did not nod his head. He did not take Patrick's shoulders and laugh and say, "Of course, we'll think up something." Instead, he grew furtive. His eyes flickered to the door and away. His tongue skimmed his top teeth. And Patrick was suddenly 14 again. His father waking him up after midnight with glowing eyes and a finger to his lips. "We've business tonight," he'd say. "Don't wake your mother." "Patty," he started, and he sat back on the tiles. Brought one knee up. "There's something else in the works. An opportunity, perhaps, if you keep an open mind." They'd once had a conversation that started much the same. One in which John proposed capturing Domelius Becker and blowing the man's brains out. Unease trickled through Patrick. "I've thought of every which way to get out of this fucking place," John continued, eyes skirting the rafters above. "There ain't none. Filled to the brim with soldiers and swanks at every hour. And they charm the locks here. Did you know that? No keys, just a whole bunch of smiths nailing us in. I'd admire it if I weren't on the wrong side of the door." John shook his head. "Still, they've kept me alive, son. And there's some who may be willing to do a lot of things for us. A lot of things for the family. If we were to make a deal. A deal." His father had made 100 deals in his lifetime already. 1,000. Patrick used to wonder how he kept them all straight until he himself became the dealer. "Now Tanner," John said urgently, "he's a lost cause. The man wouldn't cut a bargain if it came with a free horse. And I've tried, Patty. 2 long years. I've said everything just right. Leveraged what I could to keep my neck out of a noose. He's stubborn as a mule." He licked his upper lip and leaned forward. "But Tanner ain't gonna be sitting where he is forever, son. He's old, nearing 70. The one that'll take the helm thereafter ain't so mulish." "Who's that?" Patrick asked, though he felt he already knew. "Terence Sharp," John said. "Second in line to preside over the house. And he's got more vision than Tanner, Patty. More ambition. He's taken an interest in me. This is all secret, mind you." John scooted across the tiles, took Patrick by the shoulder. Patrick saw his father's collarbone jutting out from beneath his shirt collar. His cheeks seemed more sunken beneath the scruff than he'd first noticed. The red in the corners of his eyes pulsated. There was an air of desperation to him Patrick hadn't seen before. "If Shop comes into power, we can work him over, Patty. He's a puffed-up bastard, but he ain't so rigid. He knows agreements need to be made. We could take Kenton Hill back, have the family looked after, bluff sent out to every parish, ink enough for every Coulson. A deal too good to be true." "What of the rest?" Patrick asked. "The ceremonies?" "We bargained slow at first," John said. "We ain't in a position to do more than that yet. We keep our priorities straight. The rest will surely come in time." Time, Patrick found, never rendered much more than trouble. With time, deals eroded, alliances drifted, the rabbit slipped the trap. "And you're willing to wait?" John scoffed. "There ain't a choice in it, son. We're no good to the Union otherwise. The swags have us by the balls." Patrick rubbed his temples. His eyes cinched shut. "You told me once. The animals scratch and claw and chew through their legs to free themselves. But businessmen bide their time, walk away unharmed if they got their wits about 'em. Aye. Which one walks away first? That's the question," Patrick muttered. "What did you leverage?" John seemed taken aback. "What?" "You said you leveraged what you could," Patrick reminded him. "What did you give up?" John shrugged. Crumbs, son. Whatever kept the rats out of Kenton? The Dorset docks, I presume. Patrick wasn't talking to his father anymore. Not really. His mind had raced ahead. The shipments. Like I said, crumbs. His father's teeth gritted. Patrick nodded. But he could see that Dorset woman in the tunnel, her apron bloody. And he'd promised her he'd return the very next day. He'd promised her bluff. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I assume Lord Sharp intends to speed along his succession? He asked. John nodded. There was a certain mania about him that Patrick was familiar with. The cusp of plans about to unfurl. He assures me it's all well in hand. Patrick pulled in a breath that lanced his throat. He felt every particle of his body shout a reproof, but ignored it. Tell Lord Sharp I'll speak to him. John squeezed the flesh of Patrick's shoulder, and it sent spikes of pain into his chest. We'll get back on our feet, Patty. One way or another. We've just got to be patient. Patrick lay back on the tiles, stomach rolling, thinking that if nothing else, at least his father was here. And hadn't that been what he'd wanted? To hand back the reins? Instead, he found his fists clenching. He wasn't alone. Surely there was something to that. Chapter 6. Lord Tanner. Beyond the clock tower, on the bridge between Silk Tailors and the dispensary, Geoffrey Tanner had once asked a woman to marry him. She'd been lovely, quite a bit older than him, and a craftswoman. The restaurant she'd worked in, plucking chickens and scrubbing pans, had just hours before sacked her. She met him on the bridge with raw eyes, her apron still fastened. Seeing her like that had made him want to cry. Instead, he had proposed. He had promised her a safe life, in a townhouse somewhere just outside the city, where a marriage between artisan and crafter was sneered at far less. He'd been just a lad, only 20 or so. She had been fair-skinned, dark-haired, beautiful, her cheeks perpetually scorched by kitchen steam. This is all he remembered of her. The engagement did not last, of course. Geoffrey's father was a lord of the house, and a lord's son did not marry just anyone. Certainly not a dishmaid he'd lost his virginity to beside a chicken coop. The dishmaid was now dead. He heard she'd been involved in a factory accident just south of the city, not months after he'd rescinded his offer of marriage. By then, he'd married a masonry woman instead, Olivette. Unfortunately, Olivette took much longer to die. Geoffrey Tanner had loved his wife in the perfunctory ways of men at the peak of society. He helped her out of carriages, kissed her cold fingers, offered a laugh when she tried out a joke. He fucked her with lessening enthusiasm as they aged. Thankfully, while a lord's son did not marry craftswomen, bedding them was no matter, so long as one was discreet. The house's servants were normally quite willing. It rarely took much persuasion. A promise of bluff. A little spare coin. Perhaps, he would tell them, I can put in a good word with the board of enrollment for the artisan school. In this way, he endured a dull but respectful marriage, until, that is, his wife became wise to it and threatened the shameful prospect of divorce. Such a scandal would have crippled his ambitions. Olivet seemed to abhor him after that. Even his ascension in the House of Lords could not impress her. She complained incessantly about the long hours he worked, the company of the other lords. The continent's idiom quotas shortened and shortened, and even this crisis did not free him of her carping. She called him obsessive and single-minded. She did not understand that the entire legacy of artisans rested on his shoulders alone. He grew to resent her, to pray for her early demise. She bore him no children, and so her death, when it finally came, had been as plain as their marriage, with only him to mourn her. Olivet had never quite compared to that crafter girl on the bridge, despite her impressive, artisanal feats. The thought continued to anger him, even years after both women lay rotting in separate cemeteries. Women, he'd learned, were the single-minded ones, incapable of grasping what he himself had long ago grasped. Idiom was everything. Without it, people were nothing but animals, scrambling up the rungs of a food chain. I seem to remember your son and the earth charmer being quite taken with one another, Tanner said, to the glass panes of a window. It offered a view of the clock tower. He could imagine the bridge below it. Young lovers, perhaps. Am I wrong? Behind him, Tanner heard shoes whisper over the floor. A music box played a soft opera to an audience of two. Lord Terence Shop sipped his tea. They were indeed. So then, have the boy fuck her back to sense. It shouldn't be so difficult. You want me to prostitute my son? Shop said on a laugh. Come now, Geoffrey. Then what do you propose? Tanner said, turning on his heel so abruptly it squeaked. His nostrils flared. For weeks, months, he had slowly morphed from man to bull. Now he rampaged, directionless. Lord Shop replaced his teacup on his saucer and stood. His full height was quite astonishing, his chin among the rafters. Though his limbs seemed reedy, he held them in a way that implied strength. He was bespectacled in round, gold-framed glasses, and his hair was a mix of black and silver. Terence Sharp was a man so angular, it was unsettling. Everywhere he went, he brought with him an emerald-capped cane, though his gait did not show a need for it. Tanner assumed it was a flaunt of some kind, a cutter turned ordained lord, despite the odds. Nina Clark won't be persuaded, Shop began, in a voice calmer than Tanner's. Not with gentler measures. Tanner paced to the ancient, unimpressive book that lay on the desk, its binding barely tethered, the cover badly preserved. It had been written, Tanner believed, in a time before artisans, when men here were hardly more than those in far-off continents. It was titled retrospectively, as though someone thought, hundreds of years after it were made, that it ought to have a title. Embossed on the cover were the words, The Steward's Testament. Tanner remembered the first time he'd seen it on his desk. He'd thought it irrelevant at first, a strange relic. Those tales of the stewards, witnesses of Idia's time on Earth, were a crafter's myth. The Book of Belvedere mentioned no such people. The true disciples were those who had followed Idia into war and watched her sacrifices firsthand. The stewards were the ramblings of heretics. Accounts of them had dwindled in history. There were nearly no believers now. Yet here was this book. Frustratingly, it was written in a language no one could read. Varian script, he was told. An infantile crafter code supposedly used by the stewards, but more likely used in wartime to communicate on the battlefield. Some impressions of Varian script had been found and studied in Bellevere's great history. But there had been little reason to pay attention to these so-called stewards until now. Inked into the margins of the first page with an unsteady hand was a faded annotation. The Seam of Idia. It had been Sharp who'd alerted him to it, to suggest that if by some miracle the myth of the stewards was real, then the seam was too. It could be the answer, the end to this crisis. But months had passed, and they had yet to find a single living scribbler who could read Varian script. The book now sat on his tea table. They balanced saucers upon it. How long had he stared at its porous pages, the ghost strokes of ink? How many times had he tried to find a lick of something recognizable in those strange glyphs? But if any bloody seam existed, it was hidden in the nonsensical scratching of some archaic crafter. And if Idia watched somewhere above, she laughed at Tanner now. There must be some scholar, some scribbler somewhere on this god-forsaken continent that could draw meaning from it. He would find them, and once he found the seam, he would need the means to unearth it. There was only one artisan with the means. It was you who insisted I employ gentler measures with Nina Clark, Tanner said through clenched teeth. You made a case for courting her to our side in her years as a student. Yes, but I fear that route is now foiled. Perhaps if you hadn't taken her mother as your hostage. Do not lecture me. She deserted her station, refused her duty, and spent 7 years no better than a beggar. You might have employed a willing agent, had you offered her rewards instead of threats. You've made her into a revolutionary. Tanner chewed his tongue, simmering. He was inclined to take the teapot and throw its contents in Lord Shop's face. Careful, he said. We are schoolboys no longer. No, my lord. Shop nodded, no less grave. I only think it prudent we speak plainly. Time is of the essence, as you know. Tanner bloody well knew. His last dose of idiom waited in a safe beneath his bed. After it was spent, he'd be as base as the man who'd written that damned fairy tale. It is imperative that the girl do as we bid her, and if my son cannot persuade her, then we should revert back to the course you originally set. Tanner raised his eyebrow. The mother. Sharp seemed to consider it for a long moment before sighing. I'm afraid so, he said. There was no small amount of reluctance in it. Artisans were not creatures of cruelty. They were merely pragmatists. Every representative of their house knew that the cost of success, while substantial, was carefully weighed. They were the gatekeepers of Idia's enduring life source after all. That duty did not come without its share of the unsavory. The hand must be heavier this time, Shop continued, his mouth a grim line. A demonstration, then, Tanner said. And though he tried to put on an expression of regret, there was no help for the thrill that cycled up his spine. Chapter 7. Patrick. Theodore came in first, his father after him. The two were both alike and not. Theo's father was taller, more severe, his face cast in shadows. Beside him, Theo looked hopelessly young, a boy. They shared the same grave expression, the same posture. But years in Kenton saw Theo with broader shoulders, calloused hands, bronzed skin. It made him strange in his navy robes. They found Patrick alone where he'd been left in the dusty room of shelves. John had been collected and led away long ago. The only thing left of him was a clot of drying blood by the door. The terranium on the table remained untouched. Theo brought food. Potatoes, judging by the smell. Green beans, bread, gravy. Patrick's stomach volleyed painfully. Terence Sharp introduced himself in his affected way. "What do you want?" grunted Patrick. But the Lord shook his head. "A meal first, Mr. Coulson," he said. "Then we shall speak like humans." Patrick needed no further persuasion. He went to the counter, as though a separate force compelled him, wolfed down the food with his fingers as utensils. He drained a jug of water, thought seriously about throwing up. To his credit, the Lord's nose did not wrinkle in response. He simply waited patiently, his hands clasped behind his back. A soldier by the door looked in with his baton extended. Theo watched Patrick solemnly, his expression bleak, as though he'd come to impart terrible news. Patrick froze at the thought. Is she? "She's fine," Theo said quietly. Then he looked away. So did Patrick, neither man able to separate feeling from business. Terence Sharp cleared his throat as Patrick wiped his mouth on the back of his sleeve. "Mr. Coulson, I'd much rather have this discussion in private, but the guard behind me will fret on the other side of this door, unable to see if you decide to pummel me with that terranium. You should know that he is a fire charmer, and a little quick on the trigger. It'd be best if you didn't give me cause to shout for his assistance." Patrick gave the guard a cursory glance. "A fire charmer, you say?" Lord Sharp nodded once. "Bullshit." Sharp's eyebrows lifted slightly. "I assure you, ain't ever seen a fire charmer with burn marks on her hands," Patrick said. He looked back at the guard, who only scowled. The hand around the baton clenched, knuckled white where the scars stretched over bone. "Either you're the poorest charmer in the trench, or you're an iron worker, and the Lord here is lying to me." Terence Sharp did not react. So then, he was a careful man. To have an ironworker pose for you must mean your own medium is something piss poor. You a scribbler, maybe? A cutter? The Lord's jaw flexed just slightly. A cutter, Patrick whistled. Well, hope you don't bury me in fucking jewels. I didn't come to threaten you, Mr. Coulson. But if it must be said, my son is a charmer. You didn't promise to drown me, though, did you? Patrick continued. He looked at Theo. And I know him capable of it. He drowned a whole lot of men recently. Did he tell you? Fire charmers and all. The Lord was quiet again. Contemplative. Nevertheless, if you choose to be foolish, Mr. Coulson, it will end quite badly for you. I just came to speak, that is all. Pat, Theo said, voice like gravel. Just listen, please. Patrick looked at him. In Theodore, he saw two separate men. He couldn't trust even half of them. Ain't got a damn thing else to do, Teddy. I'm all ears. Lord Sharp nodded to the guard, who backed out of the room willingly enough, closing the door behind him. Patrick took stock of the Lord and found him difficult to read, but not impossible. Mr. Coulson, the matter on which we speak is delicate. Patrick laughed again. The matter of treason? Yeah, I'd say it's pretty fucking delicate. The Lord's face darkened. He seemed to evaluate Patrick where he stood, his eyes skirting over every part of him. Eventually, he said, I asked my son to relate to me his time in your employ. He told me you shot men who defied you, or else beat them. He described you as a man who used brutality to get what he wants. It was all rather unimpressive to me. Lord Sharp took a step towards the sack of terranium and eyed it curiously. I've known 100 men who have governed the way you govern, Mr. Coulson. With fear and might, I find it base, uninspired. Wolf scrapping for kill. And what are you? Patrick asked. The fox in the trees? Lord Sharp smiled. I am taking the den while the animals fight. Theo shifted uncomfortably. His father grasped his shoulder as he passed. A warning. Lord Tanner is a wolf, Sharp continued. He's grown preoccupied by the blood. It has distracted him from more important business. Finding ink, Patrick murmured, a headache brewing. Indeed. Even with the Earth Charmer finally in his grasp, he thought it prudent to send her out into the brink, rather than use her where she is most needed, unearthing new terranium. Swank thinks of people as nothing but tools, Patrick said. She was a tool for you too, Theo parried. As he was for her. So you'll use Nina to dig, and me to siphon the ink, and in return, you'll offer us what? Nice accommodations? Lord Sharp turned grave. A truce, he said, and it seemed a difficult word to utter. It was reluctant to escape his lips, the terms of which can be negotiated by your father and you. Theo looked at his feet. Patrick marked it. I would agree to a new order of Belvedere Trench, Sharp continued. where a quota of children from each parish would siphon idiom and be trained into the fellowship of their mediums. More artisan schools could be built outside of Bellevere City, a larger workforce of smiths and masons and charmers in the next generation available to aid the Brink towns. Bluff would be controlled, no premiums. It would mean less hawkers, less bad bluff on the streets. Utopia, Patrick said darkly. As close to it as we can manage. You must have started shitting Terrania more, or he has. Patrick nodded to Theo. Lord Shop was undeterred. This continent is rich in terranium yet. Patrick shook his head. The continent was barren, it seemed. The mines empty. And you plan on working Nina to the bone to find it, is that right? Will you have her move every mountain in the trench till she keels over? You think like a wolf, Mr. Coulson. Shop seemed suddenly impatient, as though waiting for a realization to dawn on Patrick. Not everything needs to be gained by force. Patrick's head tilted. It seemed the Lord was on the cusp of something. Some gloat he would not say aloud and undignify himself. A man like this did not prance about with ideas of treason if there was not a clear path to success. If the terranium he spoke of were not already guaranteed. You found a seam, Patrick guessed. He thought the Lord's eyes flashed. He appeared to Patrick suddenly ravenous. Not yet, he said, but I have found the surety that one exists. Patrick pinched the bridge of his nose. Where? Those answers will come in time, Mr. Colt. Then you don't know. Patrick pushed away from the counter, paced into the center of the room, and gave the Lord his back. You're making hollow promises. I assure you, a seam exists. One seam, when what you need is a dozen. Not if that one seam is greater than any the continent has unearthed before. Lord Shop made his voice low, and Patrick turned on his heel. In Lord Shop's face he saw no deception, only fire. Idiot's seam, Patrick uttered. It felt strange to say it. A fable, a forgotten myth. Bullshit. Shop presented his hands, a magician indicating no trickery was at play. What else would I risk my life for, I ask you? Nothing less, Mr. Coulson. Nothing less than magic for the next 5 generations. Nothing less than idiom, which meant everything. It's a kid's tale. The Lord tusked. Yes, no matter how hard history tries to bury the truth, it tends to find its way into stories. And if the story is accurate, Idiot's seam is damn near the Earth's fucking mantle. Theodore shifted nervously again. Then it is lucky we have Nina, if indeed she can be persuaded to help us. Patrick swallowed. Inside him was a hound, lifting its muzzle to a scent. He could not pretend that his fingers did not itch, that his spine did not quiver. I need proof, he said. If you believe idiots seem to be real, then you must have found something. A detailed account of its existence, in fact, Lord Shop nodded. It will be shown to you in time. I'll agree to nothing until then. Lord Shop stepped forward, spoke so lowly Patrick had to watch his lips to decode him. There's an order to everything, he said, then patted Patrick once on the shoulder. First the wolves fight. Then I'll give you what you need." "And in the meantime?" Patrick asked, an insistent warning knocking at his skull. "In the meantime, I'll need a favor from you," he said. "If indeed I am to remove our head of house, I'll need the means to do so, and it must be subtle." So then, he was to be Lord Sharp's wolf. He'd happily rip Tanner limb from limb. "I'll do it," Patrick said, fists curling. "No," Lord Sharp said sharply. "No need, though you can grant someone else the ability." Goose flesh trailed Patrick's neck. "Who?" "Someone who won't let the opportunity pass them by." "My father," Patrick grimaced. "I'd have it be me instead." Lord Sharp's eyebrow rose. "Why?" "Because it would scratch an itch," Patrick said. "And because I'm guessing you moniker my father an assassin and have him hung for it." Sharp was silent. He let loose a sigh. "I need allies, Mr. Coulson, particularly in the Brink towns. I've no intention of severing my alliance with your father. He has been most instrumental. Then I'll do it myself. And he needn't be implicated at all. No, he needn't. And he won't. Nor will anyone. From the outside, it will appear Tanner suffered a failed heart, or some other episode." Lord Sharp grasped his son lightly on the shoulder. "My son is quite the accomplished charmer. He can bend water at the molecular level, even water in the blood, in a person's very pores. He can draw it back into a person's lungs, if he so chooses." Theo met Patrick's eyes and thought he saw a hint of panic there. "My son has much to make up for," Lord Sharp said, and though he squeezed Theo's shoulder gently, the boy still flinched. "Produce the idiom. Just a single dose. Theodore will do the rest." Patrick spent long minutes considering. He'd made enough deals with bad men to know Lord Sharp was the worst kind. He thought it likely the Lord would renege his offer of truce, or underhand the negotiations. But Patrick was the last alchemist, and there was power in that, at least. There was little choice. Patrick wished he could speak to Theo alone. He wanted badly to ensure that he could see this plan through. Not all men could kill in cold blood. When would it happen? Sharp shook his head. In good time. "I want to see it myself," Patrick said. Hunger in him reared up, teeth gnashing. Lord Sharp, discerning as he was, saw that too. "You shall." With that, Patrick siphoned a single dose of idiom into one of the many vials. It dribbled like oil into the glass base, and he thought only of sweet crimson blood and stained navy. 2 sightless grey eyes staring straight to the depths of hell. He pressed it into Theo's palm and watched him stow it safely in his robe. "Remember what he did to her," Patrick said to Theodore, "and what he did to you." He nodded. Lord Sharp departed, but Theo lingered. His mouth opened and shut like he was drowning. He followed his father out the door without saying another word, chasing his robes. Patrick did not sleep that night. He closed his eyes, and for the first time since he was a boy, he prayed. He prayed that his father, always surer than he was right, wasn't one of Shop's wolves. He prayed that he wasn't walking from one cage into another. He prayed that Nina, whose face circled his mind every minute, would cease this relentless haunting.
Chapter 8. Nina. Tanner entered my room after dark, stepped right over the brink towns on the rug, and stopped somewhere near Gilmore. The geyser river ran between his shoes. His nose wrinkled at the ceiling.
My word, are those starlings?
The birds in the rafters above tittered nervously. They had become accustomed to me, but they fretted now in Tanner's presence.
I suppose you endured worse confines in Kenton Hill.
I said nothing, though I wanted to spit at him.
I've come to tell you that at this moment, Patrick Coulson is agreeing to ally with the house. He will be our alchemist.
I damn near laughed. These were desperate words. I said, when hellfire swallows the continent, perhaps.
The only barrier that remains,
Tanner continued doggedly, ignoring my jab,
is you.
He moved forward suddenly, and I found myself shifting back on the mattress, seeking distance. A girl once more, cowering in a drawing room.
Your impudence puts me in a very difficult position,
Tanner continued. Mania swarmed his eyes, turned them brilliant.
Do you understand that, girl? Do you comprehend what is at stake?
He shook with unfettered rage. It bloodied his cheeks, brought his forehead to a high shine. I watched his hands carefully, my insides winding tighter and tighter.
I could have thrown you back into the swill before you ever stepped foot in our halls, and instead I let you remain. I offered you a place among us.
And now it seemed he spoke to himself, pacing frenetically over Trent, over Scurry.
I allowed you a chance, opportunities of which your peers could never hope to see, and you discarded it.
He seethed, sucking air between his teeth. He stopped his pacing to look at me, and I wondered if he imagined pulverizing me to mince.
You've forced my hand, Clark. I've come to give you your very last opportunity. You belong to the house now. You will do as you are bid for your nation. If you refuse, Rose Harrow will die for your futile rebellion.
I wanted badly to be the kind of woman who bared her teeth in the face of threats. Instead, I was shrinking, attempting to become nothing. That was what I really wanted, to be saved by obscurity. I wanted to mean nothing, to have nothing the men of this world could try to possess. Tanner had caught the scent of my fear, and he bore down.
And I'll have you watch that execution, Nina, if that is what you choose.
I closed my eyes. I pictured my mother as I'd last seen her. Skeletal, tormented. My voice shook. If she dies, I said, I'll give you nothing. You have something the house needs. It gives you power. I wouldn't yield, couldn't. Tanner's eyes bulged. He raised his hand as though he might strike me. I flinched and felt ashamed for it. But his hand never landed. He lowered it slowly, inch by inch, with whatever willpower he retained.
We'll put your words to the test then,
he snarled. He stalked to the door and opened it. On the other side, in the grasp of a guard, was my mother. A waif, so insubstantial her clothes overwhelmed her. As with before, her eyes swiveled from place to place, and she seemed unable to set them on any particular thing. In her hands, clutched against her chest like a baby, was a small embroidery hoop.
See this as your last meeting,
Tanner said to me.
Unless, of course, you choose to save her life.
He reached out and clasped my mother's upper arm, pulling her into the room. Then he strode out and slammed the door behind him. I breathed once, twice. Ma? She'd once been so big to me that she'd filled every corner of every room, filled my sleep, her body wrapped around mine, my hand in hers, her apron cleaning my face, her fingers twining through the knots in my hair, pulling me down the lanes, all the way through the first years of my life. Then there was a blanket of empty years, where she hadn't been there at all. She wasn't here either, not really. She'd retreated inside herself. My throat strained painfully. I'd hated her longer than I'd loved her, before I'd known what she'd done, what she'd felt forced to do for my betterment. How long had she worked for the artisans, I wondered, cleaning their plates and sweeping their floors, before the secret came to haunt us both? All that sacrifice, all that suffering, it had brought us only more of the same. "Ma?" I said more insistently, my voice waterlogged. Finally, her eyes turned to me. Slipping from her shaking lips, in quiet repose, came the stumbling chorus of a song I barely remembered. "Sweet Karenina," she whispered. "Sing sweetly for me." The rest faded off into a rasp of breath, continuing without voice. "Yes," I said, "it's me." I wanted to wrap my arms around her, add another layer to her, but I was sure she'd shrink away. Just looking at me seemed to take tremendous effort. Slowly, she held out the hoop of fabric toward me and pointed to a flower she'd stitched, the petals a deep burgundy. It grew everywhere in scurry, choking the ground, a weed so resilient, even the soot couldn't kill it. "Widow's lace?" I said softly. Again, she flinched. In scurry, she'd sewn clothes for an extra few farthings, I remembered. We'd washed scraps of discarded fabrics and rags, and she'd patch them together, turn them artful and new. She'd embroider embellishments on them and sell them to the neighbours. When she continued to point at the cloth, I thought perhaps she meant it for me. I approached carefully and took it from her, ran my fingers over the thread. "Thank you." She only backed away and hummed softly, as though soothing herself. It was so pitiful. I wanted to kill the ones who had brought her here. Instead, I rubbed away the tears clouding my eyes and said something gentle. Her life had been anything but gentle. "In the spring, we'll go down to the river and get the very first flowers," I said, the way she used to promise me in scurry. She'd make that promise all the way through the winter. "We can weave the stems into little boats." More muttering, louder now. "And we'll pretend we're aboard." I swallowed, sinking beneath the sorrow of it all. "We'll pretend we're sailing away." "To a big place," Rose said. Only this time her eyes finally saw my face, taking on awareness. "That's right," I breathed, forcing a smile. "And any door we knock on will open." She smiled thinly. "And we'll go dancing." I nodded. There was an all-encompassing silence, and I thought perhaps she'd returned to the surface. Her eyes fell to the embroidery in my hand, then back to my face. Hesitantly, she stepped close enough that I could touch her, close enough that she could reach for me. Her fingers lifted, as though she meant to touch my hair, tug on the blonde coils of it again. They stopped short. She began, floundering. "I'd do it all differently." She shut her eyes tight, perhaps so she wouldn't break once more. I took her hand in my own and found it cold. She squeezed my fingers. The sob broke free. The door burst open then, and a guard strode 2 paces over to my mother and took her forearms in his hands. She didn't fight, didn't struggle. She let me go and went away. The door was closed behind her. Daylight slunk back from the corners of the room, and all was quiet except for my laboured breaths. My fingers still cold, I took out my mother's note and read it 20 times, 30 times, eyes pinched in the dim. It was just an old children's song, one of 100 she'd sung to me. I buried my face in my hands and screamed until my throat tore. She wouldn't die. They wouldn't kill her. Tanner was desperate, but not foolish. I still had something the house needed. These thoughts cycled, turning to a sort of madness. Twice, I almost called for the guard. Twice, I came close to surrender. But I'd surrendered once already, hadn't I? Now Kenton was torched and crumbling. So, I sat and let my insides feast on themselves. Let my throat tear itself to strips. At some clockless hour, the door unlocked yet again. A tray was pushed in, bearing a dish of fish and vegetables, a cup of water, no cutlery. The door slammed shut. I was too sickened to eat. The tray could stay there until morning, when someone would come to reclaim it. But then something beneath the plate's edge caught my eye. Something small, wrapped in parchment and tucked out of sight. I ignored the food and pulled the parcel free, the parchment immediately uncoiling in my palm. A stoppered vial, the contents almost black. My battered heart reanimated. On the parchment was a tidy hand, one I recognized, though I hadn't seen it since I was an apprentice. From Patrick, it said, though the writing could only be Theo's. And I stared at the ink, puzzling for hours, picturing this vial passing from Patrick's hand to Theo's, to mine. And I felt relief. There's a plan, I thought. Patrick has a plan. I stared at the embroidered widow's lace, then gulped down the idiom all at once.
Chapter 9. Lord Tanner. Lord Tanner did not return to his residence that evening. He was too filled with a need to act, to do something. He was the bloody head of house, for God's sake. He could not sit on his hands and allow a fucking chit from Scurry to bend him over. When he returned to his office, he knocked a glass sculpture of St. Merlo off his desk, drank a generous pour of port, and ripped his robes from his arms, feeling as though they had suddenly become snakes, constricting him. He was soon drunk, muttering at the walls. Who was he but an artisan who had only ever sought to protect this continent, its heritage? He stood over the old book, Idia's seam, hidden somewhere in its fibres, and considered briefly, throwing it into the hearth. Lord Sharp appeared before him some time after that. The clock chimed low, a midnight dirge. "I'm afraid there's no avoiding it," Sharp said to him, and he couldn't make heads nor tails of the words. How long had the man been talking? Sharp shook his head when Tanner offered him the bottle of port. "You were never one for fun," Tanner said bitterly, then upended the bottle into his own glass. A fair amount splattered onto the floor. "My lord." The bottle was removed from his hands. Sharp laid heavy palms on his shoulders, shook them slightly. His eyes swam into existence. "Time is of the essence. Can the Earth Charmer be convinced?" "No," Tanner said. The mention of her brought venom to his mouth. "Scum bitch," he muttered. "Then what are your orders?" Tanner was the head of house, a mason of high order, an artisan. Nina Clark was a fraud, a rebel, a traitor to this continent. "Have the gallows prepared," he said. "We'll see how her loyalty fares then. Bring the alchemist, too, and the union chairman. Bring everyone. Let them be reminded of who he was. At dawn, we'll have a willing Earth Charmer." At dawn, Tanner was sober. Washed. He had replaced his robes and covered the port stain on his shirt with a gold pin. His hand brushed over the artisan brand on his wrist once, then straightened the cuff. The courtyard beyond the window awaited him. He had listened to the crafters preparing the platform through the night. The woodmasons were not woken for the task. None had idiom enough to snap a stick. Now the courtyard was filling in the grey of morning. He could hear the voices rising, feel their presence. They awaited him, their leader. He was suddenly bone-weary. He wondered what his life might have been like in the outskirts of the city. A dishmaid in his bed. Infantrymen flanked him down the stairs into the atrium. The doors opened onto those imperial steps as they did on siphoning day. Only now, the sky was bleak. The courtyard attended only by solemn-faced guards, rebels, ministers, and one prisoner, standing at the end of a rope. Rose Harrow had become a sickening thing to look at. It was difficult to imagine her as she'd once been, a servant of the house, neatly kept, willing to come to his bed on occasion, with the suggestion of idiom for her family if she was discreet. Of course, then Olivette had put a stop to it all, and really, he'd never truly promised Rose Harrow or the others a damn thing, had he? When he'd traced the 12-year-old Nina Clark back to the source, he'd assumed this woman had taken matters into her own hands, that she'd stolen idiom on behalf of her daughter. He'd thrown her back into the brink for it. How odd, to learn much later that it hadn't been Rose Harrow's doing at all. She stood in the dawn, atop the platform, in 2 large cloves, in skin that sagged from her skeleton. When Tanner had first brought her out of exile, she'd been more robust, if mad. Months later, she was unpleasantly frail. Blonde hair matted, streaked in grey, soft features turned painfully sharp. Tanner had instructed the infantrymen to make her time in the cellars uncomfortable. He now wondered what exactly that had entailed. The miners' union chairman stood to the side of the gallows. His hands and feet were bound, and he appeared distinctly unclean. Even so, he stood with unaccountable dignity. It was infuriating. Whatever had so succeeded in thwarting the spirit of Rose Harrow had done little to John Coulson. At his side was a man who presented a great conundrum to Tanner, a craftsman who was now the most powerful man in the courtyard in a way. He too seemed oddly prideful, still strong in body and will. His jaw was set, his shoulders straight. He looked Tanner dead in the eye. That was the problem with crafters. It was difficult to teach barbarians to be afraid. The lords stood in their tones of deepest blue before the gallows. Lord Sharp and his son headed the pack. Terence had his hand pressed into young Theodore's shoulder, as though to keep him there. Tanner descended the steps and stamped over the dust. The ministers bowed their heads respectfully. The prisoners glared, and clouds rumbled overhead, threatening a downpour. The first flecks fell, darkening the dirt. Uniformed soldiers stood at every interval. 3 of them had mounted the platform where Nina's mother stood. The woman had closed her eyes and begun to pray. Tanner smiled. Even he could not find it within himself to put the pitiful woman to death. But Nina Clark needn't know. The gallows would be convincing enough. She would fold, and quickly. The guards brought the girl out last as instructed. Let Nina Clark see the mess she had made, the lengths she had brought them to. Her hands and feet were not bound, yet she stumbled, almost toppled in a great heap down the steps to the foot of the gallows. Her eyes settled over the ropes, the trapdoor, and her mother atop it, shaking like a leaf in the wind. "Ma," she whispered, mouth agape. Then she looked over her shoulder at an angle that must have been painful. The soldiers trying not to let her look away. But there was no avoidance. There was only murderous rage. It was Tanner she searched for. "Let her go," she bellowed, loud enough that those beyond the walls would hear, loud enough to send the pigeons in the gutters swarming into the sky. Her eyes were stark, uninhibited in the frame of her wild blonde hair. She fought the soldiers who held her arms, throwing herself towards the platform. And Tanner, for the first time in many months, felt serene, powerful. Chapter 10. Patrick. It was a spectacle. The woman Patrick took to be Nina's mother trembled violently. Fat drops of rain darkened her clothes. The noose swung before her. First light, and they'd gathered them all there just to witness Tanner's desperate attempt to force Nina's hand. Artisans were showy pricks. Several feet away, Theodore stood beside his father with glassy eyes. Briefly, his gaze touched Patrick's. Patrick wondered if this was the moment Theo would take Lord Tanner's life. He imagined the idiom now flowing in Theo's veins and thought of what his father had said. He can bend water at the molecular level, even water in the blood, in a person's very pores. He can draw it back into a person's lung, if he so chooses. Patrick hoped to see it, right here before Tanner's lords and constituents. He hoped he got to see the life sputter from him. They brought Nina out of those doors last. How different the circumstances were from when they'd last stood in this courtyard together. He wanted to shield her from the sight of the rope and her mother, to take her face in his hands, and let her see only him, hear only his reassurance. This was all for show, all of it. She and Patrick held all the cards, not Tanner. Don't fall for it. The trick in squeezing for compliance, Patrick knew, was illusion. You can wrap the rope around the neck. You can take the lever in hand, but you never open the trapdoor. If you do, the squeeze is over, your leverage gone. Tanner wasn't fool enough to hang his leverage. Nina only needed to hold out a little longer, just a little longer. The blood left Nina's cheeks as she came through the doors, her golden hair tangled, lips parted, eyes blind with panic, exactly as Patrick had feared, exactly as Tanner hoped. Patrick almost called out to her. He stepped in her direction, only to be cut off by a soldier. "Stay put, lad," John said from his side. "Ain't a thing you can do." So Patrick stood stock still, his teeth clenched, and he watched Nina fracture as the illusion took hold, the noose and platform, and the woman atop it. "Let her go," Nina bellowed and stumbled forward. The rain fell in earnest now, turned the navy robes in the courtyard black. It slickened Nina's face as she ran for the gallows, and Tanner smiled, a cat with a mouse. Soldiers caught her arms to haul her back, and Patrick lurched forward reflexively. Theodore, too. Both were halted by the hands of their fathers and told to be still. "It's only a play, Nina," Patrick thought fiercely. "Come on, keep your wits about you." "Miss Clark, I bid you be quiet while I execute this woman, since she can no longer be of any use to this house, as you have made so clear." Tanner turned them in her mother's direction, giving Nina his back. "Rose Harrow, charges of conspiring with national enemies have been brought against you." "Stop!" Nina bellowed. There was a howl as she drove her elbow into the groin of a soldier. "Ma!" "I sentence you to hang until you are dead." The noose was positioned around her delicate neck, and the woman's lips shook. The rain seemed to soften in sympathy. She looked at Nina and smiled wistfully in the way mothers smile at their children. "Stop!" Nina howled, still fighting, clawing. The guards struggled to keep hold of her slick skin. Tanner's face grew lighter, his voice louder. He read Idia's last rite. "And in her last breaths on earth, she decreed that all who bled as she bled, and suffered as she suffered, and toiled this land righteously, and with the grace of God, should come before her Father at the end of their charity. And he would grant them eternal peace." The noose tightened. Rose gasped as the rope pinched her neck. "Do you ask Idia, the daughter, and our Holy Father, to grant you mercy?" Rose's neck craned. The artery blue and horribly naked. She could no longer see her daughter. To the sky, Rose spoke in a voice that seemed to have succumbed already. "I don't pray for mercy. He only wants my suffering." "Ma!" The infantrymen moved to the lever. The lords in their finery twitched in discomfort. Tanner lifted his hand for the drop, and Nina surrendered. "I'll give you what you want," she yelled fervently. "I'll do as you wish. Just let her go. She's done nothing." The game was over. Patrick was shaking, not for warmth or for Rose, who was never truly to hang for those weightless charges, but for Nina. He ignored the soldiers, his father, and he went to her, his feet eating up the ground, and hands trying to grip his forearms and pull him back. He barreled through the first two, then a third. The fourth hooked his biceps around Patrick's neck and stopped any further progress. "Nina," Patrick said, "stand up." For she was on her knees now, like a beggar. He wanted to tell her that it didn't matter. A coup was at play. It was only a matter of moments. He wanted to shout at Theodore to kill Tanner now, to fill his lungs with water and have him silently drown. "Nina, get up!" But Theodore only watched Patrick with wide, fearful eyes, and Nina did not lift her head to read Patrick's face. And before them, with a smile as crooked as the devil, Tanner lowered his hand, his conquest won. "Very well," he said to Nina. He sighed as though she were a child in the last throes of hysterics. He turned to the man at the lever. "Let her down," he said. good-natured now, waving his hand flippantly. But the lever was pulled, the trap door opened, and Rose Harrow fell, the snap of her neck rallying over the courtyard.
Chapter 11. Nina. I saw a glimmer of relief touch my mother's face.
"Let her down,"
Tanner said, and there it came, lifting her eyelids from their closed reprieve, slackening her jaw. Together we let loose a gust of breath. My chest expanded. Yes, I thought, let her down. She fell. The moment the trapdoor swung away, the relief in Rose's eyes fled. There was only confusion as she sank through, then a pop, her spine disengaging at the neck, the wooden beams creaking as she swung, and my throat seemed to collapse on itself. And then Patrick was there, somehow freed of the soldiers who'd restrained him. He dove under the platform, his hands still bound, and looped his arms under my mother's shoes and lifted her torso. The soldiers were slow to follow. Patrick had her neck freed of the rope before they reached him. She toppled into the dirt below. Patrick, feeling along her blue-veined neck for a pulse, yelling something to her. Even from a distance, I knew it was too late. Her body was limp, as though the noose had stripped free her soul. Her final confusion, though, remained. It lingered in death, her eyes forever half fearful, half deceived. Tanner looked stunned, as though his own words hadn't ordered her death, as though he had not, seconds before, read to her the words of his God. My mother was dead. My eyes swam until Tanner's face dissolved. I pushed the heels of my hands into my eye sockets and shouted, hollowing my chest until it protested. Was it a crime worthy of death to have been my mother? And there was Tanner, who had called me a weapon, a knife, a piece of scum. I saw his face on the walls of scurry pubs peppered with darts and gobs of spit. I saw his name in textbooks and on scribbles meant to frighten me. I saw him standing over me in a long line of men who had stood over me, bending my will until I broke. Patrick gave up on the corpse and came not to me, but to Theo, his teeth bared.
"Do it!"
he shouted to Theo.
"Do it!"
I barely heard him. I stood. My hands lifted of their own accord. I watched Hannah's face turn ashen, then afraid. And I'd never hated anyone as much as I hated him. If I'd had fire at hand, I'd have scorched him alive. With wood, he'd be staked. But I was a charmer of earth, and so I'd bury him, let the worms and beetles consume him down to the bone. Patrick saw my intent first. His bright eyes turned fraught. His lips formed the shape of my name. He began to rush toward me. It was Lord Shop who stood in his way, and at the exact same moment, the ground shuddered as though in warning. But there was no earthquake, only specks of earth lifting from underfoot, from every corner of the courtyard. Tiny particles I could feel with my mind, a rising dust storm. The rain ebbed, as though it too watched on in awe. A billion flecks of dirt, freestanding in midair, awaited my command. The lords looked all around, mouths open. Tanner stumbled back.
"Wait!"
"Enough," I said, blood in my mouth. And then I sent the earth hurtling toward him like a plague of locusts. It blinded him first, invading the crevices between his closed lids, wheedling into the ducts and sockets. The rest funneled through his nose, past his lips, and he was gagging, choking, scratching at his eyes and throat. Lords and soldiers who rushed to his side quickly found themselves similarly inflicted and stumbled away. They left their head of house on the ground, ears weeping, mouth spewing earth and root and weed. My mind could feel the way it distended his stomach, his lungs, filling him up, but I wanted it in his blood, in his heart. My hands shook, and my fingers curled inward. The ground gave way beneath Tanner. It bowed as though it were a breathing creature, its hands rising to draw Tanner in. Slowly, I bid it devour him, and he sank and sank, heeding its grasp. And the lords could do nothing but watch. They were weak and fearful and ordinary. They knew nothing of the earth and how it longed to devour them too. I could make it so if I wished. I turned to all the navy blue swimming before my eyes. Rage made my hands into claws.
"Nina!"
Theo said. He took my hands, then my face. But he was navy too. "Don't touch me!" I shouted, shoving him hard. And the ground shook again. A fracture split through the floor of the courtyard. There were suddenly many hands on me, guards gripping my arms, my neck, only now appearing far later than they should have. The ground shuddered violently. And then there was a flash of steel, and for the second time my arm was slashed and brilliant blood cascaded. My breath caught at the pain, and the earth stilled. Somewhere beyond, I heard Patrick shout. I saw him buck and kick and free himself from his own wave of guards, throw his fists into their jaws. I felt the power trickle from me, slowly at first, and then all at once. My vision swam. A puce-faced lord rose from the ground.
"Shackle her!"
he roared, pointing a demented finger at me.
"Summon the jailer!"
There was an uproar of accession as the other lords recovered, realizing the danger had passed. They rose from the ground with gritty eyes and slack mouths. They looked at the fresh mound of earth where Tanner had been moments ago. Then they looked at me with outright horror, with revulsion.
"She should hang! No! She shall rot in a cell! No!"
called Lord Shop, stepping into their midst, his eyes hungry.
"No sentence will yet pass down to the earth, charmer."
The lords prayed. Some wept. The puce-faced lord stepped forward, his chest heaving.
"And who are you to decide?"
he spat, eyes pulsating.
"Who are you to determine the fate of an assassin?" "I am Lord Tanner's successor,"
Lord Shop said, and it rang out too loud, too final, the other lords becoming quiet. Realization doused fury. The brazen barks tumbled to a halt.
"I am the head of House Bellavere,"
Shop said, louder still.
"And the Earth Charmer will not be touched by a single artisan or crafter without my say-so."
Chapter 12. Patrick. The guards brought Patrick along to what was once Tanner's quarters. A mistake. The second he entered and laid eyes on Lord Shop, he sought to wrap his bound hands around the new Right Honourable Lord's thin neck and squeeze the life from it. As it was, the soldiers were prepared, and Patrick scuffled fruitlessly. "He's rabid, my lord," one guard panted, wrapping his arms around Patrick's throat. "We ought to put him behind a locked door." "No," Lord Shop said, standing behind the ornately carved oak desk, as though it had been his all along. He fingered the whorls on the wood grain with one finger, but his eyes were on the clock. "He'll tire himself soon." "You fucking son of a bitch," Patrick roared, rearing back. His head connected with the guards. More howling. "I'll kill you." "But then you'd have no authority with which to negotiate, would you, Mr. Coulson?" Lord Shop said. "Calm yourself." But Patrick was seething. "Where is she?" "Having her arm tended to by our staff. Receiving blood. Resting." A voice rose from the corner. From a figure Patrick hadn't noticed until that moment. "This conversation can wait until tomorrow," Theodore said. Nina should be here for it. He leaned against the wall as though he wished to melt into it. His arms were crossed, his expression hollow. "You little shit," Patrick hissed at him. "What the fuck did you do?" He tried once more to shake free his guards. He'd kill both Theo and his father. He'd never salivated for a revolver more. He imagined it in his grip, his palm collapsing around the cool metal trigger on the pad of his finger. Theodore only looked at him, though the husk of himself. "For efficiency, we'll wait for the rest of our party to arrive before discussions begin, Mr. Coulson. This conversation is long overdue." He straightened his lapels, smoothed his oily hair, took a teacup from the desk, and sipped at its rim. "Kilmartin? More tea, I think. Perhaps some sandwiches?" The guard to Patrick's left hesitated. "Sir?" He glanced questioningly at Patrick. "Oh, do not mind Mr. Coulson. He is not a stupid man." Lord Shop sat on the high-backed chair behind the desk and lifted a small pistol from the inside of his robes. He turned the barrel to Patrick. "I'm sure he'll comport himself like a man of business." Kilmartin nodded, releasing his grip on Patrick warily. "Ridgeback, stand outside the door if you please." The arm wrapped around Patrick's neck fell away. Footsteps retreated, and Patrick took a step in Lord Shop's direction. The pistol hammer clicked. Ah, now," Lord Shop tisked. "Be wise, boy. I was promised you were the astute sort." Patrick eyed the small pistol, as though it were more an irritant than a threat. He nodded at it. "I shot rats in alleys with a gun bigger than that when I was a boy. You ever shot anything before, Swank?" The Lord didn't answer. He only leaned back in his chair and sighed. At that moment, the door opened once more. In filed John, his eyes finding the Lord's pistol immediately. He was followed by a maid, a silver platter of sandwiches balanced in her hands. John looked warily to Patrick. "Go easy, son," he said redundantly. "Haste never wrought no reward." Patrick heard the warning. The man had perfected a language of sorts with his sons. His words turned to a kind of poetry when there was something delicate to convey among close ears. But Patrick paid it little mind. He saw red. "What was promised to the craftsman who pulled the lever?" He spat at Lord Shop. For it was clear that Rose Harrow was never meant to live. To his credit, the Lord did not smirk. Patrick doubted there was a mite of humour in him. He was cold all the way through. Well, so was Patrick. "Idiom," the Lord said blankly, "which I'll require you to siphon, of course." Patrick gritted his teeth. "Why, Nina?" he asked, pulling at his own hair. "I was willing." "A couple of reasons," Lord Shop said. "The first is that Miss Clark, Miss Harrow, then, was exceedingly prejudiced against the house. I'd hoped that taking Tanner's life might sate her bitterness and leave her more sympathetic towards new management." The Lord placed the gun down before him, steepling his hands atop the desk. And to hell if the bastard didn't look like he belonged there, in a politician's seat. Patrick growled. "You had her kin killed." Nina has had almost no contact with her mother in the past 2 decades, Shop said, prosaically. In fact, I was concerned her mother's death might not be motivation enough. I'm glad to be wrong. You used her, Patrick said. And it was so dark, so thick with violence, that Lord Shop picked up his little gun once more. She is an artisan. Our value is measured by how useful we can be, and Miss Harrow is a most useful individual indeed. You of all people should agree. Did you not use the girl long before I? And Patrick saw Nina once more, coming towards him through that tunnel with a sack over her face with Scotty and Otto. Shame washed in over his anger. She used me too. Lord Shop sighed as though the debate bored him. Patrick wondered how long he had plotted to take what was Tanner's. Miss Harrow was simply the best candidate. I cannot have the other ministers catch wind of my involvement. Honestly, I was surprised you believed I would allow my own son to undertake something as base as killing. His nose wrinkled slightly. Nevertheless, I do apologize for the deception. I realize that lying to you does not foster a promising partnership, but it was made clear to me that you hold a certain affection for the Earth Charmer. He waved a hand dismissively, as though affection were a symptom of the weak. I could not afford for you to intervene. You are, as most are in the brink, unpredictable. If I had allowed another artisan to be Tanner's killer, they'd be hung. There would be no believable reason for me to stop their execution. But Nina, she is the Earth Charmer. No lord or lady in this house will deny the necessity of her survival in these trying times. It will come as no shock when I grant her pardon. Patrick glared at Theo, who now looked sickly. Good. You agree to this plan? He demanded, hate sliding into the words. Patrick should have shot him the first time they'd met. Theo didn't answer, but he at least summoned the courage to look Patrick in the eye. What Patrick saw there was pitiful. Theo understands that pragmatics must come before emotion, Lord Shop interjected. The girl will live. Her wounds will heal. And Tanner is dead. That is what matters. Patrick imagined a bullet boring into the Lord's skull, pitting a hole between his eyes. It quelled the clench in his knuckles. It should have been me, he said, the muscles in his chest aching. I'm their alchemist. They can't have me killed either. Ah, but how would it look then, if I proceeded to cut bargains and show sympathies to you and your family, to the towns in the brink? What successor to a murdered head of house would grant the killer favors? A crooked one, John interjected gruffly, taking a sandwich from the tea table. Precisely, Lord Shop agreed. And I do plan to uphold our deal, Mr. Coulson. Your father has told me many things about your mother. Your brothers, too. I can ensure they are protected, provided for. We'd live like bloody royalty, Patty, John said, crumbs tumbling from his lips. Patrick looked now to his father, his flushed cheeks, the spark in his eye. He had the look of a man on the cusp of something big. You knew, Patrick accused, then scrubbed a hand over his face. You knew they'd do this? Aye, John muttered, unapologetic. That woman on the noose weren't long for this world anyway, Pat. Patrick felt sick with rage. My offer, Mr. Coulson, is to make your father governing lord of the Brink towns. You as well, if you wish it. You will ensure that thoughts of rebellion are diluted. Proclaim that the House of Lords has agreed to a fair solution. You will call a ceasefire, as will I. And if it is successful, then the spoils of Idia's seam will be distributed throughout Bellavere Trench. I want it quantified, John said, around a mouthful of bread. How much for the Brink? 50% of the bluff, 30 of the idiom, Shop said. John shook his head. 90% of the population lives in the Brink. We ain't got to settle for half the bluff. 60% of the bluff, Shop amended. 65 and half the ink. 65 of the bluff and 40% of the idiom. And your family heading the bluff distribution to each parish. You will also select yourselves those children who will attend the siphoning ceremony, as long as their family has no previous criminal activity. John scoffed. That's a shallow pool. Might as well give up our share. Petty crimes excluded, Shop allowed, bowing his head slightly, as well as crimes related to this war. Deal, John grunted. He spat in his palm and stomped over to the desk, lifting his hand for the Lord to shake. Lord Shop stared at it for several moments, then pulled a piece of parchment from his robe. He passed it to John and gestured to the quill and ink pot waiting atop the desk. I took the liberty of having an agreement scribbled. Patrick frowned. Before knowing the terms, the first hint of mirth touched the corner of Shop's mouth. I also took the liberty of estimating. I'm really wrong. He enjoys this, thought Patrick. The Lord stood and pulled his robes closed. I will need your signature as well, Mr. Coulson. Patrick shook his head, feeling as though he were hurtling over the edge of a cliff. No. He paced across the room, trying furiously to think. I told you I would make no agreements until you gave me proof of the seam. And I need proof that that she's come to no permanent injury. Shop considered Patrick's conditions for several careful moments. In the corner, Theo turned away, shoulders still slumped. Very well, the Lord intoned. Then he pulled open a thin drawer at the desk and drew from it a disintegrating leather-bound book no bigger than the span of his hand. The cover's embossing read, The Steward's Testament. This was recently recovered. From who? His eyes stuck to the words, stewards, seeing a glimmer of promise in it. It had been some time since he'd heard mention of them. Not many believed. A direct descendant, Shop said slowly, clearly sensing Patrick's growing curiosity. Recently passed. Idia, claim his soul. This book was found among his possessions and kindly gifted to the archives. What archives? Lord Shop did not deign to answer. He merely pressed his lips together and proffered the book with his thin hand. This is the only conclusive lead we have that Idia's seam exists, Mr. Coulson. I bid you treat it like the relic it is. Patrick snatched it from his grasp and relished the fury that flashed in the Lord's eyes. It was quickly suppressed. So then, he wasn't unfeeling. Just a man who concealed himself. He could burn. He could hurt. Patrick opened the cover none too carefully and saw the faded, bleeding lines of symbols he didn't recognize. A language he'd never seen. but in the crevice near the spine's binding was a different hand. This one less faded, as though it had been written retrospectively. The seam of Idia, it said, clear enough. And then there was nothing more to discern. Just page after stained page of symbols vanishing into the parchment after a flash, just as Idia's life source had concealed itself in the marrow of the world. This was his proof. Patrick slammed his fist into the tea table, and the glass top splintered. Then he stomped to the hearth, held the book over the flames, and watched as every man in the room lunged towards him, wild-eyed. Colour climbed up Lord Shop's neck. "Patty!" John cursed, then smoothed his beard, an anxious habit. "Easy, son. That is an important bit of—" "It's a rag," Patrick said. His eyes were on Shop. "You've lied to me twice now." "There was no deception," Shop said. No snark now. Patrick watched the Lord's face change, becoming desperate. "I promised you proof. This book is as useless as a cock on a priest. It's a lead, boy. Where one piece of the puzzle resides, another will follow. Glyphs? On parchment leached nearly clean, thanks to your useless fucking archive keepers," Patrick said darkly. The flames licked higher, touching the very corner. The fibres singed. A hiss escaped from between Lord Shop's teeth. Patrick suppressed his own satisfaction. The words came flying from the Lord's mouth. "Damn it! The whereabouts of the seam was protected by Varian script, boy. Everything we need to know can be uncovered by someone who can translate it. If there was a way to translate it, you would already have done so." Patrick knew the men could smell the first tendrils of burnt parchment. The edges were blackening. "I hid the knowledge from Tanner," Lord Shop admitted in haste. "I have someone ready to reveal the translation." "Which someone?" "The descendant had a child who was taught Varian script." "I don't believe you. What else would I risk everything for? They're employed in the Moorland archives. A scribbler. But even their expertise will be useless if you burn that book." Patrick smirked, just slightly, and Lord Shop saw it. He became very still, his eyes closing in defeat. Patrick pulled the book away from the hearth with a flourish, blowing out the embers. "Artisan bullshit," he said to his father. "It's always some artisan bullshit." "Aye," John Colson said, a glint of pride in his eyes. Patrick offered Lord Shop the book and watched the man's fingers unclench as he took it. "I'll need to see Nina," Patrick said. "I'll agree to your deal once I've seen that she's well." Lord Shop replaced the little book in its drawer, locking it with a key. He seemed well traversed at the desk of a man not now a dead. Shop stood to his full height once more, reclaiming his propriety. "Theo, have Kilmartin bring the lady in." Theo walked to the door the way men walk to their death. There was a sickness about him, a green tinge to his pallor. Patrick was sure there remained something he didn't know. "Why does your boy look like he swallowed someone's newborn?" Lord Shop sighed. "He has a sensitive nature. Likely today's violence has disturbed him some." Patrick patted his pockets, absent-mindedly, for non-existent cigarettes. "Your swag son has spent the last 2 years in the soot with me. I doubt there's much sense left in him." Shop's brow furrowed. You know of his affections for the Earth Charmer? She has that effect, Patrick said darkly. He only worries for her condition, as you do. Which leads me to think there's reason to be worried, Patrick said. And you're about to tell me why, or I'll not sign a fucking thing. Lord Shop looked at Patrick as though he were a thorn now, boring deeper into his flesh. He lifted his chin, assessing him anew. You are perceptive, Mr. Coulson. Taught by the best, I'm afraid, John grunted. Boy was haggling with shop vendors before he was walking. What are you planning to do to her? Patrick said, his voice ringing into the vaulted ceiling. The Lord looked down his nose at him, likely calculating whether he should bother lying. It took long moments, and in Patrick's frustration, he advanced towards the man, his chest heaving, and the Lord dropped his cane, scrambling for the pistol. But before Patrick could grab the Lord's throat, before the Lord's finger could cradle the trigger, a voice rose from the door. He'll have her beaten, it said, thick with venom. Then imprisoned. Theo stood just inside the door, his fists clenched, the green in his cheeks now blotted with red. His eyes lay heavily on his father. A shiver of violence coursed up Patrick's spine. He found Lord Shop once more with a gun between the two of them, as though it would be enough to save him. No deal, Patrick said. He hoped the Lord heard the promise in it. The Lord spared his son a bitter glance before addressing Patrick. Calm yourself, Mr. Coulson. Think about this. The girl just murdered the head of house. My ministry will want retribution. The nation will want retribution. The crafters will be dancing in the streets tomorrow all throughout the brink, Patrick spat. And the artisans will mourn, Lord Shop countered. And they will not trust a new head of house that does nothing in response to Tanner's assassination. There must be some punishment. Lie to them. My ministers are not fools, Mr. Coulson. Lord Shop huffed. This is not a child's game. In order for many to prosper, we must make sacrifices. It will be public, Theo cut in, his cheeks still aflame. She'll be whipped in the middle of the city, so that we may appease the ministry. Isn't that right, Father? The Lord looked for a moment as though he wished to shout. Instead, he took several steadying breaths. He laid a black stare on his son and said, I've tried in earnest to mentor you, and still you act like a boy. To the room, he said, she will be whipped, yes, but she will heal. She will not be killed. After that, she will look for all intents like a prisoner of the house, working to meet our ends. It is a performance. This is politics, gentlemen. We walk a treacherous tightrope. But if no one oversteps, we will achieve what we set out to do. So this was the price for truce. Nina would be forced to her knees to take the whip from the very people who needed her. To use a woman as your scapegoat, Patrick uttered, still shaking. You must be the worst sort of man. Shop hardly seemed moved by the comment. Your soldiers have killed countless women and children in your rash explosions and bombings. Nina will live. She will help us bring peace to the continent. And she'd be a slave to the house again, digging up their terranium for as long as she drew breath. This is the way of it, Patty, his father said. coming to clap a hand over his shoulder. "The road to glory's a bloody battlefield." If there was a hidden message in that, Patrick couldn't glean it. He eyed the contract atop the desk, the barrel of the gun in Shop's hand. "We have the same goal, Mr. Coulson," the Lord said. "As regrettable as the means may be." Patrick closed his eyes for a moment, trying just to think, to find a solution. The doors opened again. Ridgeback and Kilmartin came through awkwardly, each of their arms looped under the slack form of Nina. Her head lolled. Her eyes blinked, unseeing, and then closed. Both arms were tightly wrapped in white gauze. "You can leave her on the settee," Lord Shop said. But Patrick had strode forward and taken Nina in his hands. He shouldered Ridgeback and Kilmartin away, and they relinquished her with relief. She seemed to weigh nothing. Her face was younger, her eyelids purple. He was momentarily startled by the memory of a girl with a lopsided ribbon. He walked her to the settee, all of her bones and organs in his hands. He was suddenly terrified that he would break her. Nina barely twitched when he lowered her down onto the cushion. Her blonde hair was matted in places, her lips bloodless. There was gore on her neck, and he wiped it away with his thumb. "She's right powerful, ain't she?" came John's voice over Patrick's shoulder. "Shook the whole bloody ground. Thought we were all going to hell for a bit there." Patrick had the alarming thought that if Nina died, she would look like this. And he placed the palm of his hand tentatively against her chest. Her heart beat reassuringly against it. She stirred, eyes slitting open, hazel and green-flecked. They caught onto Patrick's immediately. They were so painfully close. Patrick swallowed. "You're all right," he told her, though it couldn't be further from the truth. He only knew that he couldn't stomach the crumpling of her face. Perhaps unconsciousness was better. Soon, the visions would wallop back. The noose and the lever and the snap of her neck. He could see it happening now. Her eyes misted. He felt the compulsion to strip her of the memory and hated that he couldn't. She shut her eyes again as if shutting out reality, and after several long moments, slipped back into unconsciousness. Patrick cursed beneath his breath. He stood and turned to face the newest in a long line of enemies, crooked thieves and thugs. They were all the same. Whether branded or from the brink, they were all men clawing a lofty existence out of a world that owed them no more than their breath. Lord Shop stared back at him expectantly, as though he had already choreographed Patrick's every move. Patrick thought him a man at least as cunning as he, maybe more so. Poison coated Patrick's tongue. He'd bet the bastard's jaw would shatter with a single punch. His ribs would snap like twigs. There was nothing to him. He was as reedy as the cane he held. The man had surely never seen another man bleed to death, never gouged out a man's eye, never smelled the burning flesh of a town on fire. He'd die badly, screaming and pissing himself. Patrick's bloodlust couldn't be satisfied, though. Not yet. Lord Shop was a man of games. If Patrick was to win, he'd need to play. "When will it happen?" he said. "Noon tomorrow," replied the Lord. He held the quill aloft. "I'll ensure it is quick." The Trench Tribune. Head of House, slain by Earth Charmer. By official scribble from the National House, the Trench Tribune was informed this evening that our head of house, the Right Honourable Lord Tanner, is dead. The scribble stated, in no uncertain terms, that Lord Geoffrey Tanner was assassinated by the infamous Earth Charmer, Nina Clark, during a routine courtyard inspection where he was left vulnerable to Clark's arsenal. The 23rd head of house, an accomplished stonemason, will be remembered for his legacy in architecture, including the Giza Bridge and monoliths in the city's south. He is surely reunited with his late wife, Olivette Tanner, in the arms of Idia herself. Succeeding Tanner, Lord Terence Sharp has already ascended to the highest seat of lords by rightful default. He was contested by none of his fellow ministers. Lord Sharp stated to this journalist that the murder of his predecessor was tragic and heinous, but stressed that his mind was turned wholly to the needs of the nation, and in particular, the artisans and innocent craftsmen. The actions of the Earth Charmer are the result of radicalization by the Miners' Union, who have washed her brain in their wicked propaganda these past months. But she will be a weapon of the Union no longer. She has already exhibited remorse for her actions and promised to atone and assist in the prosperity of our great Belvedere. Nevertheless, her actions cannot be undone, and our great Lord Tanner lays dead by her hands. For this, I order Miss Clark a prisoner, and to be punished in ways deserving of an assassin. Nina Clark will receive a public lashing beneath the clock tower at midday, and the workers of Belvedere City will be ordered to cease operation, so that all who are able may attend. Long live Belvedere. Chapter 13. Donny. If he forsooked his memory, Donny could dredge up the pictures of Kenton Hill before his sight left him. It was dull there, in that rendering of Kenton. Shades of brown and grey, dry grass and soot, and tea-coloured canals. The cobbles caked over in horse shit. This was what his sight had left him with before it evaporated completely. As a child, Donny had been most afraid of that moment, when the black edges of the world finally closed in on itself, and he was pitched into permanent darkness. What he didn't know was that blindness wasn't dark. It was colour. Kenton Hill wasn't brown and grey. It was gold. It was yellow and bronze and copper. It was the sharp tang of steel and reflecting onyx. It was constantly morphing, prisms of light bursting into kaleidoscopes. Eventually, he'd come to see his memories as dull interpretations. Donny walked down Main Street and thought Kenton was now pockmarked in grey once more. The smell of burning houses wouldn't leave the air even now, long after the fires had been smothered. He imagined the cobbles, beneath the salt and ice, still tacky with blood. Beside him, Otto exhaled smoke into the air, chewing, as he always did, on the end of his cigarette. He was restless, the mechanics of his body giving him away. His hands couldn't seem to settle in his pockets, or at his sides, or even clasped around a lighter and smoke. Donny gripped his sleeve, at his elbow, and felt him thrum beneath his clothing, like a swarm of hornets. What kind of man am I? He'd asked Donny the night before, holed up in a sorry corner of the pub. What kind of a man falls for a woman like that? But they'd all fallen for it. Every one of them. They were each as red-handed and stupid as the next. And now Kenton had lost its colour. They were on their way to the infirmary, the only place left in Kenton that still bustled. The streets were eerily silent, the bodies cleared away. The remaining clutch of Coulsons and their employees left to burn them. Or if they wore navy blue, throw back down the hole in Marguerite's, in a mash of limbs and buried. Scotty and Briggs were, at that moment, in Dorset, giving the all-clear to the Kenton refugees to come home. They'd return with food supplies, too. Kenton would rebuild, and its colour would return. Donny clapped Otto on the shoulder. "Don't pout, old boy," he said. "You and I are going to eat like lords tonight. I've told Briggs to sneak us some Dorset brandy." "Scotty'll drink the whole lot before it comes topside," Otto muttered. "Aye, well that's why I asked Briggs, didn't I? Don't feel much like celebrating, Donny." He took his cap off his head to pull at the hair beneath. "Just leave me to my misery, would you? Stop trying to cheer me up." But Donny had his own miseries. He could think of nothing worse than yielding to them. Underfoot, the cobbles turned to brick pavers. The lip of a threshold reared up, and the wails of the infirmary curled in his ear. The smell of too many bodies in too close a space came over Donny like a wave. The sting of antiseptic, of hot flesh carved open. Donny saw it in shades of vicious red. The only remaining Kenton doctor was listing off an inventory of medicines. Laudanum, Medospeed, opium, he was saying. He heard the scratch of a pencil, the shallow breaths of the orderlies and their clipped steps. They'd filled the clinic with as many beds as could be pilfered from nearby houses, and Donny imagined them lined up as though the wounded men were laid out on a conveyor belt, moaning or snoring or spitting curses through their teeth. But none was so loud as the man braying from the back corner. "Swear to Almighty God, I'll have the lot of you lynched," he said, and Donny imagined the spittle flying from his lips. "A fucking break is all I ask for," Otto muttered at Donny's side. "Ain't none on the horizon," Donny said, throat-stricken. "Come on." Otto led Donny right to the epicenter. A cart crashed, and its items scattered over the floor. An orderly named Delta swore. "Lord, give me patience," she grunted, setting about picking up the items. "I ain't got the fortitude, Donny. Speak some sense into him, would you?" Donny clicked his tongue, felt something angular beneath his boot, and bent to retrieve it. A pair of scissors. He held it out to her. "It's your lucky day, darling. I've come to relieve you of him." "Don!" called Gunner, a hand reaching forward and fisting his shirt, bending him nearly in two. "Don, they won't give me nothing for the pain. I'm dying." He could hear the titanic breaths of Gunner's lungs, smell the sweat coating him. The wound in his side had been stitched and bandaged. The pain he spoke of was more in his mind than outside it. Their mother called it withdrawal. "Ain't nothing left, brother," Donny told him, prying Gunner's fingers free. "The Swanks dogs took it all." "I'm dying," Gunner whimpered, pulling at the clothes on his own body as though they were strangling him. "I'll be dead by morning." Well, Otto said thoughtfully, it'd save us dragging your sorry ass back. Doctor says you're fit as a fiddle, Donny told Gunnar, already reefing the big man off his back. Come on, brother, he grunted, swinging one of Gunnar's arms over his shoulder. And you'd better sharpen up for Ma sees you. Ma, Gunnar said, as though just now remembering her. Fuck it, Donny. We need Pat. Well, Donny said, we ain't got him. There's you, and there's me. And we hardly make up a whole man between us. But there ain't any bluff, Gunnar whined, allowing Otto to take his weight on his other side. What'll we do? Business as usual, Donny said, with far more confidence than he felt. Just business as usual, brother. I need you back on your feet. They half carried him from the infirmary. He howled and bucked and shivered. He threatened Donny, then apologized in quick course. If I ever see that fucking charmer again, he said, as though his hands were already throttled around her throat. Or that scribbler, I'll rip their fucking heads off. Donny was of much the same sentiment. All of Kenton's light stolen. But they'd get it back. He'd make sure of it. And Patty would return. He had to. Containing him would be like lassoing a storm. Right. Patty would return at any moment, and all Kenton's problems would feel lighter. They dumped Gunnar unceremoniously in his childhood bed on the second floor of the house behind Coulson and Sons. He groaned soundly, then sobbed. A man the size of a giant reduced to the whimpers of a boy. Their mother was pacing about the kitchen. Donny could hear her prayers from where he stood on the landing. When he passed her again, she snatched his fingers up and squeezed them, not saying a word. He'll be all right, Ma, Donny told her, kissing the crown of her head. Every year she seemed shorter. Let him clean himself up. She said nothing, her breath hitching as though she might cry. She patted his cheek. Donny and Otto left to the sound of Gunnar's shouted pleas. They walked to Kenton's edge in silence. They let the panic and anguish rise and fall between them, but did not speak of it. Tomorrow would be better, Donny thought. It was nightfall when at long last Scotty and Briggs returned down the eastern tunnel. He and Otto were waiting on a wooden horse fence just outside of town, the fillies behind them nuzzling their pockets for food. Otto climbed down to his feet when the lantern lights finally came over the hill. Kenton's residents returning. Looks like stars, he told Donny in a voice that cracked. A dam punched with leaks, emotion toppling through, like 100 stars running over the ground. Donny felt their feet pound over the earth like a drum, an ensemble welcoming them home. He laughed. Rockets of light detonated behind his eyes. They convened in the pub. Donny, Otto, Scotty, Briggs and Tess, where Gunnar's wails couldn't reach them. A sorry collection of crates meant for the kitchen sat instead atop the bar. Vegetables, kerosene, machine oil, flour and salt. Tess picked through each, her voice shot through with exhaustion. It ain't half the agreed amount, she said. Not a quarter of it. Scotty grunted. Dunwich Bluff's stores are low. They're demanding more before they trade anything else. Donny sighed. Well now, you can waltz back down the line and tell 'em we got none. No, Tess said abruptly. No. In fact, none of you breathe a word of it. She paced the length of the pub. Isaiah whined from the corner. He'd done so endlessly in Patrick's absence. Tess's tongue clicked. You'll tell 'em the bluff is needed here for our wounded, and in Dorset after their raid. Tell 'em it's a matter of duty between us now. We're Union. Remind them of the fucking creed if you have to. It's a favour we're asking, Tess said. And doing the leader of the miners' union a favour ought to be motivation enough. Scotty sighed. They know Patty's been taken, Mrs. Coulson. It's in the newspaper. They named Kenton Hill. The news sounded to Donny like a siren, a warning. It's more delicate now, Scotty continued. They know where we are, that we're vulnerable. If we don't promise them something, Ma, they'll soon come looking for it themselves. Fucking Dunwich, Tess muttered darkly. Always with one fucking hand out. Dorset is another story, Briggs added. It seems Patrick promised them a whole lot of bluff after their raid. Told him if he didn't show up with it, then he was dead. There was a strangled kind of silence. No one voiced the possibility that Patrick might indeed be dead. We told him it was business as usual, but I'm not sure we left him with much confidence, Briggs said, and their toll was much greater than ours. Donny felt a tiredness come over him. He imagined Dorset and Dunwich on the fringes, closing in. Gunner in his bunk, crying for bluff. The infirmary stacked with wounded fighters. The kitchen behind the bar, with not a single vial of bluff. At that moment, Tess's coughs racked the air. Donny stood. Remind the Dunwich members of the time Patrick ran their coppers out of town, he said, and if they still have their hand out, cut it off. He took his coat up, wrapped it around his shoulders. There's the cows and the chickens that can be brought to market, he continued. It'll hold us over until Patty gets back. Until then, it's business as usual, boys, he said. Plenty that needs doing. Otherwise, he'll have our heads. Chapter 14. Theo. In the dead hours after midnight, Theodore remained in the National House rather than return to his father's estate. Some crafter curled over the driver's bench atop a coach parked on the drive, waiting for him to emerge. He wouldn't. He stayed instead by Nina's side while she slept, her wrists shackled to the iron bed frame. An overly decorative quilt covered her to the throat, and Theo pulled it higher still. She looked softer this way. It wasn't chivalry that kept him here, but quite the opposite. His father's manor had a dozen empty rooms, all with portraits of his ancestors looming on the walls, and they watched his every move. The walls listened. They saw each failing and triumph, and at one point in his life, he'd cared about little else. Eventually, though, it had all started to feel backward. The triumphs felt more like a cost. How long had he ignored that pit in his stomach? Surely it meant something, that sickness. It shouldn't feel so foul to win. The door opened, and a steel-jawed maid stepped around the guard to offer him tea. Theo frowned. No, thank you, he said. I didn't call for tea. Her eyes shifted to the tray she held. "I ought to leave this here, in case," she said, setting it on the bedside table and muscling a cup and saucer into his hands. He took it reflexively and saw that a piece of paper was caught between them. "I'll leave you be," said the maid. She couldn't seem to close the door behind her quickly enough. Theo set the cup down and pulled the paper free, reading the message scrawled on it. "The alchemist has asked to speak with you." Theo frowned once more. He wondered what could be said between them at this late hour. Nina slept on, in her deadened way, and Theo sighed. He knew he oughtn't lock himself in a room with a man who wanted to flay him. But then, perhaps, he deserved to be flayed. The man guarding Patrick's door didn't question Theo's arrival. He wore the robes of a minister, after all. The crafters who worked in the house moved about as if he weren't there, though their eyes occasionally glanced off his chest buttons, never venturing upward. On younger, drunker evenings in the years after Nina, he'd led women from the grand ballroom to the hallway and hitched their skirts up. The maids and guards had continued on then too, completely dialed to task. Theo had found it was easier to think of them that way, as machinery. It grew confusing when you remembered they weren't. Theo went back into the little laboratory. It was webbed over and caked in dust. This entire floor was filled with rooms just the same. There had once been an alchemist per office, but they were now vacant, except for Patrick. The man was standing in anticipation of his arrival. The shadow of a beard was forming over his jaw. Moonlight washed over the acreage of his chest. His hair stuck up in the places he'd clearly pulled at it. "How did you convince the maid to bring me a note?" Theo asked. Even to him, his voice sounded hollow. "Bluff," Patrick said dismissively, and Theo saw then the empty sack that had held Turanium ore. Patrick sighed, looking more tired than he'd ever been. "It's always bluff they want." Theo waited, but Patrick seemed thousands of miles away. "And what do you want?" Patrick looked straight at Theo, and he hated the way his insides shuddered a little. The breath in his lungs clung to the sides. "The same as you," Patrick said in resignation. "I want to get her out of here." Theo's tongue lodged in the hollow of his cheek. He tried to keep his voice plain. "Thought she was a stranger to you now," he said. "A traitor." "They'll strip her from the waist up," Patrick interjected, his voice black as pitch. "They'll kneel her down in the dirt and take her blouse, and then her bra, and some copper will crack a whip over her back until she's cut from neck to waist." He was breathing hard now. But so was Theo. His eyes had shut tight, but the image came anyway. "And everyone in the city will watch," Patrick continued. "Every man and woman will see her like that. And once that picture's in their minds, nothing'll scrub it out. They'll gorge themselves on it. There'll be caricatures in the newsprint. Ain't nothing you or I can do." "Don't," Theo said, his fists balling, something hot cutting at the back of his throat. "You'll have to watch too." The thought was unbearable. "And you'll know you helped put her there. You stood by while the pieces were put in place, waited for them to fall." "There isn't another way," Theo shouted. He turned his back to Patrick, and covered his mouth with his hand. "The pieces were set long before I arrived. That doesn't absolve you." "I don't wish to be absolved. Don't you?" Patrick pushed, stepping closer. Not even by her. Theo swallowed. Was that what he wanted? In truth, there was a part of him that prayed she'd stay sleeping. In sleep, she couldn't hate him, couldn't know what he'd done or hadn't. "She's strong," Theo said, "far stronger than most." Lord, he was a sounding of his father, a direct imitation. Patrick laughed mirthlessly. He leaned over the desk, bracing himself, his fingers to the oak. "You ever get a belting, Teddy?" Theo balked. His mouth opened and shut. "No," he said eventually. "No," Patrick repeated. "Well, I have. She has. Every fucking kid in the brink besides. She'll look at you like you're the devil after tomorrow. Do you understand?" His stare bore into Theo. Ain't no forgiveness after that. She won't work for you and your father. "She'll see that there's no choice," Theo persisted, but even he didn't believe it. "That's just it," Patrick said. "You'll have taken all the choice out of it. The worst thing you could do to a woman like Nina Haro is take away her choices." Theo's hands rose slightly from his sides, then fell, hapless. "Choice is an illusion," he said numbly. "There's none of it left on either side." "You can stop it, Theo," Patrick said now. But Theo was already shaking his head. "Do you think I didn't try?" he asked. "That I didn't beg my father to find another way? Whatever you think of me, Coulson, surely you've learned that I can't rid myself of her." He said this last in a sudden onslaught, the words crashing over themselves. It took him several moments to catch his breath. He knew he was unraveling. He ran his tongue over his bottom lip and tasted sweat. If there was a way, the sentence lingered. Patrick looked at him as though he found him unfathomable. But he didn't know Theo's father. He didn't understand that the man lived up in his mind. And nothing breached his heart. But he was a fair man. He was logical to the point of pain. He understood that the continent could not continue on as it had. Despite any of our feelings, this is the only way forward. This is the cost of armistice, Coulson. Of truce. There won't be a truce, Patrick said now, looking dead into Theo's eyes. Theo frowned. What? Your father won't hold up his end of the bargain, Teddy. Con men like him never do. Theo waited several moments, but Patrick didn't expound, and his eyes continued digging into Theo's. He's a man of his word. Ask him, Patrick said. Ask him tonight, in person. Look in his eyes when he answers. Theo never thought he'd see the man plead, but surely he pleaded to Theo now. Look for the lie, Patrick said. If I'm right, then Nina goes under the whip tomorrow for nothing. You can stop this. Theo was shaking. His hands betrayed him. And if you're wrong, I'm not. Theo sighed, felt nausea swarm him. He turned to leave, but just before he reached the door, he turned back to Patrick Coulson. It's not her forgiveness I want, he said, his voice choking something back. She was happy here once, in this city, like she was born for it. I still want that for her. Patrick only looked on in pity, but perhaps also understanding. Might have been true once, Teddy. I wouldn't know. He looked back to the stained glass, pulled the infernal coin from his pocket, and weaved it through his fingers. But I know this. She won't kneel. Not now. She knelt to Lord Tanner, Theo said weakly. She knelt when her mother's life hung in the balance, Patrick said distantly. Now you've no leverage, and she won't be forced. Theodore's chest concussed. It's not my wish, nor my father's, to force her. Ask him, Patrick insisted. He tossed the coin, and it levitated before his eyes, spinning rapidly in the air. Ask him how he intends to control a hostile Earth Charmer. And you can be sure she'll be hostile, Teddy. Patrick looked over at him. The coin continued its pirouette. Neither of us know her as well as we'd like to think. But I think we know enough between us to agree on that. There's no forgiveness for this. Theo knew that already. Had known it the moment the lever was pulled. What about you? He asked Patrick. Can you forgive her? The coin froze. Theo left him like that, staring into nothing. 11 hours remained. The clock tower chimed low over the city. Midday would find Nina beneath it. Theo walked through those hallways of the National House and past the soulless crafters and portraits of dead lords. He found his feet on the stairs, and instead of descending to the cellar again, he climbed. He found himself floating to the quarters belonging to the head of house, as though detached from his own body. When he knocked on the doors, the sound was muted. Come in. His father hovered near the hearth, looking into the flames some charmer had summoned. Purposeless, really. Why did they need charmers to light their hearths and lamps when a match could do the same? Theodore, his father greeted on exhale, irritation apparent. Theodore inclined his head mechanically. His neck fought the act. The hour is late. There's something I want to ask you. I'd urge you not to want for anything, he replied. And not for a good while. You still have much to atone for. Theo collided with his body again, smacked with ire. It was always this when it came to his father. Always what he'd done wrong. But he'd agreed to that fabricated scandal and gone to Kenton Hill for 2 years. 2 years in the hole with crafters who'd loathed him. 2 years of scurrying around the parish like a rat, looking for the alchemist. Only one slip of loyalty, in the end. And hadn't he returned and taken his penalties with good grace? Hadn't he tucked his tail and healed the way a son of a lord should? Hadn't he forsaken the one thing, the only real thing he cared about? Nevertheless, I must ask, Theo began, though the words were difficult to pass. Once Nina recovers, where will she go? Again, his father sighed. She will remain here, of course. She ought to be offered something more comfortable. Lord Shop pulled his spectacles down the bridge of his nose and pressed his fingers to the pockets of his closed eyes. These are trivial details, Theodore. They can wait. Theo felt his neck heat, but he bit his tongue. She ought to be moved. There are plenty of available rooms in this building, which offer no privacy, Theo argued. The conditions are hardly appropriate for a lady of her station. A lady of her station? His father repeated, as though feeling the words on his tongue. And what station do you imagine for her? Theodore frowned. He watched as Patrick had told him to. She's a charmer. She graduated with a high-order fellowship. And now she is an assassin, Lord Shop interrupted, finally turning from the fire to face his son. Perhaps the most infamous in all of our country's history. He had his hands clasped behind his back. His face was expressionless. Where should such a lady be accommodated, Theodore? If not the cellar. Theo's molars ground together. What he said next was quiet, tampered by embarrassment. I could offer her my living quarters temporarily, or they could be shared. He heard how pathetic it sounded. Had he really imagined carrying her over that threshold? Nursing her back to health? He had. He must have been mad. His father was laughing now. The sound was cold. You still believe yourself in love with her, boy? His skin burned hot. Sweat collected along his collar. Love is the strangest illusion, don't you agree? I think it was the great poet Lady Pennyrook who once said, "Love is the reflection of the agony beneath." Lord Shop picked up his cane and tapped it on the floor. He exhaled once more. At the very least, it would serve us if she could be convinced to love you in return. He glanced up as though dissecting the thought. Though I don't hold much hope. Theo felt the blade of a guillotine overhead, balanced precariously. For now, Theodore, Nina will need to play the part of prisoner to appease the ministry, and every other artisan besides. For how long? Until she has won enough favours, Lord Shop quipped, having grown tired of the conversation. By finding Terranium? Of course. And if she is unwilling? Theodore asked now, the guillotine blade slipping free of its hold. If she ever wants to escape this house, she will have to. Lord Shop answered. His knuckles cracked as they flexed around his cane. Or perhaps you can atone by persuading her to our side. Theodore closed his eyes. She'd be persuaded, I think, if she knew it were for a worthy cause. If she saw the bluff and idiom distributed to the brink. There was no answer from his father, who had pulled the steward's testament from his pocket and flicked idly through its unreadable pages. You do intend to distribute to the brink, do you not? He pressed, his heart beating a requiem. Terence Shop closed the book with a slap, then walked unhurriedly to that overlarge desk, shutting the old tome away in its drawer. I intend to show them whatever illusion is necessary, he said. Then he collected his coat and shrugged it over his robes. If that illusion eases your conscience, Theodore, then by all means, do not look beneath. Chapter 15. Patrick. Patrick paced interminably. He willed himself to conceive any viable plan. He heard boots on the floorboards beyond his door and wondered if it was Theo returning. Was there any hope in the man at all? Or was he tucked up in bed, sleeping off the guilt? Patrick had siphoned idiom from the remaining Terranium and stored the vials in his pockets, downing one for himself. He beat at his own forehead, breathed too rapidly. Think, he berated himself. Think. But the hours disintegrated, and soon there was light dawning beyond the window, illuminating the stained glass God in all his bare glory. Patrick threw the remnants of the terranium ore at his face. The window didn't even scratch. Nina would be beaten today, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. There were no more deals to be made, no strategies at play. He was locked inside this room, with nothing but terranium and God. He was useless, horribly mortal and weak, to have let this unfold beyond his control. And whatever Nina's transgressions, he wondered if he had failed her in more ways than she had failed him. She had traded his name and his town to free her mother, and he'd traded her freedom for his own means. She'd been his captive before she'd been his partner. She'd pleaded once, and he hadn't listened. He'd used her for her medium, just as Theo said. And now she would pay for a truce that had been bargained over her unconscious body. Patrick knelt, and the contents of his stomach climbed his throat and spilled out. He heaved until his stomach was empty. "This is what needs to happen, son," his father had told him. "She'd want it for us, if she's truly on our side." Fuck, Patrick cursed. He wanted a blade, a gun. He felt the desperate urge to fire in any direction. And he thought he understood then how she'd been able to betray him to save her mother. How could he fault her when he'd killed through ranks of beating hearts to get to her? He spent those final hours feeling the way he had as a boy, his mother lying prone in her bed, fading with grey fever. He'd been as useless then. In a last spasm of desperation, Patrick threw his fists into the stained glass window, his knuckles breaking. But the glass remained intact. Another reminder that Patrick was an ant of this world. In this mania, Patrick lost his sense of time. He spent long moments with his head in his hands, heart thundering. He looked to see how high the sun had climbed. Was it already over? Or was Nina on her way now to that city square? The population of artisanal Bellevere gathering to watch? Then, when the sun seemed at its highest, a crumb of mercy. The bolts of the door slid back. The hinges creaked. Theodore slunk in with mottled cheeks, oscillating eyes, and closed the door carefully behind him. There was a wildness about him, a determination. Patrick leapt to his feet. Oh, God Almighty," Theo said, seeming to steel himself. From the inside of his robe, he pulled a bundle of navy and threw it to Patrick. "Put this on. We're leaving." Patrick hesitated for only a second, but Theo, who yesterday was gaunt and shamed to silence, was now feverishly awake. Patrick's blood sprinted. He unravelled the artisan robe and donned it. "Is there still time?" "Time enough," Theo muttered, and he held out his hand. "There's a guard outside the door. I've got about 10 seconds before he comes in to check on me. I need idiom." Patrick rummaged in his pocket and came up with a trembling vial. He was out of schemes. He could only follow. Theo pulled the cork and swallowed the ink in one gulp, shivering as it went down. It only took seconds for idiom to meld with one's bloodstream. "Come on," Theo hissed. already backing toward the door. "And be quiet." Patrick rushed forward. Theo took a singular breath, wrapped his hand around the handle, and opened the door to a baffled guard, who looked between the two men with dawning realization. In his hand was an uncorked bottle of finest brandy, which he'd evidently been drinking from. He raised his baton with wide eyes, but Theo raised one of his hands, and whatever shout the guard meant to emit stuck in his throat. Instead, a bubble of brandy spluttered from the man's lips, dribbling down his chin. The guard coughed, the baton fell to the carpeted floor, and his hand gripped at his own throat before he stumbled back into the wall and fell unconscious. Theo released a shaky breath. "We have to hurry," he said. "Follow me." Theo led Patrick to the end of the corridor, where a servant's passage waited beyond a nondescript white door. A hideously narrow staircase spiraled endlessly into the dark, and they raced down the spine of it, Patrick's heart thundering against his ribcage. "Where is she?" "In a coach, headed for the city centre," Theo panted. "I had to wait for her and my father to be clear of the building. He took half the guards with him." He finally pushed through another door, barreling into a basement kitchen currently occupied by only one craftsman, stirring the contents of a large steel pot. He looked up from beneath hooded eyes as they raced around the benches and boilers, apparently unsurprised to see them. Theo slipped a handful of coins into the cook's waiting palm as they passed, then led Patrick to an exit. They pushed their way into the cellar stairwell, daylight ahead, and scurried headlong up them and onto a drive. The very same passage Patrick had once pulled Nina into, daring her to sneak into the National Artisan House. Only now, there were overhanging sycamore trees above, and one lone, horseless wagon before it, the driver's seat occupied by none other than John Coulson. Theodore's face paled at the sight. "I told you to steal a horse from the stable," he hissed. But Patrick's father, dressed in the same navy blue as Patrick, only donned a driver's bowler and pulled it low over his eyes. "Don't need one," he said. Patrick smiled. He felt the first shivers of hope returning. "Hand it over, son," John said, grinning. And Patrick jumped into the back of the wagon, pulled a vial of ink forth, and gripped his father's waiting hand with it. Theodore's forehead creased. "You're a woodmason." "The very best, kid," John grunted. "Get in the fucking wagon." Theodore clambered in. John downed the idiom, tilting his face to the sun as though seeing it for the first time. Then, groaning in satisfaction, he looked over his shoulder to Patrick. "Let's go get your lady." He winked. He threw a blanket of burlap over Theodore and Patrick both, and as the wagon began trundling precariously down the drive, the two men lay curled, just barely out of sight, their breaths swarming in the closed space.
Chapter 16. Nina. I awoke in increments. I first saw a parade of hovering faces, then intervals of nothing. I blinked back stubborn clouds of film again and again, but felt mired in them. I woke briefly when they changed my clothes, and had the wherewithal to cover my breasts with my hands. I woke again to a nurse tipping something noxious down my throat. I was terrified of my uninhabited body lying just beyond the fog, where I was unable to defend it. I imagined hands roaming over my stomach, ink slithering into my nostrils and pooling in the corners of my eyes. Moments or hours or years later, I was being shuffled downstairs on leaden legs, strong hands encasing my arms. Then there were the cobbles rising up to meet me, tripling my nausea. I blinked up at spires and vine-entangled gutters to see the sun, somehow still there, and had the wherewithal to ask, "Where are you taking me?" I sounded like a child.
"In you get,"
came the answer, and light dimmed, sound condensed. The bench seat beneath me felt solid and anchoring. The voice that met me through the fog did not. A figure sitting across from me. We were closer together than I wanted, our knees touching, walls either side, and a ceiling too low. A coach, I realized, and sharing it with me was a man I knew.
"Miss Clark,"
Lord Terence Shop greeted, his neck taut, face pinched.
"Forgive the interruption to your sleep."
I blinked, gripped the wall. Where?
"Where are we going?"
The Lord finished on my behalf. He moved his cane to the side, looked pensively out a window.
"Tending to some business," he said. "My first as head of house, in fact."
A dull throb pulsed at my arm, and I looked down to see both wrists bandaged, both shackled. And then the rest came rushing back. The noose, and the rain, and the lever, the snap, and my mother's white lips, her frozen terror, the stampeding sorrow, a bone-breaking anguish. Earth rising, and then devouring. Bloodlust. It coated my mouth again, and I was freshly ravenous. "Did you do this?" I whispered, voice sapped. I was a husk now, I realized. They'd bled me dry, all of them. The Lord took stock of me over his spectacles with an air of distaste.
"You did this,"
he said simply.
"No one wrapped your finger around that trigger, Miss Clark, did they?"
"Harrow." My voice was a tremor, rippling out into the space between us. Did he hear my wrath knocking at his chest? "Where are you taking me?"
"You are to help me repair some of the fractured tensions between our people,"
he answered. I couldn't make sense of it. Couldn't see where I had been led, like a tethered dog. I only knew that I felt the rope at my neck, always pulling. A sob clamped my ribs. Here I was, shackled by the newest head of house, the last one already forgotten, easily replaced, speaking to me of my duty to help him. And I was so tired. His voice droned on, just like Tanner's.
"It is the very least you can do. Do you understand? You can humble yourself before your countrymen, pray to Idia for forgiveness."
But if Idia existed, she had frayed every last thread of me, and God was a villain.
"I advise you to be gracious from here onward, Nina,"
Terence Shop said, my newest puppeteer.
"Be thankful I didn't order your throat sliced, along with your wrist."
I laughed, a new kind of hysteria in it. I could have hurled myself from the coach, or simply closed my eyes and slept forever, right there on the carriage floor. "Kill me then," I said. Then I leaned as far forward as I could, offering him my neck. But long moments passed, and he did nothing. By the time I rolled my face back to his, he seemed sallow, strained, as though just now smelling the madness in me. "You and your fucking ministry," I said slowly, so that he could hear every rasp. "You wouldn't kill me even if I begged you." And he seemed caught off guard to hear my voice was no longer that of a child's, and that the world hadn't stripped away my spine. He righted himself, crossed his legs.
The theatrics are not necessary, Miss Harrow, he said. But where your life is concerned, you happen to be correct. I've brokered a compromise with the other lords to spare your life. If not for me, you'd be hanged this day.
More deals, more bargains. My eyes rolled skyward. A school of fish had been painted on the carriage ceiling. Do you fear death, my lord? He was quiet, contemplative. The fish swam in a mindless circle. I find those who fear death have something to live for. Lord Shop shifted uncomfortably.
I'd hoped you'd see this as an opportunity to renew yourself, fulfill your purpose. There is much we can achieve together.
For the millionth time, I reimagined the siphoning ceremony, wherein I never made myself the world's only earth charmer. Then you might as well take me to the gallows, my lord. I don't care for my purpose, and I no longer fear death. After all, what remained that I should live for? The lord chewed on his own tongue for a long moment. A sinister satisfaction seemed to come over him.
As I feared,
he said quietly, turning his gaze away.
You'll take the whip on the Citadel steps for assassinating the governing leader of this country.
A dull dread rippled up my sternum.
It will be quite severe. We need to send a clear message that murder is not tolerated.
If it is an artisan who is murdered, it is not tolerated.
And that the punishment for sedition is grave.
The coach swayed from side to side. The horses out front whinnied and shook their great heads in protest. Somewhere beyond, the city grew limescale and lost its glimmer by degrees. The artisans scratched at their useless brands and paced their drawing rooms, purposeless, just like me. For what was left for me here? Certainly no friends or family. All were dead or believed me a traitor. Patrick screamed to mind, and I shut my eyes to stem the onslaught of him. There was no me and Patrick, no Kenton Hill, nothing to fight for but remnants of my dignity, to be promptly lost on those Citadel steps. Clanging in the hollows of my mind, the shell of my mother said, God only wants my sovereign. Tears ran past my self-restraint. The coach jostled violently then, alarmingly so. The horses wrenched sideways. Lord Chop gripped his cane and turned to look through the window.
What in God's name?
But the sound of his voice was cut off by a sudden buckling of wood, an almighty crunch, and we were both thrown sideways as the coach toppled, as though an axle had been snapped in two. My head hit the wall of the coach, and I groaned, the world now on its side. Lord Chop's body had half collapsed over mine, and he roared indignantly, cursing as he tried to right himself. Voices beyond the coach called out. The driver barked orders to the runaway horses. The sky spilled in as the door was finally wrenched open from above, and the driver's blotched face appeared, distress making his eyes wide.
Everyone all right, my lord? Lord Chop seethed. Get us out. Bloody wheel snapped in two, the craftsman said, reaching one arm down to pull the lord free. Like someone took an axe to it.
I watched then, as a knife appeared at the driver's throat and pressed against his airway. Another face blocked out light. This one was bearded, sported a bowler, and gave a long, low whistle.
Excuse the interruption, my lord.
His voice was thick, heavily accented. He smiled, stained teeth glinting.
They don't make these swank carriages the way they used to.
Lord Shop's eyes blackened. His lip peeled back in fury, and he tried to find his footing.
Coulson, you God-forsaken fool.
Now.
The man I took to be John Coulson said, and suddenly, a piece of splintered wood levitated, carved itself with rapid precision into a stake, and then hovered out of reach above Terence Shop's head, its tip pointed at his cranium. Patrick's father seemed euphoric. There was a fervour in his eyes that I was sure I'd seen before.
Afraid I'll have to renege on our deal, Shop,
he said, and then to me,
up you get, darling.
He was shoved aside then, his face and that of the driver's replaced by one that, after everything, seemed heavenly. Patrick held one arm out to me, something pained crossing his expression.
Come on,
he said, urgency marring every line of his face.
hurry!
I lifted my injured arms, and he grasped them. If the wounds split, or fresh pain tore free, I didn't feel it. I only felt his sure fingers, circling around my wrists, hauling me free of the wreckage, out into open air.
You scum!
Shop spat from below, the stake still hovering threateningly above him.
Half the city's policemen are moments behind.
Them coppers ran into a spill some ways back,
came John Coulson's elated voice once more. He still had the craftsman by the throat, still grinned as though this were sport.
Fuckload of barrels toppled onto the road and blocked him in. Horrible luck.
Patrick!
Shop now appealed, turning his attention away from John Coulson.
If you run now, you remove the last hope of amnesty for your people. I will burn every town, every craftsman in the brink to ash.
Patrick looked down at the Lord as though he were a plague.
Pray to God. We don't meet again, tenants,
Patrick said, voice murderous.
Next time you see me, I'll be the one putting a bullet in that empty chest.
We left Terence Shop in the buckling carriage on an empty street, the windows of buildings above overcrowded with onlookers, pressing their noses to the glass. Patrick jumped from the remaining rear wheel and turned to reach for my waist, and I went to him as one turns to the sun. He caught me as though I weighed nothing, and then my feet were on the ground, and he was turning me around, urging me onward.
Run,
he insisted, gripping my hand beneath the shackles.
As fast as he can manage.
And he led me back down the lane, the faces above tracking our path, until the shadows of an alley bore down on us, and the cobbles turned to dirt. We sprinted through stagnant black puddles, through the grimy underbelly of the city, through the skinny maze of steaming drains and houseless crafters, who barely lifted their chins to watch us pass. I stumbled often, and Patrick caught me twice, his voice insistent.
A little farther,
he said.
Come on, just a little farther.
At the end of an alley so narrow we could barely squeeze through, Patrick came to a sudden standstill. Heavy footfalls approached from behind, and I turned, panicked, only to find the man who was surely John Coulson thundering in our direction, a radiant smile of triumph splitting his face in two. He winked at me and put his index finger to his lips. Ahead was a wide dock, filled with waiting passengers dressed for long travel. Narrow boats stuttered to their pylons and waited for passengers to alight and board. Grey-faced crafters smoked and manned the steering wheels, in long coats and wool caps. A policeman bellowed names of destinations from the dock, funneling the hurried crowd into their prospective queues, his moustache quivering with every shout.
Shit,
Patrick hissed, and reached back with his arm toward me, as though he could push me out of sight.
Coppers fucking everywhere, Patty boy,
John said, pulling his bowler low over his eyes.
Look there.
He nodded to the left, where 3 more policemen huddled over a lighter, smoking their pipes apathetically and leaning against the brick.
He said he'd be here,
Patrick said through his teeth, his forehead glistening with exertion.
Where the fuck is he?
I asked.
We gotta move, Pat,
John said over my shoulder.
Won't be long before the cavalry comes charging in. I know,
Patrick said.
We've got minutes, Pat. Now or never. I know.
Patrick cinched his eyes closed and muttered to himself, as though a private consultation were occurring, then turned to look at his father and me both. He took the bowler from his father's head and pulled it low over my own, then pulled the navy cloak from his shoulders and threw it around me, pulling the collar up high over my hair.
They'll recognise Nina before they recognise us, he said to his father. Distract them, if it comes to it.
John Coulson nodded.
At all costs, my boy. No more time to lose. Stick as close to me as you can get, Patrick said, and keep your hands hidden.
We walked out of the alley and into the chaos of the dock with John in front, and me tucked so tightly into Patrick's side, I could feel every breath, every heartbeat. He slung an arm around my shoulder, and it served to hide half my face. He looked about in a casual way, Just another weary traveller awaiting their fare.
Weymouth on 4,
shouted the copper.
Moorland on 3.
Moorland, Patrick repeated, and his father nodded once. But pylon 3 was crowded with those coppers smoking their pipes and watching the crowd. Patrick, the police.
Moorland, he said again. It has to be Moorland.
I swallowed dryly and buried my head farther into the recess of him. I didn't pray. I simply held my breath. We shuffled into line, the coppers not a foot from my back, so close their conversation was easy to overhear. The tobacco in their pipes wafted over my hat.
Begged him to trade shifts with me. What I wouldn't give for a little entertainment, one said.
Then came the sound of his spit hitting the dock.
Not me, I'm squeamish,
said another.
If I'm to see a woman's back, I'd rather it not be whipped to tatters.
I stiffened. My tongue seemed to swell in my mouth.
Still,
said the remaining, this voice younger.
As good a reason as any for a little sport, wouldn't you say?
The first grunted a laugh.
What's your bet? 50 shillings she can stay on her knees for the first 10 lashes? Nah, it'll be lights out before the second. Swank skins as thin as they come.
Patrick seemed to cease beside me, his feet cemented to the dock.
Heard she ain't well bred, though,
the coppers continued, voices damningly loud.
From Summerland or some such. Might have given her a bit of grit at least.
There was a low whistle.
If a Summerland girl is good for something, it's being on her knees.
Harsh laughter carried on the cold air, and Patrick, oblivious to my nudging, turned. Don't, I whispered to him. There was now a notable space in the queue before us, waiting to be filled, but Patrick seemed incapacitated, his fists balling, eyes sparking, and I watched in horror as one of the police looked up to meet his eye, jutting his chin toward him.
Oi!
The man called, pipe slipping from his lips.
Move along there!
Patrick, I intoned, desperate now. But Patrick seemed possessed, as though the violence of the past week had only now caught up to him, and his blood couldn't cool. His chest filled.
I said, get moving,
the copper emphasized, stepping past his chums and shooing Patrick as though he were a man who could be shooed.
Or get out of the fucking way.
But Patrick stepped toward the man with intent, dropping his hold on me, and it only served to raise alarm in the others, who widened their eyes. And before Patrick's punch landed, I watched recognition dawn across their faces. First of me, dressed strangely in a bowler and a minister's cloak, hands shackled and frantically grasping for Patrick's winding arm, then for Patrick himself, who by now must have been pictured in bulletins throughout the city. His fist came down on the copper's face like a hammer, blood erupting from a split in the man's eyebrow, his knees buckling, and Patrick caught his collar and wound his arm back again, then again. Before his colleagues could react, the man was bludgeoned and limp, and Patrick was rearing for a fourth blow. They wielded their batons, catching Patrick's back and shoulder, and he barely seemed to register their attempts. The crowd dispersed around them, men and women backing away from the chaos with shrieks and clutched throats. More police were funneling onto the dock, whether summoned by the racket or sent by Lord Shop, it couldn't be known. But in they came, shoving would-be passengers out of the way, black helmets bouncing above the sea of people, closer and closer. Suddenly John was there, pushing Nina back behind him, wielding his blade and pulling a copper off Patrick by his collar. And I watched him jam the knife into the man's shoulder and retract it just as fast. Gunshots next, from no particular direction, and I dropped to all fours with the rest of the crowd. Shrieks rent the air. I heard my name called, the false one.
Get Clark,
they bellowed.
Hold your fire, that's the alchemist.
And then hands were at my shoulders, around my waist. Men lifting me off my feet as I fought to free myself, wrenching my body in every direction. Patrick! I shouted over and over. Another sound was growing. Beyond the shrieks and the ring of shots fired, above the wet thwack of Patrick's fists and John's grunts, a roar emerged. The canal was groaning, rising impossibly high onto the docks, harrying feet, then ankles. Passengers tumbled backward and fled. The dock, thick with spores of rot, turned slick, and the men who tried to carry me away slipped and fell. All breath was pushed from my lungs, but I had the wherewithal to scramble through the rising water, to flee.
"Nina!"
came a shout. Waiting in the canal was a narrowboat arriving around the bend, the water churning beneath it. The moored boats had crashed into the pylons, capsized onto the dock, or else were paddling away as quickly as the driver could muster. Standing at the wheel of this newest boat was Theo.
"Run!"
he shouted again, eyes wild, hands outstretched, the water rising by his will. He pushed funnels of it at officers who rushed toward me, pushing them back, but there were too many, and a larger wave would endanger the many innocents still slipping and wading on the dock, trying to escape, some laden with children. And here again was John, his arm reaching toward me, Patrick close behind him, both of them bloody. I reached toward John's hand as though it were a life raft, and as it lifted me from the wash, I felt relief, even as that rough hand slid around my throat, even as it spun me, so that my back crushed to his front, and the cool metal of the blade pressed under my jaw. Fear delayed, then stampeded in. John held me with a vice-like grip.
"Stay calm,"
he murmured into my ear. Then he lifted his chin.
"Get back!"
he bellowed out to the dock, and the policeman froze, dripping wet, confused.
"That's it. Back away now, boys, or we'll have the earth charmer's throat all over the docks."
There was a sharp jostle, Patrick's voice saying,
"No, not her."
Then John's, growling in return.
"Just get in the fucking boat. Don't be stupid."
"Don't move,"
one of the policemen shouted, eyes bulging.
"Lower your weapons."
Slowly, through knee-high water and under the straining eyes of a bevy, John shuffled me backward. The blade never left my throat. I tried to find purchase on his forearm, but it was as immovable as stone. And I was as afraid of him as I was of the Bellevue uniforms.
"Nice and easy," John said. "They won't shoot hen. Don't you worry."
The water receded back into the canals, taking a few officers with it as they lost their footing, and I heard the boat behind me jostle against the dock. Soon I was lifted over the side, and then the dock slipped away, eyes following us uselessly, Theo cursing, John shielded by my own body, and Patrick somewhere on the deck, a stream of hisses emitting from him. The narrow boat moved faster as Theo pushed the current, and soon we turned a corner out of sight. We were barricaded by high brick walls on either side. Only then did the blade leave my throat. I took my first full breath in hours, days perhaps. My knees buckled, and I gripped the boat's side, heaving. Heavy feet stomped across the deck in my direction, and I threw my arm over my face. But when I opened my eyes, it was only Patrick. Patrick taking his father by the collar of his coat and dragging him back. Patrick throwing his fist with full force into his father's nose.
"Fuck!"
John shouted, clutching his face with both hands and toppling. The boat tipped. John shook his head and groaned.
"God almighty. Right jab's improved, eh?"
Patrick's chest heaved with such ferocity, I thought he might attack again. Instead, he scrubbed his own face, pointed a calloused finger at John's and said, "Touch her again, and I'll forego myself a father." John raised his hands, abandoning the flow of blood from his nose.
"Lord, easy, son. I weren't going to hurt her, and you know it."
Patrick advanced again, only this time. He did not box him. He simply leaned to push his face as close to his father's as he could come.
"Not another hand on her,"
he said clearly, deep enough that it reverberated in my own chest. He thrust a finger at me and turned to address Theo and his father both.
"Not a single fucking hand on her, or I'll cut it off."
He breathed like a steam engine, and he crouched there on the deck, a hand dragging over his face, every muscle in his body rolling beneath the surface. I silently begged him to look at me, to say something. But he only growled a curse, stood, and retreated down into the cabin of the boat. The door slammed against its frame.
"Lord,"
John said once more, only this time with a sort of foreboding. His eyes moved from the door to me, as though I held a grenade or a loaded revolver. He sighed.
"Huh. Tore his heart out, I take it."
My throat closed over. He grunted in understanding.
"The pretty ones always do."
Chapter 17. Nina. Travelling out of Bellevere City via stolen narrowboat was treacherous. First was the regularity with which we passed other boats, their hulls gliding within inches of ours, the passengers aboard staring out the windows or from the stern. It forced Patrick, Theo, and me to stay below, where we drew the curtains and hoped John, who had quickly decrypted the coal engine's mechanisms and taken the helm, could guide us in the right direction. In the city, water charmers turned the currents of the canals and left crafters to steer the tillers without steam chests coughing soot into the air. But outside the city's networks, the drivers were left to paddle or shovel coal, sputtering to their destinations unaided by magic. John Coulson sat out there in broad daylight, wearing his bowler hat and whistling, hardly the man I'd envisioned him being. I'd imagined a man much like Patrick, contemplative, watchful, meticulous. But John seemed closer to Gunner in demeanour. There was gravel in his voice, and he carried himself with violence. Like Donny, he spoke unchecked. He was, in every part of his appearance, crafter-hewn. Tall and broad-shouldered like Patrick, his face heavily lined and bearded. He did not look out of place as he moved coal from bin to chest, picking dry blood from his whiskers. The cabin of the narrowboat was filled with soft bench seats lining the walls from one end to the other, a tiny aisle down the middle. The cushions, while finely embroidered, smelled damp, and with the windows closed, I soon felt mildew in my hair, spores colonizing my nostrils. I peered out of a hole in the threadbare curtains as yet another narrowboat passed by, and for a moment, a child stared out of his own porthole and met my eye, his forehead wrinkling against the glass. And then the boat was gone. My view was replaced with the brown water of the black-bricked canal, grass and ravenous shrubbery barricading the entire length of it.
"We should be skirting around Gilmore soon,"
Theo murmured, his voice unsure, as though it might offend. And it did. The three of us hadn't uttered a single word to one another since leaving the deck and hiding below like mice. Patrick's knuckles were bleeding. Theo could make eye contact with no one. I felt shell-shocked, like my bones hadn't yet settled back in place. My eyes begged to close. My ears rang in a soothing way, my nervous system seeking to numb itself. Across from me, his knees careful not to glance mine, sat Patrick, his head in his hands. He too did not look my way. All that calamity. Now nothing except damp, uncomfortable silence. Theo cleared his throat.
Do you think your father knows the way?"
His eyes swept the window at the rear, where John's legs could be seen before the tiller. Patrick's father sang in low tones that floated down into the cabin. "The way to what?" I asked, my voice odd and hollow. Theo only seemed relieved that I had spoken at all.
"Moorland,"
he said.
"There aren't any canal maps aboard. I checked the storage holds, but—"
"Southeast past Gilmore,"
Patrick muttered, though he continued to cradle his forehead in one hand. His eyes were now pinched closed.
"Due east, 7 clicks after Fuller's Pass, then straight on."
Theo looked at Patrick with a creased brow.
"You've been there before?"
"Been everywhere,"
Patrick said, seemingly with momentous effort.
"And you
memorise the geography. I did,
he said bluntly. When I finally saw his face, it seemed stricken. He leaned his head back on the bench seat, a bruise burgeoning slowly over his right cheekbone. Questions poured in, a river of them, but instead of asking a single one, I slept. When I woke, it was dark beyond the curtains. Theo's light snore sounded nearby. Water lapped gently against the hull, and moonlight broke over Patrick's face. He was awake, his fingers steepled in front of his lips. And finally, as though the dim made it easier to do so, he was looking at me, watching. His eyes were silver, swirling in unshed misery. I was curled onto my side and found no energy to rise. My lip trembled. "Will you tell me everything?" I asked, terrified that he would turn away, terrified of what he might say if he didn't. If he denied owing me a damn thing, that would be just as well. What would he have to say to Lord Tanner's agent, harbinger of Kenton's downfall? Would he spit and yell this time? Or worse, those same deadened eyes I'd seen after our capture? That slow breaking. Did he hate me? His expression faltered, then collapsed altogether. 1 beat, 2, and he left his seat. Not to leave, but to kneel before me. He didn't touch me, didn't reach out to take my hand. Instead, he said with a depth I could not fathom,
"I'm sorry, scurry girl."
He told me everything, every wretched detail. From the moment Lord Terence Shop had stepped into his room and spoken of wolves, made outlandish promises of a truce and idiom for the brink, to the moment my mother hung.
"I didn't trust him,"
Patrick said.
"but he wanted Tanner dead, and it seemed we could agree on that."
With every word, I felt fire lash beneath my skin. "And you all decided that I should be the one?" His eyes flashed.
"No."
"Then who?" I asked, just now picturing it. Patrick and John and Theo and Lord Shop, foreheads bent as they concocted a plan I wasn't party to.
"Me,"
came a cracked voice, and Theo's body rose in the dark. I couldn't see his face, but the register of his voice was soft and pained.
"We told Patrick that it would be me."
It would have been more dignified had I lifted my head from the bench seat, untucked my limbs from the curl of my torso. I did neither. What use was dignity now? "Why?" I asked, a child questioning the turn of the earth. Theo sighed like it might be his last.
"Because my father decided that it would benefit him most to have you assassinate Tanner, and I told him Patrick would never allow it. I told him he'd refuse to siphon a drop of idiom if that was the case."
"So you tricked the ink out of him and passed it on to me?" Theo nodded gravely. I was glad I couldn't see the contours of his face. "Was my mother to be hanged in the hopes that it would inspire me to kill?" The words left my lips on a tremble, the realization that I was now a murderer finally dawning. For 7 years, I'd escaped without blood on my hands, and it had caught up to me anyway. Perhaps it was visible in my expression, the fabric of my being disintegrating, because Patrick's hand came over my wrist, and his face hovered before mine, imploring me.
"Shh,"
he whispered.
"It's all right."
Another lie. "Was it Lord Shop who ensured the lever was pulled?" I asked. I needed this one last truth. I saw my mother's face, terror consuming her, following her into death as she swung.
"Yes,"
Theo said, hesitant now. "But you knew." There were no tears, no cracks in my voice, just an emptiness I couldn't put a name to. "Did you know my mother would die for this plan?" They answered one after the other. A shake of the head from Patrick. Silence from Theo. Answer enough. I rose then, finally gathering my feet beneath me, Patrick rearing back with his hands proffered, as though waiting for me to fall. I faced Theo, compelled by whatever dregs remained of myself. Did you walk into that courtyard, knowing my mother would die for your father's benefit? Be man enough to answer me. Moonlight crept through and turned him bone-coloured. His jaw shook.
Yes.
And I thought, we were kids together. We grew up together. Did you forget? A painful breath rattled out. And did you know he'd have me whipped afterward? Theo swallowed. His eyes went skyward, and then to his shoes, his shaking hands into his pockets. Still, he wore that artisan blue.
Yes.
Patrick allowed me 2 hits. The first was open-handed and landed across Theo's cheek, a shock of crimson left behind. The second was a closed fist skidding across his jaw, the impact lackluster, my knuckles ceasing immediately. Theo's eyes were wild as he raised his arms to fend me off, but there was no need. Patrick's arms came around my torso like thick iron bands, pinning my arms down, and I settled instead for shrieking at Theo. And I dug up every foul name Scurry had taught me, and I hurled it at him, then threw him to his father, to Lord Tanner in the ground somewhere, to every minister in the house, and all those that came before. "You fucking swank!" I shouted, bucking against Patrick's hold, useless as it was. "Fucking godless bastard!" And it wasn't until Theo's face was awash with tears that I caught my breath, which gave Patrick opportunity to whisper,
He saved us, Nina. I ain't saying it makes up for the rest, but you should know he got us all out.
"His conscience arrived too late," Patrick swore as I bucked again.
You're right. Oi! Listen to me. You're right. But his conscience saved you from the whip, and I can't let you kill him, whatever satisfaction it might bring me.
"My mother is dead," I said, and my limbs weakened, my knees buckled. "Did she deserve it, Theo? Did I?" Theo said nothing. From his place on the bench seat, I heard the soft sounds of his regret, and it meant little. It made up for nothing. "Let go of me," I said, and Patrick did by degrees. I pulled myself away from his hands and made my wooden limbs carry me away, back to the steps and out to the deck, ducking my head under the cabin roof and slamming the door behind me. There was John, a wrinkled, calloused assortment of his 3 sons, whistling into the icy night, one hand on the tiller.
Evening, miss.
He nodded to me, spitting over the side of the hull.
Should get some sleep while you can. We'll be in moorland by sunup.
I contemplated him a second longer, then walked toward him with my fist already clenched. What was one more strike? One more split knuckle? But I was too obvious or too weak, and John stood easily with a slowness that warranted embarrassment and caught my fist in his wide hand. A short laugh barked from him.
You've got some spirit left at least,
he said, then pitched my hand off to the side as one shoos a fly.
We'll have to teach you to box properly.
I descended to the deck then, melted into it, buried my face in the darkness of my hands. After a moment or two, I felt John join me, his hand patting my shoulder.
For what it's worth, Hen, I'm sorry for your poor ma. There ain't any justice in it.
Tears plinked off the wood. I wished he would stop speaking.
And I apologise for the knife,
he added.
Didn't mean nothing by it.
And that was perhaps the only truth. There was no meaning to any of it. War was a gentleman's game. Women were just the currency. Chapter 18. Nina. In the first dregs of daylight, we drifted into moorland canals. Our narrow boat was not followed or intercepted by any other vessel along the way, but I did not voice this strangeness. The canal network was an ever-expanding web of junctions. Perhaps the authorities thought it a waste of time to try and track us down. I was growing sicker with every sway of the boat, and I suspected fever would take hold soon. The flesh above my bandage was rosy and swollen, the bandage itself still damp with canal water. I was on the deck as we passed the first moorland buildings. They competed for the skyline, towering above on rickety foundations. Floors and floors of iron rail steps and thin windows. Moorland was an ancient province, densely populated, and much like Bellevere City, beloved for its fine architecture. Still, the artisans preferred to only visit, rather than reside, in Moorland. The surrounding canals carried a smell up to even the highest of floors. The lanes were too tight, the cobbles buried under layers of dirt, and the churches upstaged by less pious enterprise. Gambling dens monopolized much of the city's commerce. It was a place where the rich came to play, while the crafters served and picked at the stray pennies. I had travelled to Moorland twice before, once with my artisan class to visit the relics, and once under a different name, when I'd laundered clothes in the basement of a shiny hotel. Even the latter felt like lifetimes ago. I'd spent the remainder of the night on deck, watching the quiet water and listening to John hum his songs in a state of disconnect. Several times I cried, and he didn't seem to mind.
"My Patty seems quite taken with you,"
he commented near dawn, when I had finally wrung myself dry. I swallowed. Not any longer. It stung to say it. John grunted a laugh, shook his head.
"You know, he nearly lost his own ma when he was a boy."
I looked over at him, curiosity finding a way through the anguish.
"Terrible times. I was away on business. Came home to find my sons hovering at my wife's bedside. Grey fever. Damn near took her too. Have you yet met my wife?"
I nodded, Tess's tired face floating to mind.
"She's a force to be reckoned with,"
John said, shaking his head.
"Bet she gave you the hard word once she saw those stars in Pat's eyes."
"She threatened to shoot me."
John chuckled. "Don't mind her. She's threatened to shoot me more times than I can count. Never does it."
"She thinks you're dead," I told him. It was blunt, but I didn't have the wherewithal to care. She was sure of it.
"Ah, well, take more than a house of swanks to finish me."
"I suppose she'll be relieved to know she was wrong." John spat into the canal.
"You know, miss, I don't know that relief is the word for it. She was always unhappy to see me go, but she was just as mad when I came home again. I imagine she'll slug me on sight."
He smiled fondly.
"Deservedly, mind you."
Whether or not he looked forward to this was unclear. Like Patrick, John was difficult to read. And like Donnie, everything was buried in humour.
"Why don't you go wake the others?"
John said as we drifted closer to the silhouette of moorland. He pulled on the air with relish, unencumbered by a night spent awake and upright. "Why moorland?" I asked him. "You must be desperate for home." But if John Colson was desperate, it seemed to be for those towering oblong buildings rising up around us, and not for Kenton.
"Business first,"
he said, pulling on the till. "What business?"
"The unions."
He seemed to savour the word.
"What other?"
Soon enough, the narrowboat was bumping gently against the pylons, and Theo and Patrick came up. Patrick stiff-jawed, and Theo gaunt, all of us surveying the docks for signs of danger. But that was the thing about moorland. Every square foot was too full, too busy. No man glanced toward another, and everyone minded their own. An unwritten code. Babies cried and chickens flapped indignantly within cages, and the sheer volume of bodies alighting and boarding boats was unfathomable. No one seemed to question the appearance of our mostly empty vessel. As soon as the narrow boat docked, people waiting on the jetty clambered onto the deck, not much caring whether I was bumped into the water in my negligence to move out of the way. A hand took mine as though by instinct, and I saw Patrick beside me. He found a gap in the throng and pulled me into it, pushing against shoulders until we spilled out the other side. John and Theo followed quickly behind us. The whole of Moorland wailed and throbbed and perspired ahead. It seemed to invade a person, stopping up the ears and throat. My skin already felt covered in an inexplicable residue. I'd forgotten how much I hated Moorland. John winked at me, and I recoiled.
"Come on, then,"
he shouted above the din. Patrick and I held hands only as long as it seemed necessary. As soon as we entered the thoroughfare, his fingers left mine, and I tucked my hands away in the pockets of my stolen robe. The lanes of Moorland were despairingly narrow, weaving uphill. Stall upon stall lined the street, their vendors screaming the names of wares to the oblivious traffic. John led the way up the steep incline, and I managed to slip behind Patrick. That way, I didn't have to think about his fingers glancing mine, or what it meant. "Where are we going?" I asked, for it seemed we were certainly heading somewhere.
"Perhaps we ought to find a hotel,"
Theo suggested from over my shoulder.
"Or perhaps we ought to part ways here, Teddy,"
Patrick said without looking back.
"I've got no desire to be within spitting distance of you." "Ah, let him tag along, son,"
John said.
"He'll be swallowed up like a stray in this place."
At that moment, a crafter woman heavily adorned in glass jewels struck Theo on the shoulder with a tattered book. "Idia will redeem you," she shrieked, then blew a handful of white powder in his face. "Prayer will cleanse you." Theo coughed and staggered backward.
"Ah, fuck,"
he uttered, then quickened his step.
"Ain't up to me whether he stays,"
Patrick said, cutting a path through a queue of people. He nodded to me.
"It's up to her."
I skipped a step, stumbling. In truth, I had imagined we were all to part ways from here. I'd felt a sense of it creeping up with every passing minute. Patrick pulled ahead of me, and I was sure that at any moment he would disappear into the throng, turn a corner, and vanish. He'd broken me out of Bellevere City, but surely his charity wouldn't extend beyond that. He wouldn't want me or Theo anywhere near Kenton. Moorland, I'd figured, was where we would divide. But we walked on, and he didn't bid me away, didn't melt into the crowd. In fact, he turned to catch sight of me every so often, ensuring I hadn't fallen too far behind. Not meeting my eye, but not letting me out of his sight for long. I did not give my clumsy heart permission to hope. I could not afford to hope for him. I'd ruined us, hadn't I? And men like Patrick Coulson didn't forgive. Perhaps it would be better if once more I slipped into the cracks of the trench and disappeared. And I could have done it, right there on that winding incline. I could step back into the crowd and erase myself. The only thing stopping me walked just slightly ahead. We reached the summit of the hill and turned down interminable corners until I felt dizzy. But Patrick and his father continued to lead us with intention, some invisible beacon guiding them, and I did not have the energy to question it. We finally halted outside a skinny building with a blood-red door. The sign swinging from the awning read, "The Mistress," in flaking gold paint. It was otherwise nondescript, made from the same clay as the buildings at either side, eaves kissing. The inside was another world entirely. A narrow entrance hall stretched before us, thickly papered in deepest red, and impeded with frame after frame of themeless art. A banana tree, the citadel in Bellevere City, a fisherman, two naked men intertwined, a parrot. The floor was thickly carpeted and stifling. Nailed to the ceiling, oddly, was a selection of different-sized mirrors. 2 doors waited ahead, one labelled Management, and before I could ask what kind of hotel this was, an elaborately dressed man came sweeping out of it, arms out in welcome. He wore a black satin cloak with a crudely cut hem. The tails were frayed. His suit underneath was a contrast of patterns, a purple waistcoat embellished in roses, pinstriped pants, a satin shirt that was perhaps once white, but was now yellow. 3 long exotic feathers hung from the hoop at his earlobe, and these too appeared tired and crumpled. But his shoes were polished, his black goatee was shaped precisely, and he stood with the air of a man who could sell snake oil to the most stubborn of skeptics, his smile wide and glinting. It fell abruptly, however, at the sight of John and Patrick in his hallway. "Mr. Coulson?" he said with strange inflection. It was impossible to know which Coulson he meant. His eyes slipped back and forth between the two. He pulled his glossy cloak around his torso, as though for privacy. Excuse me, gentlemen. I was not expecting you."
"We need rooms, Tammy,"
Patrick said without preamble.
4 of them.
The man named Tamir hesitated, his many ringed fingers steepling together clumsily.
I may not have the vacancy." "Best you start evicting folks, then,"
John quipped, peering closely at the painting of the naked men.
Tamir stumbled. "Might I suggest you inquire at the Ferryman Inn? They have an exceptional view." "Last I checked, Tamir, we don't own the Ferryman Inn,"
Patrick said. His exhaustion seemed to give way to menace.
"Own every bed in this place, though, including the one you're sleeping in."
Tamir flushed. Minutes later, we were led up a claustrophobic stairwell of velvet carpet. The walls either side boasted further art that grew more provocative with each flight. First, it was merely the suggestion of nakedness and sex. Couplings shielded by swaths of curtains, heads thrown back in ecstasy. But soon, every frame depicted limbs flung at impossible angles, and my cheeks grew hot. Thea remained silent behind me. John whistled or snorted with increasing regularity, and Patrick, by the 3rd flight, cursed incredulously.
"You've taken some creative liberties, Tamir."
Tamir held his cloak away from his feet and continued to ascend.
"Yes, well, the lease says I can decorate how I see fit. We imagined it with less tits is all," John said. "Not that I'm complaining."
I rolled my eyes. Tamir led us to the 3rd floor and indicated 2 opposing doors. One door was labelled the Menagerie, and the other Bella's Trench.
"This floor is yours, as well as the one above,"
Tamir said, nervously looking anywhere but at Patrick. From a higher floor, there came a rhythmic thumping, a shout, a woman's laughter. Patrick tracked the sound as though he could see its source through the ceiling.
"For fuck's sake,"
he said, closing his eyes, and then to Tamir.
"I pulled you out of a gambling den and handed you this place on a silver platter. And I've made a good business of it,"
Tamir exclaimed, every word a performance. He grasped his chest in affront.
"Never once have I been late in my rent. Our company name is in the deed, Tamir. You were instructed to keep a low profile, run a quiet hotel. It is a hotel, yeah? And what do you call that?"
Patrick asked, nodding to the ceiling, where the thumping had resumed. Tamir bit his lip.
"It's a creative liberty. It's a fucking brothel." "Oh, well, yes."
Patrick looked away from the paintings, ears reddening. John only hiked up his trousers, a chuckle breaking free of his lips.
"Not exactly subtle, is it, Tammy? I keep a discreet clientele," Tamir assured them. "I am also known as Richard now." "Richard?"
Patrick repeated, his patience clearly waning.
"Yes, it makes me sound genteel, no?"
Tamir pulled proudly at his waistcoat.
"All the rich men, they invite me to their swank parties. I am the ball's belle, as they say. No one says that. I assure you, Mr. Coulson, they have a fondness for me." "I can't imagine why," John scoffed. "Couldn't be all the whores, could it?"
Tamir waved away the suggestion.
"It is my charm, I think. But I've paid off every debt, Mr. Coulson. Do not worry."
Patrick remained unamused.
Just unlock the damn door.
After a moment of stern contemplation, Tamir produced a key for the menagerie. The door opened onto a wardrobe of a room, with badly clumped emerald carpet, exotic birds papered onto the walls, and a lumpy canopy bed, complete with fake hanging vines.
Fuck me,
Patrick hissed, then proceeded to push Tamir inside. John put his hand on my back to guide me over the threshold, and I balked.
Just need to convene before we part, darling,
he said gruffly, holding his hands up for show.
In you get.
Theo followed warily, closing the door softly behind him, and we were all assaulted by sudden darkness and thick incense. Tamir rushed to open a curtain, and light sprayed across the dust motes.
Before we rest,
Patrick said, his voice somehow deeper, gruffer.
We should know where we all stand.
I eyed what appeared to be a loincloth hanging over the arm of a chair. In here.
Patrick's jaw ticked. This is the only union-owned enterprise in Moorland. It's here, or it's in the tunnels, and last I heard they were filled with mud.
I pictured that tunnel, lurking somewhere beneath. And why are we in Moorland?
And, how long will you be staying?
Tamir added.
Not that you aren't most welcome, as long as we need Tamir,
Patrick said.
And you'll not be breathing a word of it to anyone, not even union members.
No, Tamir agreed sagely.
But I must say, this is quite a dangerous place for an alchemist to be. These streets are filled with these important government types, you know? They love the drink and the topless ladies. How do you know he's an alchemist?
Theodore interrupted, his arms crossed tightly across his chest.
Well, everyone knows this,
Tamir said, gesturing flippantly.
It is all about the gossip in town, even the newsprint. This is why I am most surprised to find you here, Mr. Coulson. The papers say you are finding a truce with the house. Tomorrow, I think you'll find them saying something different.
John muttered darkly. Tamir gulped.
The city is not a good place for hiding,
he implored.
So much navy blue, Mr. Coulson. Better that you head for your tunnels, I think. I can provide some provisions. We need guns and clothes,
Patrick said bluntly. Indeed, Theodore and I were still adorned in artisan blue, ministry garb, no less.
But we'll be going nowhere yet.
Tamir seemed to deflate.
Of course. What word is there of Kenton Hill?
Patrick asked now. Tamir bowed his head.
My condolences on your loss, my friend. I heard the infantry broke through like a battering ram. A battering ram. Yes, that. The Union have been tittering since you were captured, Mr. Coulson. It was quite a shock. The members are in disarray. But the whispers assure me that Kenton Hill is resuming its business. It seems its people were quite eager to return once the Navy dogs retreated to the kennel.
He eyed Theo warily as he said this, sensing that one of their kind stood among us. Then he looked at me.
And you must be the infamous Nina.
His eyes swept over my face, and all the way down to my feet.
The posters did not do you justice, my dear.
His smile was not unkind.
You are a very brave woman indeed.
I gave an awkward nod in thanks. Tamir tilted his head as though I confounded him.
I'll ensure you're repaid,
Patrick told Tamir, regaining his attention.
As soon as possible. It is not necessary, Mr. Coulson. When last you saw me, I was in the hands of those bookmen, bookies, and they were threatening to cut off my testicles. Do you remember? I could hardly forget. But thanks to him,
and he addressed Theo and me as he slapped Patrick on the shoulder,
I am now a fashionable businessman.
Patrick eyed the bird feathers at the man's ear dubiously.
Just get the guns, Tamir, and the clothes. I'll bring supper also,
Tamir said, bowing his head.
He offered Patrick 4 keys. And if you please, no urinating in the stairwells.
Then, in a flourish of satin, he left. My lips twitched upward despite myself, and the smile felt foreign.
Well,
barked John into the silence, slapping his hands together.
Let's get to business, shall we?
Yes, I said, which served to turn all attention to me. The 3 of you can begin by telling me why we've come to Moorland of all places. I eyed Theodore, then John, but could not bring myself to sweep my eyes to Patrick again, lest I lose the momentum building in my chest. Since I seem to be the only one who doesn't know. There was a pregnant silence, John and Theo shirking an answer, and waiting for Patrick to speak. But Patrick only went to the window and turned to lean against the ledge. A cigarette appeared from nowhere, and he put it between his lips. A matchbox slid from his sleeve into his palm. John whistled.
You pull that from Tamir, the dock master.
Patrick corrected, lighting his smoke.
Got another? Haven't yet decided,
he said darkly, giving his father a pointed glare. There was still blood caked in the man's nostrils.
You holding grudges, son?
His father asked.
At least a little longer.
Patrick drew deeply on the cigarette, his tired eyes closing as he exhaled.
You remember the deal I told you Lord Shop offered us, Nina? The truce.
He did not look at me, but I thought it was a good sign at least that he said my name, that he hadn't bid me away yet. Yes, I said.
The deal was made on the promise of Terranium. Enough of it to last the next few generations. Maybe more.
My brow creased. The mines are near empty, I said. My tone was vacant, uncomprehending. The deal was a con.
It certainly was,
Patrick said.
Though not all of it. A discovery was recently made.
What discovery? I asked, turning to Theo and searching his face for answers. Theo sighed heavily, more drawn than I'd ever seen him, and said,
A book that may reveal the whereabouts of Idia's seam, if such a thing exists.
The name clattered somewhere in the stores of my memory, a scurry schoolyard where children clawed the mud with their bare hands. I'm digging all the way to Idia's seam. My gaze flickered between Patrick and Theo both. Idia's seam, I parroted. The fable.
Not a fable,
Theo said, his face in shadow.
Just a well-covered secret.
And I believed him. The house was built on lies. If they believed this real, then they would have kept it close.
The book was found in the Moorland archives,
Patrick added, and the rest of the tale was not needed, for I could feel the sudden fervour in the room emanating from John. But not Theo, who appeared merely trapped. And what now, Patrick? I asked him, for surely there was some grand plan turning in the cogs of his mind. I could see that he was trying, and failing, to hide his own zeal. You're here to thieve yourself a copy of the book from the Moorland archives. Is that it?
Don't need one,
John grunted, and he pulled from his coat a much-abused book.
Young Theodore thieved the original, didn't you?
Theo looked darkly at the object.
And as I told you back in the National House, I'd feel better if I could carry it myself. Don't give a rat's arse how you feel, boy. You just be grateful you've been allowed along.
I stared at the book, my breaths shortening. Embossed on the cover were the words, The Steward's Testament. Hide the witches. The stewards, they hid 3. My mother's face swam in and out of my vision. I looked back at Theo. It's real. He sighed, nodded.
It's written in Varian script,
Patrick added, and my gaze swerved to his. He was watching me carefully now, blue eyes sparking.
That's why we're here. There's some scribbler who works in the archives who can translate. A descendant of the stewards. Or so says Shop.
I closed my eyes briefly, the first tremors of a headache beating about my skull. You're going to look for the seam. Of course they were.
If we don't, Patrick said slowly, then they will, Nina. Only they don't have a way to find it. They don't have the book. It'd mean the end of the war,
John inserted, spinning the little book in his palm like the needle of a compass.
With a charmer to dig up the terranium and an alchemist to siphon it, he whistled. The Swanks might as well kneel now.
So this was why Patrick had yet to turn me away. Is that what you want? I asked Patrick, ignoring his father. The entire nation on its knees. Do you want to lead all of Bellevere Trench? Patrick's eyes iced over. It sent a shiver down my spine.
I want to drag the ministers from their nice beds, their nice houses, and have them watch as I burn it all to the ground.
I saw then what he saw. Lord Shop and his fucking cane. The ministers lining the courtyard to watch my mother swing from the noose. The tidy streets of Bellevere City. Every brick mined by crafters. Kenton Hill ablaze. Gunner bleeding. Tanner in a drawing room, proclaiming me his weapon. His knife. A deep cold slithered through me. Is this why you saved me? I asked him. Because you needed someone to dig up your seam. I already knew it was. I hated the way my voice shook. Patrick didn't answer. I looked away. It's just business between us now, then? He sighed, flicked ash onto Tamir's carpet.
Yes.
I nodded, trying desperately to hold on to whatever pieces in my chest remained intact. It was no more than I'd expected, but twice as painful.
You don't have to say yes to this,
Patrick said slowly, as though it were only us two now. He stepped away from the window toward me, but halted in his tracks. Lord, his face was handsome, salt in the wound.
You've got choices. If you don't want a part in it, you can leave. Leave? John stood abruptly from the bed. Wait a minute, miss. Afraid we can't let you do that. She'll go where she pleases, Patrick said with a threatening finality. And you'll not be doing a fucking thing to stop her.
Something passed between the two men.
Tell me, Patty,
John said, his voice turning low, dangerous.
Who's the chairman of the union now? Did you usurp me in my absence, son?
Patrick's expression flattened, and I thought of all the times he'd refused the title of chairman, as though he'd been forced to the summit of his father's venture and found he disliked the height. He'd been willing to do many things, hadn't he, to get his father back?
You've been gone too long, Dad, Patrick said. Too fucking long. And now things have changed.
I swallowed. John inhaled and jutted his jaw as Gunner had.
We need her, son. Only if she wants to help, Patrick repeated. But she's free to leave. I'll insist upon it. Will you now? John said, chuckling mirthlessly. Lord, boy, how deep are you?
Patrick didn't answer. His expression was unreadable, John's veneered in dark amusement. Patrick returned his attention to me.
What is it you want, then?
What did I want? I wanted to turn back the hand of the clock, to be a simple person with simple troubles, who had taken only bluff and left the National House with Patrick that day when we were 12. I wanted to see Kenton Hill restored and revive the dead. I wanted to rip the ache from within me. Tanner, Shop, the house, their soldiers with their bayonets. They'd taken everything. The itch for idiom was never quiet, never satisfied. In truth, though, it wasn't idiom that I cared for. How often had my medium become a gun to my head? Perhaps I should want to run. I felt the coil in my muscles now, willing me to seek safety in solitude. Loving someone was dangerous, and it would hurt to stay, to see Patrick every day and know he'd loved me once. I could escape back into the folds of Bellavere and learn to live with an empty chest. But I didn't want that. I didn't want to take on a new name and new lies and let the idiom ebb until I was none of the things I'd ever been. I wanted someone to hurt. I felt it burgeoning in me, a yearning for blood. Shops, perhaps, or the man who'd pulled the lever on my mother, or the coppers at the docks. I wanted to feel as I had when the earth clogged Tanner's ears and mouth and jammed his airways, like no one could touch me. And here was Patrick, offering me a way. Generations of idiom, he'd said. A fair fight. If I was a knife, then I could rip and slash and gouge until the aching ebbed. It wasn't idiom I wanted. It was revenge. If we succeed, I said, I want to bury those lords myself. A shadow rippled across Patrick's face. He nodded and stepped away.
Then we'll find ourselves that scribbler,
he said.
We begin tomorrow.
Chapter 19. Nina. I welcomed sleep, yet the first evening spent in the Mistress was restless. The stairwell was irregularly filled with frantic footsteps, drunken murmurs, and once howling laughter. The walls of the building seemed to hold the echoes of bed springs and headboards, and I heard the knocking well into the night. Theo and John had taken the floor above, while I remained in the menagerie, and Patrick in the room next door. The two were conjoined, I realized after the fact, by a door near the wardrobe. I wondered, in the absence of sleep, if Patrick had yet seen it there, if he had locked his side of the door. I had eaten, washed, painstakingly combed the snarls of my hair until the curls did not resemble a nest, and now I lay atop the blankets in a pale blue lace-trimmed slip. I didn't dare ask Tamir where it had come from. Fever had set in, and I felt alternatingly hot and cold to my marrow. I discarded the dirty bandages. My arms lay on the mattress, ghastly and swollen, and though I wanted nothing more than to sleep for an eternity, I rose instead and went like a ghost to the adjoining door. Before I could reach it, a sharp knocking came from the other side of it. I faltered, squinting at the door, wondering if I'd succumbed to delirium. But when I pulled it open, Patrick stood there, dressed in clean clothing, smelling of soap, his brow so furrowed he appeared decades older. I frowned, confused. How long have you been standing there?
Far longer than I'll tell you,
he said. Immediately, he noticed the sheen of sweat on my skin.
What is it?
He asked, eyes widening. I blinked slowly. I'm unwell. Infection, I think. I held up my sliced arms. I've cleaned them, but they were already starting to swell. Patrick's jaw rolled at the sight of them. He nodded to the bed over his shoulder.
Sit,
he said. I hesitated. I don't want to impose.
Lord, just sit down on the fucking bed, Nina.
I went in tentatively and sat on the edge, noticing how high the hem of the slip rose up my thigh. Wishing I'd thought to don a robe, I blinked again, and the room doubled. Patrick was pulling something from his wardrobe. My eyes roamed over the expanse of his back, watching the muscles flex beneath his shirt. He returned with a vial, half filled with black swill.
Take it,
he said. He loomed above, doused in lamplight. I found myself disconcerted again, not by fever this time, but simply by him. Patrick sighed. He leaned down over me until I could see nothing else.
Drink it,
he said,
or it'll be done for you.
A shiver assailed me. I downed the contents, feeling the immediate flux of my mind, stretching and reshaping. The bluff would spread through my blood within a few minutes, curbing the fever. Patrick backed away and crouched, hands coming together between his knees, watching me carefully. I'm not about to keel over, I told him. I pulled at the hem of the slip.
Leave it alone,
he said. I looked down at my hand, confused. Why?
'Cause it's hard enough keeping my eyes where they ought to be.
I flushed. His eyes skipped to my arms now, both mottled in injury. He looked at the artisan brand I had melted from my body, undeterred by the scar.
What did you use?
He asked slowly.
To get rid of it.
An iron press, I said, distracted. Relief was finding me. I closed my eyes and sighed. Broke into a wash house here in Moorland and held it on the plate for as long as I could. A crafter woman found me passed out cold the next morning. She gave me a job. It was easier to speak to him there in the dim, in the quiet. Time felt illusory in the earliest hours. He hid his expression from me.
What happened to her? The crafter?
Shot, I think, I murmured. She was harbouring women fleeing Gilmore, and the police came. Patrick grimaced. By now, there were 100 stories the same, 1,000.
But you escaped,
he said. I hid. We all hid, actually, in a cellar beneath the steam ovens. Everyone except her. She covered the door behind us, and we sat like cowards and listened to the police officers scream at her and beat her and carry her away. Patrick listened intently, lost as I was in the strangeness of the night.
Tell me the rest of it,
he said. Not a command, but a plea. And I did. I told him about my time in Trent, bartering art for a train ticket, then the china shop in Hessen, where the foreman had his hired guards search our pockets after every shift. I told him about Dorsa, where I'd come the closest I ever had to starving, and was saved by 2 elderly gentlemen who took me into their kitchen and fed me poached quail. Then I came to the day in Delfield, where I'd lived above a pub in a waterlogged flat for all of 3 days before the infantry marched in. I told Patrick of how the landlord's eyes had always lingered on my face, of how he'd sold the whereabouts of the earth charmer to save his own family, and how I couldn't possibly, even now, blame him for it. I spoke of how I'd woken in the National House, Tanner hovering over me. He paraded my mother in, I said, my voice thinning. And I didn't recognize her straight away. That's strange, don't you think? For a daughter not to recognize her own mother. Patrick shook his head. Entranced, it seemed.
You hadn't known her in many years.
It was more than that, I muttered. She was changed, not herself. She hummed a song she used to sing for me when I couldn't sleep, or when my dad was shouting, and she wanted to hide the noise from me, but she wouldn't look at me, wouldn't speak. She'd already lost her mind, I think. There must have been tears on my face. I could feel them dripping off my jaw. Tanner told me that she'd left Scurry for me. Somehow she'd learned the secret, and she'd learned that servants of the house were rewarded for keeping it. Their children made artisans. That's why she left me. She was trying to barter a better life for me. Patrick was sitting at his careful distance, one arm around his knee, the other hand weaving a coin through his fingers. The ropes of his tendons were rigid. He didn't move from this position. He only listened, an unnameable expression on his face. They told me to go to Kenton and find the alchemist, and there was no other choice in it. I couldn't let them kill her. My voice wavered. I wondered if he could see all the guilt I was made of. I was weak, I whispered. I'm sorry. Patrick didn't nod, or rise, or shout, didn't lift his eyes from mine. The coin ceased its turning. Several long moments of silence stretched.
You could have told me everything,
he said. I sniffed and nodded.
But you didn't.
To that, I said nothing,
and I can only presume it was because of your friends, Theo and Polly, and what might happen to them, should they be implicated.
I nodded once.
Or perhaps you were worried for yourself,
Patrick said. It felt like an accusation.
Perhaps you thought I'd throw you into the canal if I knew the truth.
I bit my tongue. I could still see the barrel of his gun pointed at me.
Ah,
he said, reading my expression.
So it was fear, then. You were scared of me.
I stiffened. I was scared to lose you.
Yet I was devoted to keeping you, he said now. I vowed it, told you I was in love. You didn't believe me.
No, perhaps I hadn't. Some loves die when tested, I said, voice fading. He nodded.
That they do.
We sat in silence for a while, the night passing by, and I couldn't bring myself to leave the room. Couldn't bear to stay.
Did you give him my name, Nina?
He asked.
You can tell me the truth now. Reckon I've earned it.
I was mere wisps of myself. I felt he could pass right through me. Of course not, I said. I'd changed sides. I'd told you that I loved you.
No, you didn't,
he said.
Not really.
I told no one about you, I said, more forcefully now. Not even Polly. He ran the tip of his finger over his lips, then nodded, as though to himself. I was going to tell you everything, Patrick, I said, fresh tears falling. I waited all night for you to come back. I waited. I could say no more. I was suddenly bone tired. When I closed my eyes, images pervaded. I heard him sigh heavily from his place on the floor. Then he stood. He went to get a fresh bowl of water and a damp washcloth, and came to where I sat. He knelt before me, and took one of my forearms into his hands to clean it. The cold water stung.
I believe you,
he said, his voice low and close. He moved from one arm to the other.
But I told you once that there should be trust between us.
And you don't trust me, I finished for him.
You didn't trust me,
he corrected.
I told you I'd protect you, keep you safe,
Patrick.
And it's clear to me now that you could betray me in the worst ways, and I'd forget every code I have to defend you.
He finished his ministrations, wrung the washcloth dry.
A bigger weakness I can't foresee. So there are lines I can't cross with you again. Do you understand?
My eyes cinched closed, if only so I didn't have to see his perfect face when I asked, Can you never forgive me? I felt him breathe once, twice.
You're already forgiven, scurry girl, but it don't fix much.
I opened my eyes, and his face was far too close to mine, and I wondered how he could suffer the remaining distance, how he could ignore the compulsion to close it. Patrick, do you ever regret going into that cellar? After a moment, he said,
Despite it all, I still can't say I do.
Chapter 20. Nina. By the following day, my head felt lighter, the infection cleared. We converged into Mia's living quarters soon after waking, and John pulled the steward's testament from his coat pocket. When I laid my eyes on it again, something more than grief and guilt ignited within me. I felt hunger. I imagined bursting seams of black ore beneath the earth's crust, and Lord Shop digging his way toward it. We needed to find it first. The little book lay open on Tamir's unvarnished kitchen table. A scrawl of indecipherable, faded symbols stared back at us. Tamir remained 2 steps away, his hands twisting together in the sleeves of a teal housecoat. His small flat unfolded behind him in a collection of upholstered furniture and antiques. Compared to the rest of his establishment, These 2 rooms were quietly elegant, refined. The walls were adorned in mournful, abstract landscapes, instead of women's vulvas. A cat slunk around the curve of an armchair. Tamir came to peer around John's frame at the first page, unable to help himself.
"But what does it say?"
he asked.
"Fuck if I know,"
John responded.
"but it'll lead us to a treasure trove."
I frowned at the pages, some eaten through by moths. How can we be sure it says anything about the seam?
"I don't know yet,"
Patrick answered.
"except that shops seem to think it of great importance."
And there's supposed to be a scribbler somewhere in the city who can translate it, I asked. How are we to find them?
"It ain't that big of a city,"
John said, crossing his arms.
"We'll find 'em."
You have a name? I asked.
"Better. I've got a place,"
he said.
"Some swank club not far from here."
The problem isn't just in finding someone who can translate it,
Theo interrupted.
It's in convincing the scribbler to break their oath to the house to help us.
"What oath?"
John asked. Theo shrugged as though it were obvious.
Scribblers are entrusted with highly sensitive information. If captured or tortured, they would accept death before revealing national secrets.
"Then capture won't do,"
Patrick said.
"We'll have to swindle 'em."
I stared at the book, plain as it was, a blur of symbols. If they swear an oath to protect Bellevue's secrets, then they've likely been trained to spot such a scheme.
"Well,"
John said, closing the book with a loud slap,
"they're yet to be swindled by a Coulson."
Ricker's was the name of the club, a restaurant the artisans in the city frequented, according to Tamir, where they ate 5 courses and danced to a brass band. The women wore their most scandalous dresses, the kind polite society wouldn't dare accept in Bellevue City, where the citadel bore down from every angle. The scribblers of the Moorland archives favoured it, said Tamir. It seemed the only place to start.
"I can secure us a reservation,"
Tamir said with a wave of a hand.
"I am often asked for at these parties, you know."
In that case, Patrick said, and looked to his father.
"We'll need supplies."
Supplies?
Theo asked.
A few tinctures.
Theo narrowed his eyes.
What tinctures, exactly?
Patrick looked at Theo's jaw, as though deciding whether to lay his fist into it. Theo leaned away.
"If the scribblers are inclined to drink, then we'll give them a little something to loosen 'em up,"
Patrick said.
"They'll be more easily swindled if they're seeing double."
You're planning to drug them?
Theo looked to me, as though expecting I might join him in his reproach. But whatever doctrine had sewn together the threads of my morality had been snipped free. I did not blanch. Perhaps deep down there was a murmur, a tired belief that artisans were people, not all bad, not all evil or hateful. But it was damningly quiet, easy to ignore. Right now, every one of them was Lord Tanner or Lord Shop. How will we know which ones are scribblers? I asked. Tamir grinned shrewdly.
"They're proud, the swanks. It never takes much conversation to learn their medium."
And which of us is to simply parade through a room of artisans, looking for a scribbler to drug?
Theo asked.
"Ain't that the question?"
John chortled, looking at Theodore expectantly. Patrick clicked his tongue.
"There's a use to you yet, Teddy."
Theo looked from one to the other.
Not me, surely.
But it was obvious. Patrick's hands were pressed to the desk, the knuckles compacted with calluses, arms thickly corded in muscle, his entire stance that of a miner, even if the blood beneath was shot through with ink. John, with his thick beard and grating tenor, neither moved nor spoke in the language of the genteel, but Theo did. And I did.
You can't be serious,
Theo said bluntly, his mouth a thin line.
You want me to drug a scribbler?
"That'd be grand, Teddy, if you could,"
John said, slapping Theo on the back. Patrick and Theo seemed engaged in a silent scuffle, eyes locked, chins jutting. Then Theo pinched his eyes closed. When he opened them again, he was looking at me.
"Nina," Listen to me.
I can't think of a person I would be less inclined to listen to. The words had teeth. He winced.
The Terranium hasn't even been found yet, and already people will be hurt in its pursuit. More will follow. After it's uncovered, every man and his dog will come scrapping for a piece. The entire continent will devour itself.
Good, I thought.
There's another option,
Theodore said, his gaze skirting to Patrick and away.
A stalemate. There ain't a stalemate to be found,
Patrick said immediately.
Either we find the Terranium before the house does, or we lose the fight. They have no alchemist, Coulson,
Theo said.
Without one, the Terranium is useless to them, and so you'll have them continue raising brink towns while they hunt me down,
Patrick said.
Or perhaps you imagine I'd give myself over to 'em, eh? If it's my loyalty you're questioning, I'll remind you that I'm the reason you're standing here and not in a locked room.
Theo reminded him.
And no, I don't propose we do nothing.
Then what, Theo? I asked. And to be clear, I do question your loyalty. He seemed to find difficulty in keeping himself impassive.
Burn the book,
he said simply. There was silence for a moment, the ringing kind. I felt that void inside me shudder. John seemed amused.
Burn it, he said. Son, that there is a map to more magic than we've ever known. And it'll do no good in the hands of my father. I know that now,
Theodore said, straightening his shoulders.
But your hands are no cleaner.
Patrick's head rolled back on his shoulders, and he laughed tiredly, the blue of his eyes icing over.
Ah, Teddy, you've no need to tell a miner of his dirty hands.
His blue eye swept at Theodore's neatly trimmed fingernails.
A less honourable man I've never seen. Far more people will die if you do this,
Theo pressed on, imploring me, not Patrick. He turned his back to block the Coulsons from my view, stepping closer.
Let the idiom die out. Let no one have it, Nina. Force a stalemate. My father will have no choice but to negotiate with the Union and find a truce.
But I knew otherwise. I knew men like his father were born ravenous. The currency shifted. If not idiom, then coal, timber, until another path to power was found. Once, I'd have sided with Theo. I'd thought Bellevere a slave to idiom, and that we were each better off without it running through our blood. Now, I didn't care for what was right. I cared for that hole carved out in my middle. A truce. I looked at Theo squarely, remembered all those times his father had invited me to dinner, his disgust for me swimming beneath the surface. I don't want a truce with your father. I want them all in the ground. I watched Theo war with it, his loyalty to me, to his father, to the artisans.
I don't believe that,
he said, searching my face, I thought, for remnants he recognized.
I don't believe you want to see people suffer.
A rumble grew then, beneath our feet, beneath the foundations of the hotel, deeper still. A buried titan deep in the earth, clawing for the surface. The pendant light overhead shook. Dust fell. Timir shrieked and stumbled against a credenza.
God almighty!
John intoned, gripping hold of a chair. The quaking ceased. Theo and I held each other's gazes. Do you doubt I could do it? He hadn't moved, hadn't blinked. The only change came from 2 splotches of deep red, high on his cheekbones.
You don't scare me, Nina.
But his jaw was tight.
I know who you are.
Fury reared up. Not anymore. But still, Theo stood there, breaths carefully measured. Go, I told him. Crawl home to your father. Pray he doesn't hang you next. My voice cracked on this last, and Theo's guard crumpled in response, his dark eyes hazing. He shook his head.
I want to stay. I've picked a side.
Then don't stand in my way. He nodded stiffly, relenting, but I thought I saw something solidify in his resolve. He lifted his chin and turned to Patrick.
I'll help to find the scribbler. he said, but I won't drug them.
Patrick had his arms crossed. He was watching Theodore with barely veiled hatred.
That's where you draw the line, is it? It is.
The look he gave Theo was withering.
Not with the decimation of Kenton Hill, then, or the death of Nina's kin. Drugging one of your fellows is what turns your stomach.
Theo bristled. I'll do it, I said, empty of feeling. I'll drug the scribbler. I can talk circles around them as good as Theo.
You're too recognizable,
Patrick said warily, like he could sense I was close to combustion.
They'll know your face.
I don't see another option, I argued, crossing my arms over my chest.
Tamir coughed. Pardon, but I have many decorative garments and quite a few wigs. We can make the lady quite undetectable, I swear to you.
He covered his heart with his hand and bowed his head.
It would be my honor. Oh, bet,
John offered, eyeing Tamir's robe dubiously.
Don't think dressing her like a whore is going to help the girl blend in, Tammy.
Tamir frowned.
My outfits are of the finest quality, sir. She would not look out of place.
I could feel Patrick stare.
Nina, you won't be alone,
Theo said.
I'll accompany you.
There was little else to be said. Patrick looked on the precipice of arguing, but instead he lanced me with cold eyes and said nothing. John clapped his hands together and said,
Ain't nothing else for it.
Theo stood straighter than he had since we'd left Kenton Hill. Then it's settled, I said, something violent climbing my throat. I'll drug the scribbler. The following evening, I was dressed in the kind of garb any artisan in Bellevere would balk at, but not here in Moorland, where the constraints of society were loosened after dusk. Tamir had encased me in an emerald dress with ruffled off-shoulder sleeves, a corset that constricted my ribcage, and skirt that pleated elegantly at my hip bone, then fell to the floor. The bust line was more daring than anything I'd ever worn, and when I glanced in the mirror, I blushed. My hips and backside were too accentuated. My cleavage was, quite frankly, indecent. I tried to stuff it back into the garment. But Tamir slapped at my hands.
You are a woman, he told me. You cannot be faulted for being exquisite.
It's distracting. I don't want to be ogled. I want to go unnoticed.
You ask for the moon,
he tisked, standing back to admire his work.
You cannot hide loveliness. Better to use it.
He winked.
Fools are blinded by jewels, you know, and you will be a diamond.
I wore an unassuming chestnut wig that stopped at my shoulders, heavily shadowed eyelids, ruby red lips, a powder that concealed my freckles, and a precisely drawn beauty spot on my cheek. I felt like a trussed-up doll.
You will devour them,
Tamir delighted, then sent me into the stairwell. Patrick exited his own room at the same time, dressed in simple wear, and was struck dumb at the sight of me. His eyes stuck first to my face, painted in what I considered to be a grotesque amount of rouge, and haloed by hair not my own, and I thought he was taken by the strangeness of it. But then his eyes travelled over the rest of me, down the valley of my breasts, to the hills of my hips, and he said nothing. His hand seemed melded to the doorknob, as though it kept him upright. I could hardly stand the heat of it. Blood rushed up and pulsed beneath my skin. I cleared my throat. Tamir said they all dress like this in the night quarter. The artisan women, that is. I'll blend in.
You won't,
he said. He swallowed, something animalistic in it.
You never did. Ain't any hope for it now.
We were to congregate in the foyer, and Patrick and I walked the stairwell in torturous silence. Limbs taut, a scent of wildness emanating from each of us. Those desires not yet dispersing in the aftermath. On the last landing, he gestured I go ahead of him. This was a mistake. My body came too close to his as I passed. I felt his inhale, felt the planes of his chest expand. I paused there. I thought of him and I in a different stairwell, the steps flexing beneath our feet as his fingers pressed into my hips, anchoring themselves there, his mouth skirting over the pulse at my neck, drinking in the rush of blood beneath my flesh. Everything had changed. Nothing had changed. I lifted my head slowly to look up at him, meeting the hunger in his eyes with my own. "Don't," he said, but it came out as a groan. He stared down at me, that hunger intensifying. His eyelids lowered. "Just keep on walking." But I didn't move. Couldn't, perhaps. Not when his mouth was inches from mine, close enough that I could rise on the tips of my toes and meet it. Perhaps it was base to still feel this sort of spiraling desire, with such wreckage in our wake and a gulf of trouble ahead. But longing reigned, and it was nice to feel something good. "You'd let me, wouldn't you?" he said as his eyes roamed over me, and though his hands remained in his pockets, I felt his touch everywhere. "You wouldn't slap my hands away if I pulled this skirt up," he murmured, his gaze moving down to my hips, "and fucked you right here." I stopped breathing altogether, heat coalescing in my middle, spreading to my inner thighs, climbing my chest. "Is that what you intended when you put it on?" he asked darkly, and he seemed impossibly close now. "To torture me?" I shook my head slowly, barely aware of my surroundings, of anything but his scent. He watched the shake of my head and lifted an eyebrow. "To torture every man in the room tonight, then?" Lord, I wished he'd touch me. I'd have any excuse to touch him back. "That's what'll happen when you cross that threshold," he told me. "You'll turn them all into sweating, panting oafs." His hands clenched in his pockets. I rose on my toes to spite myself, but he didn't grant me his lips. But they don't know how you taste, do they? They don't know the sounds you make when you come." His voice slid over me like smoke. My hands reached for the lapels of his coat, but still, he held himself away. He was the one torturing me now. "That'll be my consolation, I think, knowing that you'll never give them what you gave me. They'll only ever imagine it, and even a fucking swank don't got imagination enough for that. Patrick, off your toes, Scotty girl. Keep walking." Slowly, as though falling out of a trance, I dropped back onto my heels, though his face continued to swim around mine. I would have done anything he asked. "You don't belong to anyone, Nina," he said. "Not a single fucking one of them." I blinked, and he frowned. "Say it." I don't belong to them," I repeated, heart stuttering. His gaze held me captive. "They belong to you." His fingers withdrew from his pocket and pressed something cool into mine. There was a shot of darkest blue amid the cerulean of his eyes, and I was lost to them, with no mind to the minutes passing. Awareness only flickered in when Patrick moved away, descending the last flight and disappearing into the foyer below, leaving me to my own burning. I looked down at my hands, which felt detached from the rest of me. In one of them was a vial. Patrick's voice remained in my middle ear, hammering against the bone until it etched, letter by letter. "You don't belong to them." The plan was this. Theo and I would claim different names and mediums and be ushered into a swank dining establishment in the night quarter, the owner of which frequented the mistress and knew Tamir by name. After that, it would take luck, flirtation. If the scribbler was present this evening, I prayed they enjoyed a drink. John had left the mistress earlier that day and returned victorious, having procured what turned out to be mere tully root. "Tully root is the tincture?" I had asked, incredulous. The miners wrapped their abrasions with the leaves to stave infection, but it was otherwise a noxious weed that strangled the moors in the east. "Ever eaten it?" John had said, shaking the green vial between his fingers.
"You'll be no more faced with justice week."
I hadn't, but I'd seen enough numb-faced men, which was always credited to bluff. If that's true, then why haven't the miners started uprooting every last hill?
"Because Tollyroot rots your tongue,"
Patrick answered blankly.
"Right after you've finished wagging it."
And how will the scribbler translate without a tongue?
"Don't need his tongue to scribble, does he?"
He countered. He had paused then, as though wondering if that might be enough to turn my stomach, to make me reassume my former principles. It wasn't. While I dosed the unfortunate scribbler, Patrick and John would be waiting in the alley with a wagon and the testament. I assumed, though I did not summon the integrity to ask, that the scribbler would be left outside some hospital, tongue fermenting, their mind made into swill, after, of course, they'd been forced to transcribe the steward's book. Tamir had redressed in a three-piece suit that was so inoffensive, he was almost unrecognizable. His goatee was neatly oiled, his top hat meant for the theatre. He led us to the lamp-lined street and hustled us into a lopsided coach with 2 wooden wheels and 2 steel.
"I'm quite a good driver,"
he reassured all 4 of us, and shut us in. We spent the carriage ride hitting our heads on the ceiling, or else slamming into the walls, our arses bouncing inelegantly the entire way. I was seated opposite Patrick, who watched with slow-moving wrath as I slid at each turn into Theo's side, my thigh pressing into his. If Theo were a smarter man, he might have committed his mind to the passing viaducts and vendors and street performers and plumes of smoke clawing the purple sky. To anything but the dress I wore and the parts of me it clung to. I drew my shawl higher and higher until I was strangled with it.
"Did you leave your genteel manners in Bellevere City, Teddy?"
Patrick growled beneath the clatter of horses' hooves on the cobbles, and the bray of Tamir egging the poor creatures onward. Theo, distracted until that point, tore his gaze away and turned a delicate pink.
"I'm more gentleman than you'll ever hope to be. Yeah, best you don't forget it,"
Patrick said darkly, hatred settling over his face. John gave a low whistle, apparently entertained. He covered his smirk by way of smoothing his beard.
"Lord, we ain't got time to duke it out in here, boys," he grunted. "Settle it away from the lady."
I was food, a hide on a meat shank. The image of a banquet came to mind, with all the men seated and the women carved up and dressed before them on platters. I pulled my shawl closer still. Tamir called, "Whoa!" and the coach came to a bruising halt. Light beamed in. The establishment was a solid concrete wall made of 1,000 orange-lit windows and iron grate balconies, pillars stamped with carved cherubs, slain mares, faces missing eye sockets. The doors were a glass-plated bloody maroon that betrayed the chandelier beyond, as well as the pearly tiling and polished ebony banisters. Already, the noise from within the building drifted down to us, wave after wave of heavy chatter. Theo and I knew the scene from heart. Crystal glasses and crisp white shirts speckled with wine or meat blood. Hands clasping hands, lips on knuckles, pompous laughter. Already I felt sick. Theo exited the coach first and proffered a hand, a routine from another lifetime we'd shared. But Patrick caught the very tips of my fingers at the last possible moment, still sitting back in the shadows of the coach, and his expression swallowed me. I watched 1,000 words pass over his lips, felt the tingling warmth that passed from his skin to mine.
"They belong to you,"
he said, voice grave.
"Make sure they know it."
And I looked away, lest I be captured again.
Chapter 21. Theo. Theo and Nina entered the dining room of Ricker's hand in hand, Tamir ahead of them, and Theo's chest brimming with dread. On his last visit here, he'd been 13. His father had taken him to the smoking room, said, This is your chance to prove you're a man of some worth. Then tended him round a circle of aristocrats, mistresses, hanging off their elbows. Theo had spoken well, he thought, laughing diplomatically when it seemed right. He'd smoked his first cigar, encased vomit in his cheek, and swallowed on his next inhale. His father had been proud of that, Theo thought, that his son hadn't gagged in front of his fellows. There had been a man named Gumble, a fire charmer, semi-retired from his military career. He was pigeon-chested, generically handsome in the way of most heroes. He wore pins awarded to him by the head of house, and spoke about them at length. In the late hours, he drew young Theo aside, sloshed neat scotch onto his own chest, and said, "See any you like?" He was gesturing to the women strewn around the room, all of them crafters, feigning interest against bookshelves, staring blankly out windows, or else nursing artisan men in their deteriorating states. Theo knew this game. Gentlemen did not blush or concede. He had looked Gumble in the eye, fashioned a smirk, and said, "That one." In truth, he hadn't an eye for any of them. He was still just 13, and these women were all old. The woman he'd nodded to at random was rake thin and wore too many necklaces for comfort. There was so much rouge on her cheeks, you could hardly see the shadows beneath. She was only pretty if you could see past the desperation. "Then I'll be having that one," Gumble had said, finishing the remnants in his glass. "You've got to be careful with the crafter girls, son. Mostly they're diseased. You have to check them over very thoroughly first." His eyes took on a manic glint then, like some bolt in his mind had suddenly snatched free. "You can check her for me." He declared it as though a favour had been traded, passed generously from his hand and into Theo's. That was how Theo had found himself inside a coat closet with a much older crafter woman, and she'd looked, momentarily, as though she might cry. And Theo had thought, does a gentleman bring a woman, any woman, to tears? He hadn't checked her for disease, whatever that meant. He hadn't done a single thing other than look into the dank, diminutive light of the closet and wish to be swallowed by it. After a moment of stillness, of silence, he'd simply exited the closet and left her there, winking to Gumble, who'd watched on with a moronic smile. He'd dedicated himself to a corner for the remainder of the evening. Later, after he'd been bid good night and sent back upstairs to the suite owned by the shop family, he'd pass that same crafter woman again, this time in an upstairs parlour, the doors wide open. And with her was not just Gumble, but two of his compatriots, all in states of hasty undress, bull-eyed and gleaming. And the crafter woman looked not at Theo, but through him, as though neither of them were truly there at all. It only occurred to Theo now that those women might have had children at home, maybe partners as well. Perhaps leasing the warmth of their flesh was better than the mines, better than the mills and factories. Theo shuddered. He'd spent enough time in the mines now to know that he never wanted to be below ground again, that he'd do a good number of ungentlemanly things to avoid it. Tamir was greeted by a man in a red suit jacket and white gloves, who resembled a ringmaster, but was more likely a maitre d'. "Mr. Peters," Tamir exclaimed, and reached out to clasp the man's small hand in both of his. "Tamir," Peters said tightly, and in a way that inferred reluctance. His eyes swept quickly to Theo and Nina. "These are your guests?" "And what fine guests they will be," Tamir offered, bowing low enough that he might press his lips to Peter's knuckles. Peters retracted his hand abruptly. The man cleared his throat. "They are not to eat from the serving trays," he said, "or enter any of the sitting rooms, or the kitchens, or the stables." "But you misunderstand," Tamir interjected, waving his hands in a frenzy. "These are guests from Bellavere City." Peters blanched. "You mean they aren't—" "They are not under my employ," Tamir laughed. No, Mr. Peters. You have put your foot in your ass, you see." "In his mouth, Tamir," Nina corrected. "Yes, right, in his mouth. These are Lord and Lady Pontino, and they are my very best acquaintances come to visit me. Did I not tell you I have many good friends in Bellavere City?" Peters looked as though he'd heard of Tamir's many good friends and hadn't believed a single tale. He turned to Nina and Theo repentantly. "Please forgive me. My Lord Tamir, well, he often visits with an array of guests." "Yes," Tamir nodded, "but these ones will not be found coupling in your stables. Now, we should be shown through, yes?" Peters, now the colour of puce, nodded and led them through the foyer, and then left into a grand crescent dining room, complete with 3 tiers of seating, brass banisters, all the occupants looking down from their round tables at the band in the bottommost tier, the dancers pulsating around their stage. This party was not one to be found in Bellavere City, where the women wore dresses with hoops and necklines to the throat, where the most scandalizing thing to occur would be a spilled drink or a muttered curse. This was Ricker's. There was more flesh here than Theo had ever seen. Granted, he'd never been permitted beyond the smoking room as a boy. He tried to imagine his father in a room like this, with men wrapping their hands around women's backsides, feeling for the edge of their hems. The laughter was louder, somehow savage. It stunk of abandon, of sex. The lights were low enough to disguise debauchery, tinged red to incite sin. The band was made of trumpets, fiddles, a piano, a man in reflective blue tails belting notes into a microphone, and the artisans fumbled about in their delirium, drunk on the rebellion of it. This was why Moorland still stood, Theo thought. Why the crafters in the street were not yet starving. They offered the artisans something important: freedom, temptation, discretion. "Welcome," Tamir said, taking Nina's hand and leading her to the edge of the first balcony. The men at a nearby table put down their drinks in succession, followed her with widening eyes, wet their lips. And Theo abruptly blocked their view, staring daggers at them. "Have you ever seen anything quite like it?" Tamir asked Nina, patting her hand, drinking in her expressions. She was slack-mouthed, her eyes stuck to two artisan men dancing, connected stomach to stomach. "No," she said, incredulity making her quiet. It was her habit to become silent and thoughtful when she was overwhelmed. There was not so much of her that had changed, Theo knew, even if she insisted she was different. Her eyes would oscillate of their own accord, reams of thought shifting over them and never settling. Theo still thought he could read some of them. He took her unoccupied hand. "Don't be concerned," he told her. "They might be drunk, but they're still artisans." Her torrent of thoughts seemed to halt abruptly, and her gaze flashed to him. "They aren't artisans," she said, snatching her fingers free of his. "They're animals." She lifted her chin, and the light turned her chest alabaster, then red, then gold. Theo reminded himself to look away. He placed his hands behind his back. "Still, they won't cross any lines with a fellow." "I'm not their fellow," Nina said bluntly in a voice Theo didn't recognize. "And I don't want your assistance." Somewhere in his chest, where Nina had left his heart hacked and bleeding, another cut was etched. He swallowed. For years she had clung to him, had welcomed him leading her, shielding her. He'd done so willingly, been proud to do it. He'd helped her, hadn't he? Made school easier for her. Now, he stepped back several inches, swallowing his shredded ego. "Of course," he said, inclining his head. Cold. She was always so outwardly cold towards him now. And he'd earned it. If only she could see inside him where guilt churned, slowly ruining him. Enough that it had eroded the calcification of his former loyalties, his beliefs. Enough that none of it, honor, duty, tradition, seemed to matter now. There was hurt in her hazel eyes when she looked at him. Fissures of hatred. Blame. He deserved that too. And if she bid him away again, he would go. Though, he thought, it might break him to do it. He'd tried to once, hadn't he? He'd admitted defeat and left Kenton Hill. He'd only lasted a day before the draw of her thinned the anger, made it impossible to continue on. It had taken him 7 years to find her again. 7 torturous, wretched years. He'd be damned if he lost her a second time of his own accord. So he followed Nina and Tamir around the tables, around the standing parties, and to a group of men whose gaze travelled down the length of her before ever meeting her eye. And he didn't say a thing. He'd stay for as long as she'd let him. He'd hope that one day those fissures would close, and he would show her that she wasn't made for destruction. She didn't want this. Not really. And she hadn't bid him away yet.
Chapter 22. Nina. Tamir introduced us first to an elderly man with arthritic knuckles. He took great gulps of liquor and spat when he talked, his lips luridly wet. His frame was bent almost double, yet he attempted, with great effort, to straighten as I approached.
"Richard,"
he brayed first, toasting him, and Tamir lifted an eyebrow at me. "See," he seemed to say.
"and who is this ravishing lady? One of yours?"
the man asked now, threatening the shirt buttons protruding from his chest. At the mention of a lady, the other men in the grouping turned from their conversation and perused me. Tamir introduced me as Miranda, a cutter, and Theo as James, a smith, and there was not a flicker of suspicion among them. They were too impeded by drink, too struck by the prospect of new flesh. The clawing commenced.
A pleasure to meet you, my lady. I'm Mr. Langley.
Mr. Tunney, miss, might I tempt you to dance?
You may have heard of me already. Frederick Dunce, purveyor of special artifacts at the archives.
I was the diamond, sharp and glinting. And then my stomach twisted, and the rage gnashed. I lowered my eyelids a fraction and tilted my head to the side. The archives? I repeated with just the right amount of breath intertwined that I seemed like an idiot. Oh, how men loved an idiot.
Yes,
Frederick said, a smile laced in it. He lowered his head as though the gravity of his duties were a burden.
In the Relics Tower. It is quite a heavily guarded department. In truth, I'm not supposed to speak of it.
But then, and I pressed my hand to my bosom, you must be a scribbler of high order. The other men guffawed into their drinks, and Frederick glowered at them.
High order?
Mr. Langley laughed.
Quite impossible. Frederick has never turned in a single article on time.
Frederick downed the rest of his whiskey in one punishing swallow.
So then, which of you is?
Asked Theo, and the laughter ceased. Each of their eyes flickered to his, as though just realizing him. The music belted in. Mr. Tunney seemed to sober immediately, his eyes narrowing.
Where is it you said you were from?
Theo stared back coldly. Fenway, I offered, brightening my smile to a sickening voltage. He supervises the timber mill. The men rolled their eyes, grunted laughter into their drinks, dragged on their cigars as though they could not imagine a lesser fate.
And what of you? Said Frederick. What brings you to our fair moorland?
He seemed the youngest of the group, and was the only one without a wedding ring. He had damningly thin auburn hair and a weak chin, but he watched me with the most intent, tottered the most often. Already he'd commandeered another drink from a passing server. I tried to look small, willing. I'm most curious to know its people. It was difficult to tell if Frederick was, firstly, still in possession of his magic, and secondly, a scribbler accomplished in translation, but he was, at the very least, enthusiastic. He took me first to the bar and collected a glass of champagne for me. He didn't seem to notice when I refrained from drinking it. He spoke at length about the archive towers, their rich history, which I already knew, the view from his office window, which I needn't know, and more about Moorland. When I prompted, he assured me that he was still receiving biannual doses of idiom, despite the shortage crisis. When I pushed gently on his chest, rolling my eyes and calling him a liar, he caught my hand in his.
Shall I prove it?
He slurred, leaning in. I then felt a scratch on my thigh, the skin just above my knee itching momentarily. I let the split in my skirt fall aside, revealing the wet ink he'd left there. The name of a building, a room number, a question mark. I smiled coyly, looked deep into his eyes, felt bile pocket in my throat. What other marks might you leave on me? I whispered. Always, Theo remained just over my shoulder. I felt him burning in my periphery. He was approached by countless women, all of them dressed impeccably, and he gently declined them all. I ignored him entirely. It didn't take all that much to turn the conversation back on itself in the end. Frederick was practically sideways with drink. I was beginning to suspect the Tully route wouldn't be needed.
I once corresponded on behalf of Lord Tanner, he was saying now. Did you know he had a mistress, a crafter?
I feigned shock, leaned in close enough that he blinked, licked his lips. Lord Tanner himself, I said. But then, you must be quite accomplished to be trusted by the head of the house. And Frederick grinned foolishly, his eyes on my lips.
"Oh, I am, my dear," he said. "Accomplished in many things, in fact."
An important man, I said, my fingers pinching his collar. I let my nails trail along the skin of his throat, watched his eyes glaze in satisfaction. I suppose you translate as well? He scoffed indelicately, slipped sideways from his stool, and caught himself.
"In many languages, since you asked."
Really? How about Varian script? Here, Frederick faltered. He gaped like a fish.
"What?"
Varian script, I said slowly. Do you know it? He frowned.
"Well, no one does, my dear. It's not much needed, you see. Quite archaic."
I kept myself from visibly deflating, hoping he was wrong. Perhaps Frederick sensed my disappointment, felt me slipping from his fingers.
"I do know one person," he said, "though I shouldn't speak of it."
A friend of yours? I asked, my interest reigniting.
"No, I mean, yes. That is, my friend is no longer a colleague. Quite an interesting scandal, in fact. But I'm not sure I should be talking about—"
You are a well-connected man, then. My hand settled gently on his knee, and he looked down at it, as though unsure of when it had arrived there. What I wouldn't give for an introduction. I'm so curious about you scribblers and your work. Frederick seemed entranced. He stood and stuck out a wavering hand.
"Then you're in luck. Let me fulfill your dreams."
He led me then into the red-tinged gloom. I knew Theo followed. I could feel him trailing close behind, teeth on edge most likely. Frederick wove me around the high-top tables, down the red-carpeted steps, and around the banisters. He became waylaid by a change of song and asked me to dance. I declined. Your friend? I reminded him gently, smiling. The one you mentioned? The translator? He tapped my thigh with one finger, a reminder of payment.
"And then to our other plans."
I hid my revulsion with another smile and a nod. By an exit, where white-clad servers trafficked silver platters back and forth, clustered several round card tables. Each seat was occupied by a player, spectators hovering by their shoulders. The dealers were crafters, performing deft tricks for spare shillings in between hands. Frederick pulled me between tables, his eyebrows lifting in an attempt of seduction.
"I'd wager you've never seen anything like this."
I had, actually, but there were fewer brass buttons in the brink, more lager, less money per wager. At the farthest table in a dark corner, the patrons clustered in a state of rapture, the dealer slinging cards to 5 faceless players, their heads bent.
"There," Frederick nodded, "at the end."
He could have been referring to any of those 5 players. The grey-moustached man, flipping farthings clumsily in his palm, the 2 top-hatted gentlemen with pinched mouths, the man who seemed, the longer I looked, to be asleep, his chin resting on his chest, or the woman who splayed her cards in her hand and looked about the group with a sobriety none of them could match. But I knew which one Frederick would take me to immediately, and so did Theo. He was there at my shoulder, his eyes pinned where mine were, and narrowing by the second. "Introduce me," I said to Frederick, and it was an effort to keep from spitting it. But Frederick suddenly turned pink, contrite. Panic dawned.
Well, there was a scandal, you see. I shouldn't be seen—"
"You are friends, aren't you?" I said through my teeth. "Am I not allowed to meet a friend of yours?"
"Well, we're not exactly friends in the traditional sense."
I moved around him, tired of the charade, shaking now. I stepped on the feet of onlookers, pushed through gaps until I was right over her shoulder. Close enough to see her cards, the 5 of hearts morphing into an ace. Close enough to see her pupils dilate in fear when she looked up at me. "Good evening, Polly," I said. Chapter 23. Nina. Polly Prescott was unchanged, unless you considered the gown she wore, her red-painted lips, and the deep circles beneath her eyes. She didn't wear a wig like I didn't hide from her name. The music thundered on. The dealer called for the first player. The spectators drank and fumbled for parts of one another, and took no notice of the slow collapse between me and her. Could she feel it? The depth of her knife in my back? Her eyes told me she could, that the guilt of it had whittled her down to nearly nothing. She looked furtively over my shoulder to Theo, terror turning her ashen. "Nina," she said simply on a breath. "Please." The hole inside me expanded, swallowing me. I shook my head, displaced tears on the brim. Here she was, in all this finery, while Kenton Hill swept its ashes into piles. I turned to take the pistol from Theo's jacket pocket. The bodies pressed in. Someone laughed raucously and dropped their champagne glass. The dealer flaunted his shuffle to a rapt audience. No one saw the glint of steel as I pressed it to Polly's side. "Get up," I said, voice shaking, "and walk." Polly's eyes closed, and when she opened them, I saw surrender. She stood.
"Nina,"
Theo warned, his hand at my elbow, his mouth at my ear.
"Nina, put the gun away, now."
But my hand was cinched so tightly, I thought I might fuse myself with it. It shook uncontrollably in my hand. Everything shook. The chandeliers overhead rattled and swayed. The band stopped mid-song as the celloist toppled sideways from his stool. Dancers and card players shouted and grabbed hold of banisters, of one another. The sound of breaking glass rebounded. "Union attack!" they shrieked.
"Stop, Nina!"
Theo panted in my ear, his hand around mine, trying to pry my fingers from the pistol. I was barely aware of anything but the tremor in my core, finding pathways into my blood, into the earth. The balcony teetered. Polly lost her balance.
"Nina!"
Theodore pleaded.
Chapter 24. Patrick. The coach and its nags perched by a coal bin in a muddy alley. Patrick leaned against the coach's exterior with his father, accepted a cigarette when he offered it. "Got us a few provisions earlier," John said, lighting his own with a match, then Patrick's. He took a deep draw, as though he wished to suck the marrow from it. "Lord Almighty," he said, curls of smoke unfurling from his lips. "Even better than I remembered." Patrick might as well have been 10 years old, following his father out onto Main Street after supper. John, pointing up to the night sky and saying, "See, son, even the moon has its eye on me." Patrick looked skyward now, drew on his cigarette, tried to imagine Kenton Hill, his brothers, his mother, Nina, in a pale blue dress, bursting through the pub door. He exhaled, feeling a heavy bout of homesickness pervade him. He'd never been away from Kenton so long. "There'll be snow on the ground back home," John said then, as though he could read Patrick's mind, see the quarry and the hills, and their snail-shell town curled up in the middle. "The water'll start freezing in the tanks." "The coal works held," Patrick grunted. Theodore sprang to mind, sending torrents of water over its rooftops. "Gunner'll turn on the boilers to heat the tanks." Gunner, with a knife in his gut, blood seeping through his fingers. Patrick's stomach twisted. His father clapped him on the shoulder. "No tougher pelt ever seen than the one on Gunner Coulson. I'm sure he's healed already." But Patrick couldn't see how. Not if the infantry had raided their bluff stores and taken it all. John sighed. You were always the solemn one. He threw his stub to the ground, crushing it with his boot. So bloody serious. Take after your ma. But he'd been a boy once, back before the tunnels, back before his father had taken him to the police house to watch it burn, back before John had tugged on his collar and told him that one day he was going to be the world's only alchemist. Patrick inhaled. Once we have the translations, we need to go home. One of the horses nickered and stomped, and John barked a curse at it. No can do, son. I ain't letting those charmers within a mile of the place again. Patrick turned a glare on his father. Relax, boy, John said, lighting another smoke. Can hardly cut the girl loose, can I? Once we know where the seam is, we travel without delay. No point returning to Kenton unless we got something to show for it. He spoke of Nina the way he spoke of bad trades, of shady arms dealers and shipyard thugs. Unsavoury folk with whom business must be tended. Sooner or later, those people ended up injured or dead. He'd seen his father pull a blade enough times when the deal went south. He imagined John now turning a knife on its edge, its point between a pair of hazel eyes. She ain't yours to cut loose, Patrick said slowly and very clearly. She'll go where she pleases. John seemed to expect this. He rolled his eyes to the heavens and scoffed. You've turned soft on me, lad, he said, with a voice hewn 100 fathoms below. He turned his eyes to Patrick and looked him over. You've grown a fondness where you shouldn't have. I warned you and your brothers to keep your eyes and your hands on the work, didn't I? The woman'll come and go, but the work ain't going nowhere. This is the important business, Patty. This is what we've been fighting for. It ain't the time to go falling in love. Patrick looked away from his father, lest he see the truth. That it was too late. That love had already invaded him, and try as he might, he couldn't banish it. She's on our side now. She's a swank, son. You forgot that once, and it's cost me half the fucking parish. Defensiveness punched through, sent Patrick's blood boiling. But composed men fared better than the bulls. He closed his eyes and blew smoke up at the moon. There was a mudslide, he said. At the eastern pit, the whole fucking tunnel collapsed. John's face became immediately drawn, feeling, as all miners did, a shiver of terror. How many dead? He asked, soberly. Patrick flicked ash to the mud. 4. John hesitated, his brow furrowed. Just 4? Patrick remembered how he'd crushed his mouth to Nina's by the shaft, made her promise to come out alive. Just 4. John stared, wide-eyed for a moment, calculating. Nina stopped it, Patrick told him. You should have seen the way the hill fell. Great fucking wall, headed straight for the school. All those kids would have been buried, and the street beyond it too. And she held it all up? Patrick paused for a moment, remembering the way she'd looked at the bottom of that hill, how impossible the task had been. Never seen anything so godlike. Then she went into the shaft herself, brought out every man waiting to die in that pit. Nearly killed herself doing it too. He threw his cigarette to the ground, thinking that Nina hated the smell of it. How it reminded her of scurry. You say she cost you half the parish? Patrick looked his father in the eye, noticed how much older he seemed. I say, if she hadn't been there, half of it would have gone under. John watched him for a long time, his expression never changing. That was the power of John Colson. He was far more perceptive than anyone would believe, all of it hidden beneath a beard and a miner's grit. He opened his mouth to speak, but it was cut off by a sudden tremor. The ground shuddered, panicking the horses and rattling the coal bin. Above them, the orange windows of Ricker's splintered. Fuck! John swore around his smoke, gripping onto the coach for support. Earthquake? He asked above the growing roar. But Patrick was looking up at those windows, imagining Nina within, picturing a hill sliding toward him. No, he said, turning immediately for the street. Just a girl from Scorrie.
Chapter 25. Nina. The balcony jolted, and shouts rebounded in my ear. Please, don't kill me, Polly prayed, her eyes shut tight. But she had left us all to die, left all of Kenton to burn, hadn't she? The vendetta rotting out my insides. Some of it was saved for her. I understood then, with abrupt clarity, how those soldiers on the battlefield could lift their bayonets again and again without hesitation, heading to an already littered graveyard. An eye for an eye. I could shoot Polly Prescott right then and add her to the heap, step over her to the next.
Nina, stop,
Theo said, his fingers pressed harshly to the wound on my arm, and the bite of pain sliced through my consciousness, brought a halt to the rush of my mind. The tremors ceased. Polly shook like a child, like a whipped dog. Reality came sputtering back. The card tables had slid sideways to the banister, the artisans hiding beneath stark-faced and looking in every direction.
A bomb?
One of them asked. An attack? But the first to point the finger was the scribbler named Frederick. Where the liquor had made him simple, the shatter of a fallen chandelier sobered him. The cracks in the banister and the falling plaster seemed to clear his head, enough that he looked up from where he cowered on the floor, enough that he saw the pistol I was holding.
Union!
He shouted, scuttling backward on his ass.
Union!
Shit! Theo breathed, my elbow still in his hand.
Run!
He said. But the voices were growing, a carousel of contorting faces crying,
Union! They're Union!
And before Theodore could shove me farther than a heap of fallen stools and glass, 3 men came scrabbling through the mess toward us, cornering us, their party attire making them plain, but their guns making them coppers. Silver barrels lifted.
Stop where you are,
one said.
Drop the gun.
There was no way past them, only the drop over the banister to the stage, and 1 pistol against 3. It couldn't be over yet. It rang through me like a struck gong. Desperation, conviction. I'd rather die, I thought, idiom screaming in my veins. I'd rather die than go back.
Nina, it's over,
Theo said.
Please, they'll shoot.
Better than capture. Better than the house and the whip. She's the Earth Charmer, came Polly's voice, rising from somewhere over my shoulder. She's Nina Clark. Don't shoot. The barrels wavered, confusion marring the copper scowls, the quake of the building taking on new meaning for them. One reached beneath his suit jacket, and the glint of shackles peeked out. No, I thought, and I lifted the gun, pointed it straight at him. I'd open a mouth wide enough to swallow a building. Let us see who survived in the rubble. For the second time, I felt my mind expand, let it sink into the earth beneath the building, deeper still, to the fault lines. The tremors reawakened, the coppers toppled. And I spared no thought to any artisan in this building who might die. I spared no thought at all, but for the sheer power coursing through me, the sharp, vicious satisfaction of it. Shots rang out in quick succession, orange blasts in the dark. From left to right, the coppers fell, their craniums bursting, legs collapsing. The quaking ceased, and people shouted, ducked, crawled for exits while they could. And from the scrummage came an advancing Patrick, his own gun smoking, legs sturdy and sure. He didn't slow as he reloaded the barrel, stepped over the bodies. He didn't take his eyes off me. I saw him, as I did in dreams. More blasts, this time from John, who pointed his gun at the ceiling and shouted, "Party's over, Swanks! Out you get!" A siren was wailing. I could not discern from where it came. All I saw was Patrick, the apparition of him.
"Nina."
His hands firm on my cheeks, my shoulders.
"Nina, focus. Look at me."
But he was faded at the edges, tilting sideways. Was that him shaking me, or was it the earth shifting again?
"Come on, darling. Don't collapse on me now. The night ain't over."
"We have to run, Coulson,"
came Theo's voice.
"Nina, eyes on me."
He gripped my chin, and I blinked, nodded. Gunshots rang out. John called to the last of the artisans as though he were rounding up cattle. "Found the scribbler," I tried to say. It was difficult to tell if the words passed my lips.
Patrick scowled. "It don't matter," he said. "Listen to me. We need to run."
But I was turning on my heel, and somehow, for reasons I couldn't fathom, Polly was still there, between the fallen card tables and buckled chairs. She was kneeling, hands raised. Patrick laid eyes on Polly. "Don't shoot," she said to him, not quite meeting his eyes. Tears shook off her lower lip. The building groaned. Plaster, moulding, fell, but Patrick had stilled. A tick made its way into his neck, and then his jaw. Without saying a word, he levelled his gun at her and advanced. It was Theodore who put himself in Patrick's path. He lifted his hands.
"Pat, wait!"
Patrick halted, the back of his neck burning red.
"Move out of the way." "No,"
Theo said, and the sirens howled on. They seemed closer now.
"Don't shoot her. You need her." "Time to go, Patty," John called, "before the whole fucking thing collapses."
"She's the scribbler,"
Theodore insisted. Patrick's gun now aligned with Theo's own chest, Polly whimpering behind him.
"The one you're looking for."
"We gotta go, Pat," John shouted. "Now!"
Patrick inhaled once, twice, then pushed Theodore aside easily. He took Polly by her upper arm and hoisted her to standing. She kept her chin to her chest and closed her eyes.
"Whether you live or die,"
he said, ushering her forward,
"will depend on what you do next."
We left Ricker's through servant halls and stairwells, Patrick holding Polly at gunpoint, me following in a haze. We were already in a back alley when I realized Theodore had his arm around my waist and was holding me upright. John picked me up the way one would a child and deposited me inside the coach. Beneath dim lamplight, we escaped to the street. Police coaches careened toward the club's entrance, the road behind us flooding with shaken artisans, their evening wear now garish, their night turned abruptly sober and discordant. On the air, following us down the steep decline, was the repeated murmur of my name as it was passed from person to person. Nina Clark was here, the Earth Charmer, the Lord's assassin.
Chapter 26. Patrick. On Patrick and Polly Prescott's first meeting, she'd been face down on a pier, her nose bent and bleeding against the sodden wood. She'd been grateful to see him that time, and doubly grateful for the bullets in her two assailants. As he recalled, she was conscious as he rolled their sorry bodies off the docks and into the wash. They would catch in the nets, or else curl bloated against the pylons, he told her. She didn't need to worry. He saw her brand then, the whirls of Idia's hair fanning out beneath the hem of her sleeve, and he helped her to her feet. She'd been just as rattled then as she was now, eyes wide as a deer's, her breaths escaping in tiny gasps. Patrick had guessed she was moments from collapse. "What's your name?" "Polly," she'd murmured. "Prescott." He'd pitied her. How could he not? Artisan or no, there was a certain place in hell for a pig who'd used his body against an innocent. "And what breed of swank are you, Polly Prescott?" It was there in the paper cuts, lacing her fingertips, in the mere fact that she was in Dorset, too far east of the river for any lady with a brand on her arm. And he couldn't simply leave her there, on the docks, or dump her in some Dorset hovel, could he? Patrick was hardly a gentleman, but he was no devil either. Besides, he thought Kenton could use a scribbler, and she had been useful. Far more so than even he'd bargained for. Before Polly, messages were sent via Otto and Scotty through the tunnels. It could take days to send a warning, a week to settle a deal. With Polly, the raided towns received necessary bluff sooner. Betrayals were caught in the wind and silenced quickly. The coppers in Kenton sent their missives by scribbler to the National House, and no one came to see what had become of their quiet parish in a continent booming in bullets and smoke. That is, until Polly had sold them to the slaughterhouse in a single scribble. Until she'd undone an entire rebellion. Now here she was, dressed in high fashion, gambling in Moorland. The prize for setting Kenton Hill alight and bringing the house a living, breathing alchemist. Patrick breathed deeply. In their line of business, the last man standing was the one with all his cards still pressed to his chest. When rage found him, he'd learned to temper it. Right now, he was the dark void of a serpent's mouth. He was filled with venom, lined with teeth. Polly sat tied to a chair in the mistress. Tamir's apartment was lit by candle, turning his trinkets orange and morbid. He was pacing in the periphery, his hands together in prayer, mumbling apologies, curses, a growl of profanities in a foreign language. Every so often, his eyes strayed to the windows, as though he expected a barrage of coppers to break through it at any moment. Tamir would have to run too. Patrick would need to find a new union member to take over the establishment, to keep ears and eyes on Moorland. As though Patrick had said it aloud, Tamir yanked a large bag from beneath the bed and began filling it at random. "He's flighty, ain't he?" John said from where he lounged in a kitchen chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Calm down, Tammy. Coppers don't work that quick. They won't be round for a while yet." "And I suppose you'll just shoot them when they arrive?" Theodore asked. John winked. "You're a quick fucking learner, kid." Theo had his back pressed to a wall. "They were lowering their guns," he said bitterly. He had a soldier's look about him, the light all burned out. "We could have walked out of there." "Aye, well, that all went to shit when the lady here decided to start a fucking earthquake." Patrick thought Nina on the brink of starting another any moment. Like him, she was wired taut, set to trip. They were, each one of them, the head of a pointed spear glancing off the other. How long before the hostility pierced through? And who would lunge first? There was only one thing tying them together, and it was the book clenched in Patrick's hand. Polly looked at them all in turn, her eyes shaking in their sockets. Patrick tried not to see the flames of Kenton reflected there. There was no tully root. Theo had dumped it all on the way back. If not for him, Polly's tongue would be decaying before his eyes. "Do you read Varian script?" he bit out. Sometimes he made his voice quiet to incite fear. Tonight, he couldn't find the wherewithal. Polly blinked at him in surprise. Some... she allowed. "Are you a descendant of Stuarts?" he asked next. He saw no benefit in dancing around the point. She paused, frowned in earnest. "My grandfather believed we were," she said eventually, twisting her hands together. "He's the one who taught me the language. But my father didn't like it, and my mother was an artisan. Mention the stewards around any artisan, and they'll react as if you've told a joke in poor taste. But your grandfather is a craftsman," Patrick said, leading her. "And he believes." Again, Polly paused before answering. "He was a craftsman," she said, her brow lined in confusion. "But yes, he believed." "He passed?" "A few years ago," she said, looking from one set of eyes to another. "What is this about?" Patrick took the book out and placed it on the table. He slid it across the surface to her. "This," he said blankly, "was supposedly written by the stewards." She stared at it, then exhaled all at once, as though he'd punched a hole through her chest. Patrick watched carefully. "You recognize it?" Her mouth opened uncertainly. Yes. It was his, I think. My grandfather's." "And he taught you how to read it?" Polly hesitated. "In a manner of speaking. You'll translate it?" She stared at the book, still trying to puzzle through something. "How did you find this?" "It was in my father's possession," Theo answered. Polly looked at Theo. "You stole it from him?" she asked. Only it wasn't accusatory. It was almost impressed. Like she couldn't imagine anyone crossing Terrence's shop, choosing to place such a target on their back. "Why?" Theo shifted uncomfortably, clasped his hands at his back. "My father, there is little he wouldn't do to get what he wants." His eyes trailed to Nina. "I couldn't just stand by." He didn't mention his hand in getting his father what he wanted. Didn't tell Polly that he was only here, it seemed, because Nina was here. Polly shook her head, turned her attention back to Patrick. "Pat, I want to..." Patrick slammed his fist on the table, and all the trinkets on the shelves, the clocks and wind chimes and dishes, they all quaked in response. Polly's face crumpled. She drew herself inward, away from danger. "You'll translate it," Patrick repeated, waves of wrath swelling from the cords of his neck, the tendons of his arms. Or you'll die here. I'll do it myself. She swallowed. Her eyes flickered to Theo, sensing her one alliance among them. The only one who might still hold some sympathy. And she might have found it there, if it weren't for his infatuation with Nina. He'd be as much a traitor to the Union as Polly. It was hard to say which of them Patrick despised more. I had to do it, she said then, her voice breaking in desperation. You know I had to. Tanner. Patrick stood. He took the chair beneath him and lifted it by its leg, hurled it at the wall behind him. The parts splintered and scattered across the room. And though Patrick wasn't nearly sated, the sound was enough to make an impression on Polly, enough for her to hear her own bones in the snap of the wood. Patrick leaned against the arms of Polly's chair, his face inches from her own. You don't get to explain yourself, you understand? He thought she did. I don't want to hear how you didn't have a choice, or how sorry you are about all those dead people in their burning houses. Their deaths are on your hands, Polly. You killed them, just as surely as if you'd set them alight yourself. She sobbed, disintegrating by pieces. Otto survived the attack, did you know that? Patrick asked now, and he watched the information sink into her like a knife. Did you care, Paul, if he lived or died? Or were you only ever dreaming of the day you'd sit at a card table in Moorland in your fancy fucking dress? She closed her eyes, as though shutting out the world. They were coming, she said brokenly, her voice a rasp. The infantry were coming anyway, and I couldn't stay. I didn't want to die. You led them safely to the very middle, Patrick said. You know, Paul, beneath hell, there's a place that's worse. They save it for traitors. Tears shone in her eyes. They were already coming. Then you should have let them come. Patrick seethed. Let them be blown apart on the fucking hills. And then live as a fugitive, she asked. Hope the soldiers didn't eventually make it past all those landmines. Try my hand in the brink again, alone. That didn't work out so well the first time. Patrick saw the faces of those men, bearing down upon her on the pier. I traded Marguerite's tunnel for a chance at safety, she said, eyes cinched shut, tears washing her face. And if it brings you any comfort, Pat, you should know I didn't find any. I wasn't brought back to the city. Tanner ignored my scribbles, and now he's dead. The shadows beneath her eyes seemed to extend. I was ousted, shunned as a deserter. The archives here won't have me. I've already tried. I'm sitting in swank gambling dens now, using the last scraps of the idiom left in me to ink cards into aces for money. She looked as hollow as any factory worker. I promise you, Pat, she said in a voice not more than a whisper. You could never hate me as much as I hate myself. There was more he could say, more wounds to carve, but that would do nothing for him. So he stood straight again, counted the passing seconds while Polly composed herself. You'll help us, he said, and save your fucking apologies for someone who believes them. She sighed, caught tears on the cuff of her sleeve. And once I do help you, she said, resigned, you'll throw me into the canals. She'd spent enough time in Kenton Hill to know what befell traitors. and none had betrayed Patrick quite like her. "As I said," he lied. "Whether you live or die will be up to you." Polly's jaw twitched. She knew, just as Patrick did, that he couldn't let her live after this. "Any moment the police will come," Tamir murmured, fretful. "Any moment." "If you don't start saying something useful in your next breath, it'll be your last," said John to Polly, lifting a knife he'd procured from Tamir's kitchen drawer. He buried the tip into the wood grain, balanced it with the pad of his finger. "Rats are meant for canals, ain't they? Just like you said. Translate the fucking book, or I'll take you swimming myself." To her credit, Polly didn't beg for release. It seemed to Patrick as though she was fighting herself, weighing outcomes. He understood then that she was a creature bent on survival above all else, above the artisans, above the craftsmen. Such a person was, at the very least, predictable. They always chose the path of least resistance. She folded now, not bothering to look at the book again. "I can read it," she said. "But there's something I want in return." And John stood, pulled the knife from the timber. In a blur of movement, he was behind Polly, his forearm banded around her neck, the knife at her throat. "If you kill me, there's not a single other who can translate it," Polly said, the warning slipping quickly from her lips, her voice pitching. "And there is nothing to stop me from sending a scribble, right this second, to the head of Moreland Police, or directly to the house." "You got a death wish, miss?" John said, his arm tightening. "Then kill me," Polly whispered. It didn't sound brave. It sounded like defeat. "Lord knows there's nothing left for me in the trench." Realization struck Patrick then. "You want away off the continent?" She looked at him. Then slowly she nodded. "There's nowhere else I can go," she said miserably. "I've been turned out by the house, by my own family. I've betrayed the Union, betrayed every friend I have." Her eyes met Nina's briefly. "I want something more than gambling dens in the Brink. The ship in Hokeland," she said. "I'll trade the translation for passage on that ship." Patrick didn't intend to give her a damn thing. "Translate the book, and I'll get you on that ship," he told her. "It's due to anchor by the end of the month. I'll give you the location and instructions. We'll part ways tomorrow, and I'll rest easy knowing I'll never see your face again." Polly swallowed, eyes pricking with tears. "I want you to take me there yourself. Ensure they allow me aboard. It'll give me time to translate the entire text," she said. "We're on the clock, actually," John said. "You'll read it tonight. Skim for the important bits. Variant script is more complex than you can imagine," Polly insisted. "Each symbol encases multiple meanings, sometimes entire phrases. It takes time to pull them apart properly." "What do you mean, pull them apart?" Nina asked. "Explain." Polly shook, the knife edge still balanced at her throat. "Leave her be, Dad," Patrick said to John. Polly exhaled in a gust as John's blade disappeared back into his shirt sleeve. Her forehead was coated in perspiration. Was there a ciphertext with the book? A sort of Glossary. This question she directed to Theo. Theo frowned. No. None that I know of. Polly frowned. My grandfather had a book of glyph ciphers. I can try and translate it from memory, but it's been years I haven't practiced. Patrick rubbed frustration from his eyes. Dig deep then, Paul, or that steamer is sailing off without you. She sighed, chin wobbling slightly. I'll need paper, she said. Tamir procured some parchment from his scribbler's cranny, and Polly opened the book to its first porous page. The first symbol was strange, a snake-like curve cross-sectioned in several places, encased in a house, or a pyramid maybe. The lines tessellated. Polly traced the pattern with one finger, as though memorizing the shapes. And as she did so, ink appeared on Tamir's blank page, a perfect imitation. Polly paused and looked up at us. Each symbol has layers, do you see? If one can find the layers, they can decipher the code. We ain't in class, John said. Get on with it. Polly swallowed. Then she considered that symbol on the page, the strange lines that both connected and diverged. At first, nothing happened, and Patrick began to wonder if it was all a ploy. Perhaps Polly was only delaying them, betting on the police arriving sooner rather than later. But suddenly, the ink on the page warped, disentangled. Slowly, ink melted and reappeared, certain lines evaporating, as though Polly were merely testing it, like moving a game piece around a board to check its merit. No one spoke except Polly, whose lips moved while she worked, whispering to herself. Her forehead creased in concentration, but soon the ink seemed to separate in a permanent manner. Polly's eyes widened with fervor. The single symbol became free, one oblong, one serpentine, one cutting. Joan, Polly read, her finger beneath the first symbol. Dione, she said for the second. Patrick's hand went to his jaw, grazing the stubble there. He'd not heard the names in many years. The three daughters, he said quietly. It seemed he wasn't the only one rattled by the names. John had paced away, his hand dragging through his overgrown hair. Nina stared at the book, lost in her own thoughts, though her face had softened. The wrath in her diverted for now. What does it mean? Nina asked no one in particular. What do the three daughters have to do with Idia's seam? Polly balked. Idia's seam? She turned then to Patrick, to Theo, and John. That's what you're searching for. Lest I didn't make it clear enough, miss. You ain't in a position to ask questions, John muttered. But his eyes were on Patrick, his tongue running over his bottom lip. Nina's eyes were distant. The three daughters. But it's only a crafter's myth. So is Idia's seam, Patrick countered. Theo scoffed. They are not the same. The three daughters was a story concocted by heretics. God had only one daughter, and she sacrificed herself in the Battle of Bellevere. There are no records, No evidence at all that another two fought alongside Idia. Learn that in school, did you? Patrick asked. He imagined Theo dressed like a swank schoolboy, still wet behind the ears. Some soft-faced nursery maid tightening his belt and wiping his nose each morning. What a smug little bastard he must have been. Theo's mouth tightened. I did. Pardon me, said Tamir, inserting his head into the circle. But who are these 3 daughters? Of course, it was Theo who answered first. A group of apostates, the self-proclaimed stewards, once claimed that there were 3 daughters of God and that they lived as simple farmers. Some of the less educated folk still propagate it as fact. Crafters, Patrick uttered darkly. Have the bullocks to say what you mean, Teddy. Theo bristled. And these stewards? Tamir pressed, staring them away from a fight. What do they say about the other 2 daughters? That their blood was just as magical, just as powerful. Nina said. That they could grant wishes. Wishes? Theo asked incredulously. Patrick imagined that artisan children never heard that part of the tale. Never snapped a chicken bone at midnight. Never blew a strand of hair into the water the way crafters did at the beginning of spring. That sounds like a nursery story. But there are actual written accounts of witnesses who were there the day Idia threw herself onto enemy battlements. There was a bright white light, an explosion, and the other side was slain immediately. Her blood seeped into the ground that day. Patrick didn't like the tone of his voice, his foolish certainty. It is quite far-fetching, this war story, murmured Tamir. Not as far-fetched as the idea that God had 3 daughters, 2 of which have never been accounted for. Theo countered. Patrick spared him no more of his attention. He instead focused on Nina, who looked as though she were reaching into the trenches of her mind to bring forth something forgotten. And did Patrick imagine it? Or were the corners of her mouth extending? Her cheeks, too, grew rosy and full by the light of the candles. She touched the steward's book with the tips of her fingers, mesmerized. Theo sighed heavily and shook his head. He was a swank, born to the stories of the artisans. But Nina and Patrick, they were born in the brink, where the legends wound so deeply into marrow, they were reborn in the chests of children. Towns with no archives, no written records, just skeletons full of stories. Lord, how he'd love to bend Theo's neck and make him see the tethers he and Nina were made of. See, he'd say, she and I were just the same. How long will it take to translate the rest? Patrick asked. Polly was passing the pages of the book over the pad of her thumb. The weight of this remit already descending upon her. She looked up warily. A while, she said. Several weeks, most likely. Patrick and his father shared a look. It was far longer than they'd bargained for. Enough time for something to go wrong. When I'm standing on a pier in Hoagland, with a ticket in my hand, you'll have your translation, Polly said. Not before. Patrick felt a familiar exhaustion wrap around his spine. He stood. "You ever heard of a miner's shiver, Poll?" he asked her darkly. She hesitated, shook her head slowly. "It's a bad omen, an instinct if you like. Some miners get it right before a tunnel collapse. It starts in the middle of your back, works its way to your skull. We learn to trust that shiver. Sometimes, it's the only warning we get that it's all about to fold in." Patrick put his hands on the table and leaned in until Polly had no choice but to meet his eye. "You'll have your ticket out of the trench," he told her. "But if I feel that shiver, Poll, you won't see me coming. There's a bullet in my pocket with your name etched on its side." He watched a familiar fear gloss her eyes, her lips tremble, but she nodded. Patrick stood upright. "Get your things," he said to the rest. "We leave before dawn." "Leave for where?" Theo asked. "Home." But John grunted his reproach. "Might as well make our way to Oakland," he said. "We'll need to make arrangements there if the scribbler is to set sail." "We need to return home," Patrick repeated. With each passing hour, he felt his skeleton rearing forward, as though it would wrench itself outside his body and retreat to Kenton without him. He turned to his father. "Especially you." Time for John Colson to take back his seat at the table, for the rungs of Patrick's life to fall back in order. John leveled him with a glare. "Ain't nothing I want more," he said, "but I'll be in hell before I let the likes of these swanks waltz back into my parish." In a former life, Patrick would have shrugged, sighed, and heeded his father's wishes. But not anymore. There were problems awaiting them both, no matter who was chairman. "We're going home," he argued. "There are damages and broken trade arrangements. And no bluff to trade with," John reminded him, "unless we find the means to make it." Patrick gritted his teeth. "We'll have the scribbler right home to Kenton," John said now. "Tell 'em we're still standing. Tell 'em we're on business so they don't worry." But Patrick worried. It was like a bolt slowly threading into his skull. Despite it, he nodded. He would bide his time. To Polly, he said, "Best you use a different hand for that scribble, so they don't know it's you sending it." Polly nodded once, her eyes empty. "Tamir," Patrick said, "we can send word to Kenton Hill that you're coming. They'll give you a place to sleep." Tamir nodded dolefully, touching the wallpaper of his brothel as though he were saying goodbye to an old friend. "Teddy," Patrick said next, "do the honourable thing and be on your way." Theodore glared back at him. At least he was man enough to do that. "I'm afraid my honour compels me to stay, in case I need to fish Polly from a canal." Polly gave him a weak nod of gratitude. Nina simply stared down at the steward's book. Patrick wished that she'd say the words and send Theo on his way. Save both men from the contest that would soon come. But she didn't, and Theo stayed. Chapter 27. Patrick. They were to leave that very evening. The police would be out in numbers tonight, hoping to corner the Earth Charmer. Patrick checked the barrel of his pistol and counted the bullets. 3 missing. They'd parted to their rooms to redress, Tamir providing them with clothing fit for travel. Before dawn, they'd be gone. In the hour before, Patrick paced his room, vowing not to go to Nina's. He saw her again, as she'd been in Ricker's, face white, eyes fixed on something far off, the tendons of her neck and hands so taut they threatened rupture. The whole world shaking on its axis. She was breaking a little more each day, with each new blow. There was no preventing it. Patrick was accustomed to fixing things. He was a man of solutions, a man who obtained what he wanted. Lord, if his body didn't still want hers. He'd crossed a line with her earlier, so soon after vowing he wouldn't. He had no trouble admitting he was weak where Nina was concerned. One look from her, and his mind was sprinting ahead to dim lighting, flushed skin, her skirt above her hips above him. Trust be damned. He could feel her weight still. What harm would it do? To have that just once more? Some things, though, were too broken to be rebuilt. He'd resist the urge to taper his hands to all the cracks and fissures of her in a desperate ploy to salvage what they'd had, or at least what he'd imagined they'd had. I was going to marry her, he thought. God, how deep had she entrenched herself in him? How far would he have to cut to get her out? He'd been stupid with love, blind with it, just as his mother had said. Hadn't he felt that miner's shiver? How quick he'd been to ignore it. But surely he hadn't imagined all of it. He wasn't so creative that he could have invented feelings where there were none. He'd seen love requited when she'd looked at him. No one, not even Nina Harrow, was that good an actress. But therein lay the truth of the matter. He would long for her, even as she lied to him. And she would scheme against him, even as she fell for him. Round and round it would go, the web tightening, constricting. It had to be left alone. Patrick had turned away from the adjoining door, jaw fastened, head shaking a reproach. Get your wits about you, he muttered to himself, pulling his shirt over his head and letting it fall to the bed. He was running a wet cloth over his skin, avoiding the healing flesh on his shoulder, when he heard the door open. Nina's distinct steps walking through. Patrick grimaced, made a poor attempt to gather himself, then looked over at her, and immediately away. She was still in that fucking dress. Already he felt blood rushing south. He groaned, his head dropping forward. Do me a favor, Nina, he said, and don't come any closer. Why? She asked, taking an unmistakable step in his direction. Because I'm a man like any other, and not a very good one. He heard her bare feet move closer, and he was sure she stood directly behind him, and her forehead touched his spine, and a pent-up breath escaped her, permeating his skin. He shivered. I don't want a good man, she said. I want the one in front of me. Patrick closed his eyes. At war again. Always at bloody war. He abandoned the washcloth. We'll be leaving any minute, he said. She nodded against his back, and he felt her retreat. He breathed in relief, in sufferance. When he turned, he found she had stumbled back, looking so unlike herself that it scared him. She pulsed with something, her hands interlacing before her, then clutching her ribcage, as though holding it together. Here it was, the breaking, right before his eyes. Nothing to do but let her. She would crumble and rebuild. Breathe, he said. And she did. I think I would have sent the entire building into a crater, she said, her voice quieter than he'd anticipated. I would have killed every person trapped inside. What does that make me? Heartbroken, he said immediately, watching her face. Only that. You don't need to look any further. He watched her eyes oscillate from collapse to rage with astonishing speed. They deserve it, she said, words shaking. Wouldn't they? They deserve it. They stand by and do nothing. Yes, Scotty girl, he said. They deserve it. But that hole inside you won't stitch it up that way. She turned from the window to look at him, eyes burning. Then how? She asked. He was tempted to lie to her, to tell her something beautiful waited beyond all this, that her struggle would all find its end. He shook his head. When I figure it out, he said, I'll let you know. Tears filmed her eyes. From between gritted teeth, she said, It hurts. I know it does, darling. She closed her eyes, struggling to give voice to the thing gnashing at her insides. I'm furious, she said. I feel I'm going mad with it. He knew the feeling well, knew that people in the brink sated it with bluff or fists. What other way to curb generations of anger? God. But he wished he could take that from her, even now. But all he could do was win a war. Make it so she'd never feel powerless again. Better to let the madness come and go as it pleases, he said. No point trying to stop it. Is that what you do? Definitely not, he said, smirking slightly. I bottle it all up, then unleash it on the hawkers at the market. She laughed once, but it was borrowed. She stumbled back a step, falling into a chair by the wall. The split in her dress fell to one side, revealing her thigh, far more of it than was fair. Even from a distance, Patrick could see the ink smudged there, could see some other hands scrawl. What is that? He asked, eyes flicking up to her face. He imagined she saw something dark cross his visage, because she sat straighter, pulled the skirt of her dress down, made the markings of some other man disappear. Patrick tilted his head, felt something horribly improper invade him. Heat coated his tongue, simmered behind his eyes. Patrick, I asked you a question, he said slowly. She swallowed. There was a scribbler, in the club. He was easily distracted. I can imagine, Patrick rumbled. That was precisely the problem. He was imagining it with piercing clarity. Some scribbler leaning in, talking into her ear, scratching his fucking ink onto her thigh. Who? Does it matter? She asked. She seemed to sicken as she spoke. She pulled her skirt down farther. It worked. She buried her face in her hands, as though she couldn't bear to look at him. He hated that even more, that she was ashamed. He watched her, seething for several moments. Then he turned. From the basin, he took the washcloth. He swallowed fire as he crossed the room toward her, and, for the second time in as many days, knelt before her like a damned acolyte. He ignored the alarm on her face as he took either side of her skirt in his hands and tugged it apart, ripping it to the hip. She looked down at him with open desire, her legs parting for him already. And it was torture not to take that invitation, not to rip that godforsaken dress to the bust. She was all too willing, always so fucking eager. And there was still so much they hadn't had time for. There was a room number inked into her, a meeting time, a question mark, as though there were ever a possibility, a hope in hell that a scribbler who wrote on women's thighs could be indulged by someone like Nina. Patrick rubbed the pad of his thumb over it, and the ink smeared. Nina inhaled. Think about this, Patrick said, letting the water from the washcloth drip onto her thigh, the droplets racing over the curve. She shivered. We're going to find the seam, and I'm going to make you more powerful than anyone's ever been. Patrick wiped the cloth over the scribbler's ink. Her eyes lowered to his lips. Her breaths lengthened. And you'll watch 'em all cower at your feet. Every lord, every minister. You'll go where you like. Do what you like. And there won't be a single person who takes it from you. No one will ever touch you again. And if they try, Nina. He gripped her thigh with one hand, washed the ink away with the other. I'll pull them apart myself, piece by piece.
Chapter 28. Nina. We left Moreland by tunnel, of course, the mouth of which was hidden in a brick culvert in the city outskirts. We slithered to it single file, Patrick leading, the night always on the verge of dawn. Tamir was desolate, cradling a heavy trunk to his chest. He slipped into the culvert last, shivering.
I ought to return to the dockyards, Mr. Coulson. Perhaps find passage to my homeland. You'll be looked after in Kenton Hill,
Patrick assured him.
They're expecting you. You'll be welcomed.
Will it be safe there? I asked Patrick. Kenton Hill was no longer shrouded in anonymity after all.
Boy now, Gunnar and Donnie will have ensured Marguerite was caved in. The hills are still wired and protected. Kenton is as safe as it can be, even if it's no longer a secret.
Patrick opened a drain cover, revealing a ladder.
We'll point you down the right path, Tamir. It will take you to Dorset. A man named Otto will meet you there and escort you into Kenton,
John told him. At the mention of Otto, Polly blanched.
Send him the scribble, Polly,
Patrick said now, lowering himself onto the ladder.
Be sure to change the handwriting.
Polly's jaw twitched, but she stayed silent and obeyed without protest. The tunnel was, as Patrick had promised, a stinking, waterlogged mess. The roof sagged threateningly, roots bursting between struts. The mud came up to our knees. A chorus of water leaks fell. I was struck by a memory of me and Theodore in a Gilmore field, Professor Dumley watching as we slipped through the mire and tried to charn the soil into something fertile. I remembered falling, sinking into the bog, Theo laughing, and taking my hand over and over, his cheek smeared with the grime. He offered me a wary smile.
If only Dumley could see us now.
I didn't yield even a twitch of my lips. We worked in tandem, as we'd done in that field, him pushing the water back into the walls and me compacting the earth, stabilizing the ceiling, the timber frames groaning in relief. We moved quickly at the spearhead, the presence of those behind us nearly forgotten. Escaping into one's medium was all-consuming. I wrapped my expanding mind in the weight and texture of the earth, and it was a relief. I did not batter Theo with questions about his attempts at redemption. I didn't think of Polly, who had betrayed us, betrayed Kenton, or even of Patrick, who, after everything, carried my heart around in his hands. I didn't think about his fingers on my thigh, his voice in my head. I thought of nothing but earth. Hours passed before we parted with Tamir at an indiscriminate fork, and I wondered how Patrick knew the way to go, how many times he'd travelled under the trench. The tunnel opened and dried underfoot, and Patrick led the way to Hoaklin, holding a lantern. John whistled a miner's tune happily from behind them in place of a canary. I got the sense he was at home here, where ribbons of dark distended and took shapeless forms. He spoke ahead to Patrick as though he was stretching his tongue, sinking into a language he'd longed for.
30 fathoms or more here, Patty. Thereabouts. You need intersecting struts every 3 feet, son. These are every 4. They're bearing just fine. Get Welsh down here. Tell him to reinforce every other cross-section. Welsh is dead, Patrick said tiredly. Got buried on the south line. Bullerman, then. He's in the coal works now, Patrick said, and I'll be getting no one down here any time soon. There's more to do at home.
There was finality in it, a trace of ire. John clicked his tongue loudly, mockingly.
Well, now, got it all figured, have you? I do.
John chuckled. It weaved darkly into their midst, a monster rising.
Careful, son, he said. Don't overstep.
And for the first time, I heard in his voice the ghost of Patrick's, smoky, smooth, unsettling. I shivered. Ahead, Patrick showed no outward reaction, though I thought I saw the expanse of his shoulders go taut. Tasted a tang of violence in the air. Or perhaps the aggression was my own. Perhaps only I felt the sting of the barb. Overstep. It had escaped some cage in my chest. I'd stopped on the path, turned to buck at John. Patrick has run Kenton Hill for the past 2 years. And he'd hated it, hated every second of it. You were nowhere to be seen. The entire party stuttered on the path. I could hear John's tongue rolling about in his mouth, hear it flick out and slide over his lip as though readying it.
And in that time, he found himself a bunch of swanks and let him run the whole fucking thing into the ground.
He was amorphous in the dark, a grunting, spitting outline, dissolving into men whose faces were indistinct, men from Scurry. My own father. He might have been any one of them. I bypassed Polly and collided with Theo's arm, barring me from passing.
Nina, don't.
And what were you doing? I asked, my voice tripling down the fathoms. 2 years a prisoner, and there's not a mark on you to show for it. You look like you've eaten 3 square meals a day. Less can be said for your union members in the brink.
The other union prisoners were hanged,
added Theo, now frowning in thought.
It is a wonder that you were kept alive.
Information, said Polly, breaking her self-imposed silence. The house only trades in information. There was the sound of a pistol hammer drawing back, the flash of steel in the lamplight, the hollow middle of a barrel pointing between us in no particular direction.
You know,
mused John.
there's a lot I've endured in the last 2 years, caged like a dog in that fucking swank city.
His tone turned gravelly, as though he was spitting the words through gaps in his teeth. He came into the nimbus of the lamp.
One by one, the other prisoners swung from the gallows, but a smarter man knows how to give him a proper run around, how to get inside their heads. And I won. I managed to keep myself alive. So now I won't be letting a trio of fucking swanks employ that I've been on holiday.
The pistol oscillated between us, but John's gaze was for me. The moment hovered dangerously, stretching to its limits, the recoil sure to be punishing. Instead, the sound of Patrick's voice filled the tunnel. It was calm, calculating.
"There's not a single bullet in the barrel, Dad," he said. "Put it away."
The gun wavered. John's face turned terrible, then abruptly expressionless.
"Just making sure they were listening. Daring of you," Patrick said, "to threaten an earth charmer all the way down here."
It might have been light-hearted, except for the glare Patrick levelled at his father.
"It's a matter of family honour, Patty,"
John replied, pulling bullets from his pocket and rolling them around on his palm.
"It's Coulson law to put holes in bastards that test our loyalties."
John's eyes flashed with menace at us.
"That way, we ain't got to worry about people coming between us."
John's eyes flicked upward to where Patrick watched him, as closely as one could hear in the crust of the earth.
"Remember that man who picked Donny's pockets, Patty? How you took off his fingers with a paring knife?" "I do," Patrick said slowly. "He was taking advantage of a blind boy. He was. Just imagine what I'd do to the man who took advantage of me."
His voice was full of dark promise, and perhaps he meant it for Theo, or even Polly. But he was looking at John.
"Tell me again, Dad," Patrick said. "Who was it that gave my medium to the house?"
John gave no response. The two stood lock-eyed, a gun and 3 traitors between them. And I volleyed my gaze between the two. A distinct crack of timber suddenly echoed down the tunnel. The sound ricocheted back to them, and they all ducked on instinct, as though bullets were flying. We froze. Silence for a moment. Then a subsonic groan. A dawning awareness on Patrick's face as he stared down the tunnel, and then he shouted, "Run!" He picked Theo up by the scruff of his neck and shoved him back. Another crack rang out, the sound of falling earth, the yawn of a monster at their backs. "Get up!" John shouted at Polly, lobbing her forward. "Go!" The lantern light swung over Patrick's eyes. In them, I saw pulsating fear. I scrambled to my feet and bolted back the way we'd come. We threw ourselves back down the tunnel, the snap of timber chasing us, each struck giving way, as the earth above us bore down, sought to devour us, jaws closing. I poured my mind to it, felt the idiom thrum beneath my skin, already lethargic. I couldn't slow my feet enough to concentrate, couldn't hold it all up after expending myself earlier. The ceiling above us held only long enough for us to pass beneath it, my mind releasing it again soon after and letting it buckle. Patrick kept one hand in the middle of my back, and I kept one to the ceiling. I felt the earth hounding us. Eventually, it would catch our heels, and we'd be sucked under. A fork ahead, John moving for it like a snake moves through grass. He disappeared sideways, pulling Polly after him, then Theo. Patrick hooked his arm around my waist, and with a tremendous push, hurled me around the bend. I toppled on top of Theo, my knees hitting metal, and we were plummeted into deepest black.
Chapter 29. Donny. In the first dregs of morning, Donny roused Gunner. They had slept once more in their bunks, like kids. Gunner above and Donny below, beams of dawn breaking in through the small window. Patrick's childhood bed lay empty. There was a silent agreement that neither of the men use it. Of course, Donny had never left. Gunnar had married and taken a house on Pennant Street, and Patrick, when he did sleep, preferred sleeping in the hotel. But Donny knew these stairs and each individual floorboard. He knew every surrounding inch of the house. He thought he could draw it, if he were artistically inclined, to near perfection. He stayed for the persisting comfort of it. Gunnar groaned and rolled over heavily. "Lord, kill me now," he rasped, as though his lungs had emptied themselves overnight. "Time to return to work, brother," Donny said, pulling on Gunnar's earlobe, then the hairs on his bare chest. "Ow! Fuck! Get up," Donny said. "No more shirking. There's men in the Western Tunnel." "There's always men in the Western Tunnel," Gunnar growled, pushed Donny's face away. "Well, these men ain't from Kenton." Donny felt the mattress shift as Gunnar sat upright. "Who?" "Dunwich lads, it seems," Donny said, patting him twice on the shoulder. "Get your wits about you, Gun. On your feet." They carried a sack each over their backs down the Western Tunnel. Gunnar held the lantern, and Donny the canary. He heard the dirge of the underground rising up beneath them, heard the minute shifts of earth, mites chewing at the mineral-rich bacteria, black beetles burrowing tiny crevices, water tables, somewhere beneath them, cutting silver pathways. Gunnar walked with a limp, his gait heavy-footed on the right. Intermittently, Donny heard him gasp and clutch his side where the knife had shanked inward. Donny remembered the wet sound of it, the easy split of the tissue, the reels of red streaming into his mind. Gunnar didn't shout for bluff anymore. He only wasted away. For 3 days or more he'd slept, ate and spoke and moved about like a ghost. In the night, when he thought Donny asleep, he prayed. Mostly he prayed that Patrick would return. It reminded Donny of when their father had first been captured, how they'd counted the passing days and hoped against fading odds that they'd awaken to John strolling back down Main Street, announcing his next grand plan. Patrick had prayed harder than any of them. He'd never faltered. He went about running Kenton Hill as though John would waltz in at any moment and light into them all for letting his town fall to ruin. Donny wondered where his brother was now. He wondered what Patrick would do if he found Dunwich men wandering uninvited down the Western Line. An hour into the tunnels, Gunnar called out, a weakened rendition of his usual menace, but menace enough. "Oh ho!" he yelled, as though he were calling across a vast cavern and not a 6-foot-tall tunnel. His voice rebounded off the walls and rang in Donny's ears. "Morning," came Scotty's voice. "Found us a couple of visitors." 6 pairs of feet shifting the mud. His own, Gunnar's, Scotty's, Otto's, and 2 others. 2 unwanted guests. "Hello, boys," said Gunnar. "Just what in bleeding hell can we do for you?" A scuffle. One of them likely detained in Scotty's fists. "Tell this fucking oaf to get his hands off me." The voice was tremulous rough. He only does that to people he fancies, Gunner said casually. What are your names? Dirk, said the first voice. From farther down the tunnel, a smaller one said, Warner. Found guns in the back of their trousers, said Otto. Donnie could feel the silver in them from here, now protruding from the pockets of Otto's overalls. 2 small pistols. His mind reached for them. Now just what were you planning on doing with those, eh? Donnie asked the men. Was it to be a 2-man raise? We only wanted to talk, Warner said, and Donnie thought he might be younger, on the cusp of manhood. Your men didn't come at collection time. Donnie shrugged. They didn't come to collect, 'cause there's nothing we're needing. Or they didn't come 'cause you ain't got a single ounce of bluff to trade, said Dirk. There was a strangled sound, as though Scotty had gripped his throat a little tighter. Let him down, Scotty, Gunner said. For fuck's sake, he'll pop. A thwack of limbs in the mud. A groan. Donnie clicked his tongue. He pulled a damp cigarette from his pocket. Now, didn't we make it clear to your members that the bluff is being allocated elsewhere? Aye, said Dirk. And it ain't what we agreed to. We need the bluff as much as anyone else. Once the infirmaries clear up, we'll send some down the line. It ain't just us, Dirk continued. The union members in Oakland want to know when to expect the next trade. Same with Dorser and Trent. Dirk panted as he stood upright. Trades ain't ever failed before. Times are hard, Gunner responded. From each what they can give, to each what they need. And we need it, Dirk spat. We've fought just as hard, sacrificed just as much. If there's still bluff in Kenton Hill, then you're favouring your own parish. Gunner stepped forward then, his feet sloshing through the muck. Tension bloodied the air and turned it red. A smart man, he said, would not utter the name again. Warner cleared his throat, seemed to work his tongue around his fear. We came to deliver a message, that's all. I love mail, Donnie said. A poem, I'll bet. The northeastern contingent, Hessen, Dunwich, Dorser, Oakland, have agreed to halt our trades with the miners' union, he faltered, with Gunner bearing down on him, until we see some evidence that any bluff remains in the brink. With that came the flourish of paper, thin, wispy, newsprint, not parchment. It was snatched up and read aloud by Otto. National House of Belvedere Trench celebrates as new alchemist and former leader of the Miners' Union, Patrick Coulson, forms alliance with new administration. Quiet descendant, damningly thick. The papers lie every day, Scotty said with a laugh. You ought to know better than to believe swank gossip. You ain't got your alchemist, said Dirk. He's making idiom for the house now, and you're leading us all along like fucking sheep, taking from us what you can't repay. He spat a gob into the mud. There's a debt not settled. The Northerners won't trade until we know the facts. We want proof the Union is still operational. Donnie sighed inwardly, replacing his unlit cigarette back into his pocket. It's come to this, he thought, and then, forgive me, Patty. Message received, Donnie said with a smile, and if you wouldn't mind sending my regards. Here, He let his mind reach once more for those silver pistols in Otto's pockets. He felt the way they lifted in the air, as though held by his own 2 hands. He felt the barrels and the muzzles and the smooth curve of the triggers. He pulled back the hammers on both in tandem and pointed them in the direction of Dirk and Warner. The silver went in the direction his mind bid it, even if he couldn't see where. He imagined the hearts of Warner and Dirk and knew that if he were to fire, the bullets would puncture them both. Swank magic, he'd learned, was in the mind, not the eye. Tell your members in Dunwich, and the ones in Hessen and Hochland, and wherever else, that if it's proof they want, we'll gladly come show 'em. He heard Warner stumble backward. God almighty, Dirk cursed. Don't shoot, please, Warner said, the words warbling off the walls. Shoot, Donny said. Now, why would I shoot a fellow union member, eh? What kind of comrade would I be then? Donny pulled the sack from his shoulder and let it fall into the mud. The rifle muzzles within clacked together. Gunner followed suit. A gift, Donny said, kicking the sack in their direction. Consider it an act of good faith. Warner's feet hesitated. Dirk finally hauled up his awkward body and stood. Calculations ran taut in the quiet. You boys need any further demonstrations? Gunner asked. More silence. Donny heard the mechanics of their bodies, the air dragging through their teeth, the reproach of the canary. We ain't short of ink, Donny finally said. The union is as operational as it ever was. But just so we understand each other, we don't take kindly to guests waltzing down our tunnels. He let the 2 pistols drop to the floor with a wet slap. Thanks for coming, boys, Gunner said. Take your parting gifts with you. How will we know, Dirk asked, when the next trade is? We ain't received a single scribble. Even from a distance, Donny thought he heard Otto's chest caving in on itself. No scribbles, Donny responded. We'll send a telegraph the old way. They left the Dunwich men with Scotty and Otto, with a sense that the walls were closer. In his mind, Donny imagined the cold-rimmed edge of Patrick's old pocket watch, its cogs pushing the needle round a wheel, the seconds and minutes and hours ticking down to an eventual end. What did he mean, gone? Donny asked. What did he mean about a debt not settled? Patrick never left a debt unpaid. Gunner lagged. Eventually, it wasn't him leading Donny, but the other way around. By the time they exited the pit, Donny was carrying half his weight. It's this fucking wound, Gunner was hissing between his teeth. Keeps reopening. Donny had the sudden, terrifying notion that without their father, and without Patrick, it was he who stood at the helm. Hot fear flooded his veins. He saw Kenton Hill then, coloured in steel grey like iron bars, an apocalyptic city. He stumbled under Gunner's weight. They practically tumbled down the hill and into town. Halfway to Main Street, they were intercepted by Sam and Isaiah. The dog licked at Donny's fingers. Sam had been looking after him in Patrick's absence, the 2 of them like orphans left to roam directionless without him. I can take him, Sam said, and Donny felt Gunner's weight leave his shoulders. Mrs. McAllister wants to know why she can't open her shop. She's requested a meeting with you and Mrs. Coulson. And Briggs said to tell you the trolley's righted. He can have it running again by tomorrow. But there was a gas leak reported on the east side, near the brewery. He said the street ought to be evacuated while he takes a look. Donny heard it as a barrage. But he nodded, swallowed. Right, yeah. Stop blathering and get me inside my pub, Gunner groaned. I need a fucking drink. Tess was waiting for them when they returned. Donny heard her pacing behind the bar, the crinkle of parchment. Sam deposited Gunner into a chair and departed with a feeble, "Morning, Mrs. Coulson." "Go and do something useful, lad," she said in response. Donny bent his head to his chest for a moment before sitting. Patrick had done that a lot, conceded to the weight of his head for a moment before proceeding, as though needing a second of surrender. "Well, they took the guns," Gunner started. "Not that they had much choice." "There's been a scribble," Tess interrupted. Donny lifted his feet to a chair and stretched. "Ah, from one of my many lovers abroad, no doubt. No, it's..." This was a tone Donny had rarely heard her use. Tess Coulson's voice was a deep river water, forcing over stones and overpowering the flight of fish, a great relentless push. But here it had reduced itself. The words seemed to bank on her tongue. Donny sat upright. "Who?" In answer, Tess read aloud. "Escaped and fled into the brink. John is alive. There's a lead on rock, keeping us from home. Know that I'm finding a way back. Everything has its fix." A cavern seemed to open up inside him, swelling the jacket of his ribcage. "Patty," he said, then stood and laughed aloud, his hands searching for Gunner's shoulder. "What did I tell you?" "It ain't signed," Tess said carefully, never daring to hope, "and I don't recognize the scribbler's handwriting." "It's him, Ma," Donny insisted. Between them, they'd referred to terranium as rock near untrusted ears. A code word. And he'd said, everything has its fix. How many times had they all heard that in their household? Their father always singing it out when the problems shuffled in. He'd say it while patting Donny's shoulder, pushing yet another pair of makeshift spectacles over his deteriorating eyes. He'd said it until the problem of his sight was no longer a problem, but a conclusion. "Dad," Gunner said, the same way he'd said it as a boy. "He's with him." Tess's teeth sucked at the edge of her lip. "I don't know," she said. "I don't know." "That's what it says, Ma. That doesn't mean it's true." She sounded close to the edge of her control. "We can't pin our hopes on it." Bubbling up inside Donny, however, was a geyser of relief. "He's going after terranium," he said on an expelled breath. He slumped back in his chair and dashed his hands over his face. Felt his eyes wheel in their sockets. Thank fucking idiot. "Goddamn Patty," Gunner was saying in wonderment. He coughed out a laugh. "That slippery little fucker." Donny wondered, in a detached way, which Gunner longed for more. Their brother, or the bluff he'd surely bring with him. "And Dad," Donny said. "Holy God, Patty was right after all." If that ain't cause for a drink, I don't know what else is, Gunner brayed, slapping the table. Tess slapped back in response, the reverberations of her hand sending quakes through their limbs. She heaved breaths like a thoroughbred, like a steam train. We have the surrounding parishes breathing down our necks, she said, a river churning up the bed once more. We've got not nearly enough food in the market, houses to repair. It's not yet the middle of winter, and the coal works ain't got its foreman. Here, Donny felt Gunner shift, felt the air thin. Everyone knows where we are now, everyone. If you think those Dunwich men will be the last heading down the tunnel, you've got gas in your heads. We can't let them know we've run dry, or we're cut off. And as long as we can convince them we've got bluff on the way, they'll come knocking for it. The parchment of the scribble crackled in her fist. This ain't the fucking time to celebrate, she said slowly and clearly, as if they were both simple. None of that until Pat returns. If he returns. Until then, we're weak. Soon everyone will believe we're weak enough that they can kick in the door, take what they want. Just let 'em fucking try, said Gunner. And if we lift our boots off their necks now, more of them will come. Her words hung in the air, and Donny swallowed them. That cavern of hope in his chest caved inward. But as always, he lifted his chin and fashioned himself a cocky smile. He's coming home, Ma. He's too stubborn not to, he said. Dad too. But Tess was righting herself, pulling the parchment into the pocket of her apron. Patty will do whatever's necessary, she said. But if your father lives, Donny, I doubt we'll see him any time soon. He heard her turn on her heel, heading for the kitchen. He'll know better than to show his sorry face round these parts. Unless he wants me breaking it.
Chapter 30. Nina. My elbow wedged into my own sternum, the bones there grinding against one another. Dirt seeped inward, clung to the inside of my nose, and stifled the air. Earth had a tendency to behave like water below ground. It threaded into every space, found impossible pathways, drowned its venturers. I coughed, tried to find a remaining bit of power to push the dirt back, push it out of my lungs. Bodies on every side of me, angular and unnatural. The blade of an arm, or a shin, or a foot at my back and sides. They were just more things pushing the oxygen from me, making it impossible to snatch it back in. In the back of my mind, a thought arose, that if this is what it was to be buried alive, then it was too slow. But there was grunting too, grunting and breathing and shifting. A weight lifted from beneath me, and on top of me. I inhaled like my head had breached water.
Fuck!
Came a voice, John Coulson's. Then another, Patrick's.
The pulley, he said. Someone find it.
Slowly, I became aware that the angular bones at my back were rungs. Someone shifted and grunted in exertion. The sound of screeching metal accompanied it, followed by collision. A lighter flickered, Patrick's, illuminating his own face, then the rest of us. We were encased in a shaft lift, its metal cage closed, barring out clods of dirt and rock. Patrick bore down on me, held the light so close to my face I could feel its feeble warmth.
You're all right,
he said, putting his hand against my sternum, reassuring me, or himself perhaps, that my heart still beat. We were alive.
Fucking damn it,
John expelled, manoeuvring himself hurriedly, his hand searching the walls.
Didn't I say it, Pat? The struts were too far apart. Fuck!
Polly was gasping noisily for air. Theo was struck, it seemed, by the same thing I had been just moments ago. The sensation that we weren't dying by degrees, but somehow, miraculously, still alive. Patrick stood upright.
"Just breathe slow as you can," he said. "Try not to talk. We only got so much oxygen."
Immediately, Polly stopped breathing altogether. The light petered out, and a moment later, I heard the slap of metal against metal, the chink of chains, the expelled exertion of John and Patrick as they heaved at something. They worked mechanically, as though operating on some sort of default, lifting us upward. Any moment, I thought, any moment the chains will break. They'll lose their grip. But we jolted upward in increments, the smell of sweat permeating the air. In the dark, I felt we could have been moving sideways, or farther down, delivering ourselves to the heart of the earth. They worked, alternating. Pull, 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 for an impossible amount of time, until long after I measured a human capable. The air grew thin. I couldn't seem to fish enough oxygen out of it. An almighty heave, a final shout of exertion from Patrick, from some supernatural reservoir of strength, and the lift collided, or bottomed out. It was difficult to distinguish. I felt, with a narrowing awareness, that I was only halfway there.
"All of you," John panted. "Get up," he said. "All hands."
There were the sounds of our scrambling, the feel of a hand around my wrist, pulling it towards something, flattening my fingers against a cool metal ridge.
"Dig your fingers in," Patrick said. "Pull it apart."
And even his voice had begun to err toward a void, reduced to gasps.
"Give it all you got," said John.
Shoulders clashed against mine, all 5 of us jammed together, and we worked to pry apart the doors. A memory surfaced. Patrick and I in a collapsing mine.
"The gate jams in a collapse,"
he'd said. We're stuck, I thought. We'll all die here in a shared tomb. I felt rendered useless, my body no match for the weight of the door. But then, a whisper of something on my throat. Air, trickles of it. Then light. Another jolt, another growl of exertion, and the doors shuddered back an inch. My hands fed all the way through and gripped the sides. We were washed in oxygen and light, made delirious by it. I threw every ounce of weight against the door and had the others do the same. Like the jaws of a beast relinquishing, the doors shuddered apart, and one at a time we spilled out onto our fronts, breaths rattling, wailing through our chests. Polly shook beside me, her ribs against my forearm. She might have been weeping or exulting.
"Till the light comes, Patty,"
I thought I heard John pant out. His face marred in sweat, in mud. He slapped his son on the back twice, the 2 of them staring at each other, then somehow laughing, falling into great chest-rattling fits.
"Can't imagine anything less funny,"
panted Theodore on all 4s, trying and failing to stand.
"Try this one then, Teddy," John said in response. "What do you call a swank in a hole?"
Theodore frowned.
"A good fucking start."
Theodore stood, then leaned to touch his fingertips over my knuckles.
"Nina,"
he said breathlessly.
"Can you stand?"
I blinked grit from my eyes, nodded, then let him pull me up. He did the same for Polly.
"Where are we?"
Theo asked now, blinking out into the grey light. The pit exit loomed a short way ahead, the climb abruptly ending with that circle of merciful sun.
"Trent,"
Patrick said, his eyes homing in on Theo's hand, still wrapped around mine.
"We're in Trent."
When last I'd ventured into Trent, it was bustling with industry, heavy convoys of wagons and steam carts packed with tree logs. The roads in and out of town clogged with farming crafters, the landscape heavily wooded and dotted with livestock, but peppered by police. When I pointed this out to Patrick, he said,
"Nowhere to go but out."
We came above ground in the outskirts to find it unrecognizable. The woods were stripped of foliage and blackened, the trunks crumpled, half their size, some fire charmers doing. Snow piled the forest floor. The cold rushed in from the distant mountains, and without the windbreakers of pine and spruce and birch, it stole my breath. Sheep stood unperturbed, the thick wool of their coats overgrown, but there were no fences to contain them now, no crafters to herd them. We journeyed a road into Trent by foot, passing a boundless grave of tree stalks, the necks craning. We never passed a single soul. I reasoned that the weather was too cold, though I suspected something far more horrible.
Raised to holy hell,
John said unnecessarily, passing a broken wagon, its bed heaped in snow.
When did the army march in?
Couldn't say.
Patrick frowned, concern marring every inch of his face as he took in the surroundings.
Must be recent. I never received word before we left Kenton.
Aye. Well, let's see who's left.
The town proper was made of wide lanes, big enough for tree logging carts. The roads were made of tar and stuck underfoot in the summer, easily ploughed in the winter. Yet Trent was mired in fresh snow, not a single set of footprints in sight. Signs of conflict seemed stark against the white canvas of it. The brick exterior of Trent's largest timber mill crumbled into the street. A coal bin had overturned and spilled. Most windows had buckled outward from fire.
Do you think any made it to the tunnel?
John asked Patrick, kicking over a stray boot, half buried.
Maybe they're all holed up in the next parish.
Patrick looked doubtful.
I hope so.
I shared his doubt. I suspected that beneath all the snow, blood stained the tar. In the distance, toward the centre of the town, a single chimney coughed into the grey sky, the only sign of life. "There," I said, pointing to the smoke. "You see it?" And Patrick let out a sigh of relief, nodded.
Let's go introduce ourselves, shall we?
"You'll be doing no such thing," came a voice from behind us, and I whirled at the sight of Theodore looking stricken, an arm pressed tightly around his throat, his feet slipping from beneath him. And a woman at his back, the filleting knife in her hand poised near Theo's ribs, resignation written all over her. "You'll stay right where you are and go no further." There were voids beneath her eyes, a cracked tooth in her mouth. A bruise on her chin had yellowed her brown skin. She couldn't have been older than 30, though she spoke with authority. She handled the knife like she knew how to use it. Patrick raised his hands cautiously, placatingly, but it was John who said,
"Afternoon, miss."
His voice was carefully modulated, the way one would coax a spooked horse.
"Before you kill us, at least let me introduce—"
"I know who you are," she said, throat bobbing. "Your face is all over the bulletins, all over the papers. You're the new alchemist from Kenton Hill," she said to Patrick. Then her eyes skirted to mine. "And she's the earth charmer. You're said to be working for the house now."
"We're Union,"
Patrick said immediately.
"and we escaped."
"Then you'll surely bring the infantry after you," the woman said, voice wobbling. She looked over one shoulder, as though she might find them marching up from between the skeletons of trees.
"Looks like they've been and gone,"
John said. It wasn't unkind. The woman's eyes glossed over. A tear fell.
"They can't be beaten,"
she said hopelessly.
"There's too many of them, and they're fire charmers."
Her lips pressed together, suppressing a sob. She sobered and pulled Theo in tighter. "We need bluff," she said, eyes levelling Patrick's. It struck me how courageous she must be, to look in the eye of a man and make demands, while holding a knife to another, completely alone. Patrick shook his head.
"There's none to be found in the brink. The infantry took the Union's stores."
"Liar," she spat. "Word is, Kenton's keeping it for themselves. Fucking speck of a town." She shook her head. A lie. "The Union is done," she said. "It's every parish for themselves now." Patrick's eyes touched the woman's collarbone, where a cut had barely scabbed over, to the bruising, the tears in her eyes, the point of the knife. There was calculation on his face, but there was sorrow too. There was guilt.
"I can't give you bluff, but I can send for coal and rations, perhaps some medical supplies."
"We called for it already. Sent countless messages down the tunnels."
She laughed mirthlessly, blinking furiously against the tears.
"There ain't anyone on the other end answering."
"But you need it, don't you?"
Patrick said patiently.
"Whoever you've got holed up here still, I imagine they're too wounded to have escaped with the rest."
He looked to the woods and pastures, blackened to ash.
"Soon there'll be nothing to eat, no heating. Even your strongest will grow weak. It's just a matter of time. It'll mean a dead winter for you all."
At the mention of a dead winter, the woman's expression became sallow. Patrick grimaced.
"But I'm guessing there's already a heap of dead somewhere, still waiting to be buried."
Patrick's eyes fell to the woman's hands, which were cracked and blistered, grubby with dirt.
"But the ground was difficult to break. It's near frozen. But you resorted to incinerating him. Religion be damned."
The woman shuddered delicately. Patrick turned to the smoke spiraling out of the single chimney.
"You'll run out of bodies to burn eventually, and it will feel like a relief at first. And then the temperature will keep dropping, and you'll wish you had a few of them back. It'll feel like a curse."
The woman sobbed. She wobbled on the sleet, and Theo winced as the blade glanced skin. I imagined this woman trying in vain to break the earth to bury her dead. How long she must have persevered to ruin her hands that way. I can help you," I told her, my own eyes pricking. "I can give them proper graves." The woman winced, her eyes searching my face.
"This is the leader of the Miners' Union,"
Patrick said, gesturing to his father.
"and this woman is a scribbler. Whatever you need, we can have it sent quickly. And in several weeks, I'll come calling again. Only it'll be bluff I'm delivering. More than you'll need. Enough to bring everyone back to health."
She laughed again in that deadened way. "You say there's no bluff, then promise it anyway. Which is it?"
"We have a lead on some terranium,"
Patrick said.
"and when we find it, the house and its infantry won't stand a fucking chance."
The woman seemed distrustful, but she didn't immediately reject the offer either. Beneath her ferocity was desperation.
"We ain't dead yet,"
Patrick added, stepping closer.
"I promise you that."
Her chin wobbled. The knife fell away by degrees. "There ain't any bluff left?" she asked, voice still guarded.
"No, but there will be."
Patrick sounded so sure, so convincing. It was difficult not to believe.
"In abundance. And in the meantime, you'll have coal to burn from Kenton. I can have food transported from Hoaklin and Dunwich. We only ask for a day or two here."
She was hesitating now, the need outweighing her caution. Her arm slackened on Theo's neck, then slowly fell away. The woman tipped her head to the sky and worked to control her breaths. "Idia, help us," she said. Theo stumbled to the ground, cursing.
"What's your name?"
Patrick asked. "Edith," she said, her cheeks wet now, mottled by the frigid air.
"Edith,"
Patrick repeated.
"How many are left?"
140 living." Her whole body was shaking, like the blasts still told through her. Trent had been a population of more than 3,000. "The rest ran to Summerland, or they're dead."
"I'm sorry,"
Patrick said, but not in the way of condolences. This was self-blame, failure. I watched it anchor itself to him.
"Take us to 'em, miss,"
John said now.
I'd like to shake the hands of the stubborn bastards who outlasted the Lord's fucking army.
Edith laughed wetly at that, her breaths clouding before her.
Put that knife away now,
John told her softly.
The fight's come and gone.
Edith took us to a factory, a sign above its great doors reading, Bleeker's Textiles. The space inside was dense with giant iron machinery, all of it unmanned, unnaturally still, but untouched by fire. Starlings swarmed the rafters high above, escaping the cold. Settled on the floor, between the threading machines and the washers, were a series of pallets. Men and women lay atop them, grey-faced, their injuries many. One man's face was so bloodied, it was difficult to tell if there was anything to salvage beneath. Moving among the injured with broth, blankets, bandages, and water, was an army of women. Some sported injuries of their own, like Edith, but all worked on the wounded like a living engine. "Where are the men?" Polly asked quietly, her mouth agape. Edith eyed her with contempt. "Gone," she said, her gaze trailing to the man with the butchered face. "Or half gone." She led us on. There was hardly a single person who lifted their face to look at us. Their hands were too full to care. Edith walked with slow, weighted steps to the rear of the factory, then out a small creaking door to a ravine. Beyond it was a fast-moving river, threading through the trees, eroding the snow on its banks, churning the mill wheels to no avail. Lined on the ravine's edge was an endless row of bodies, 100 or more. Only their blackened feet showed. Each one was covered with a fibrous blanket, snowfall piling in the creases of their torsos and necks, care taken to offer them some dignity. Not even the crisp winter air could completely hide the smell of death.
"We can't bring him inside,"
Edith said, her eyes glazed and focused on nothing, as though shutting out the sight. They fouled too quickly. Polly doubled over and vomited, coughing violently onto the ground.
"Lord Almighty,"
John uttered, and swiped the hat off his head. Patrick simply stared, his eyes hardening, jaw ticking. Eventually he wiped a hand over his face and shifted his stare to the river, the trees beyond.
"All Union members."
Edith tracked a small swallow leaving its nest, born too late. It swooped dangerously close to the river before alighting. "We all were," she said. "And a fat load of good it did us." Her eyes closed and didn't open. I wondered how long it had been since she'd rested. Patrick stared and stared, something wretched in his expression.
"What provoked this?"
Theo asked. He stood just over my shoulder. From this close, I could hear the way his voice shook, the stop-start of his breaths.
"I did,"
Patrick said bluntly, his eyes trailing over the boots, the ashy toes.
"We encouraged strike action in the southeastern parishes through winter to cut off the city."
"And we listened," Edith mumbled bitterly, her voice fracturing. "Like fools." Patrick's hands went to his hips, as though he could hardly bear his own weight. Then he rubbed his eyes once, twice, thinking.
"Polly, scribble to Donny. Tell him Trent has been attacked and ask for supplies. Food, coal, medical aid. Whatever can be spared should be spared. Call on support from Dunwich. Make sure he knows it's me."
But John stepped forward, just as Polly nodded and closed her eyes.
"Now just a minute, son. They've got enough of their own to tend to back home. Kenton took its own losses."
Patrick barely spared him a glance.
"They've got enough in reserve, Patty, Polly,"
Patrick said, taking a step toward the ravine.
"Send the message. Tell Donny the moorland tunnel is caved in. They'll need to use the Summerland line. And for the love of God, don't leave a trace of yourself on the page."
Polly winced, but nodded.
"It'll take another 3 days for it to come through the tunnels,"
Patrick told Edith.
Someone should be waiting on the other side when it arrives. Preferably not with a carving knife.
Edith nodded. What about the bluff?
You'll have it,
Patrick said, with a confidence plucked from the sky.
I'll ensure it comes. And in the meantime, I assume there are at least a few coppers here who remained.
Edith wiped her hands down her front, fingers shaking. They evacuated before the army got here. A few came sauntering back in once the fires died out. She looked once more to those bodies lying neatly on the slope of the ravine, and her eyes turned hard, bitter. They're holed up in the trading post with a few cases of port, last I saw. John and Patrick traded glances.
We'll pay him a short visit, John assured her. In return, we need to hunker down a night or two.
Edith nodded her assent. I need to go and help the rest, she muttered, wiping her nose on her sleeve. She turned and used whatever vestiges of strength remained to drag herself inside. At first, we 5 remained, but the snow had begun to fall, and the air bit at our skin, and the wall of corpses became impossible to look at.
We've earned a bit of rest,
John said decidedly, somberly.
We'll recoup for a bit.
He pulled a flask from his pocket and took a thorough swig. He held it out to Theo as he passed.
Here, kid. That'll pump the blood.
Theo accepted it and turned his eyes away gratefully, and Polly followed. They needed no other prompt to flee from the dead.
No rest for you, Swank,
John said to Polly, slapping the steward's book against her sternum.
While we're here, you've got some reading to do.
Polly pressed a retort between her lips and followed the men inside. Then it was only Patrick and me, too disturbed to look away from the line of shrouds.
Nina,
Patrick said, and he said it as though it were a lifeline. His throat bobbed. He didn't dare look at me. I watched the valleys of his expression, the reds in his eyes straining. What was once startlingly blue now appeared a bleak grey.
I don't want to ask.
You're not asking, Patrick. I'm just doing it. His gaze was torturous. I made to move around him toward that first sheet. Something stopped me. Patrick's hand taking mine. Not pulling, but simply holding it for a moment, his rough fingers encasing my own. I looked back to find his eyes had closed. He breathed through his mouth in great puffs, gripped onto me like he was clinging to a ledge. I waited there unmoving, watching parts of him crack, then knit themselves back together. A lark cried. His eyelids snapped open. Our hands retracted. He watched there in the cold while I worked, his hair dusted in snow as I buried the bodies, the earth giving way beneath each and swallowing them whole.
Chapter 31. Patrick. In the first cold squalls of night, Patrick and his father left Bleeker's textiles. They adjusted their coats, their hats, eyes pinched against the cold, and stepped out onto the vacant road, boots sinking as they went. Farther into town, a lone chimney sent curling smoke skyward. Without speaking, they walked in its direction. 3 coppers, Edith had told them, sent no doubt to ensure the post, the police house, and the Swank residences weren't looted. After all, those buildings were artisan-owned. "What will you do?" Nina had asked him, watching him pull on warmer attire, no doubt from some dead lad's wardrobe. He'd watched the flecks in her eyes distend. "Better I don't put words to it." "You'll kill them?" "Yes." "I want to come," she said to John and Patrick both. Patrick sighed. He could see the hunger pulsing behind her eyes. That yawning gulf in her heart again, the way she clamoured to fill it. He had a heart to match, riddled through the both of them. "Not this time," he said. He wanted to explain how these coppers would cry and plead and piss themselves, how they'd reduce to the feeblest creatures, how the look on their faces, as they died, would dig themselves into the trenches of her brain, drudged up in dreams a year from now, 10 years from now. "It ain't your beast to slay," he said instead. "But it's yours." "It is," he said. He was a Coulson. The miners' union was his business. "I need you to stay with Polly," he'd said then. Polly had found a desk in the back offices. She was bent over the steward's testament and a stack of blank parchment. Edith had given the rest of them blankets and assigned them a corner to keep to. They were handed bowls of stew by a young woman who carried a baby in a sling. She doled out the food with a blank expression, as though they were just more mouths to feed. Patrick had given his meal to Nina. "Eat mine," he said, then hesitated. His fingers brushed up against hers, and he felt the charge running over her skin. "Every lord and every minister," he reminded her. "They'll all be beneath the heel of your boot soon." Then he left, feeling as though he were shedding one skin and taking on another, transforming from man to wolf beneath the moon. The fire charmers had left the town centre untouched, as was their habit. Still, ash stuck to the brick, the sills, the gables. The shingles and gutters were black with it. Through the window of the squat trading post, candlelight flickered. Patrick and his father came to a standstill before it, puffs of breath beating out, their hands winding into their coats and taking an inventory. Revolver, rope, kerosene. John shook out his arm like he was shaking off cobwebs. "Let's see if they bite," he said. What most didn't understand about the wolf was that it stalked the night in a perfunctory way. It mauled for its territory, no matter the neck. It tore flesh from bone without much relish. Hardly any meat was taken for itself. The door kicked off its latch easily, punched into the wall with the sound of a gunshot. And already they wailed. 3 coppers, just as Edith promised, all in their navy uniforms, their Belvedere emblems, waistcoats unbuttoned and guts overhanging their belts. They flailed in their chairs, their limbs, for a moment, taking flight from their bodies. One fell right off his chair, his mouth holed open, teeth wine-tinged. Another shouted, scattered the playing cards he was holding. The third had the wherewithal to reach for a vacant holster. But their guns, all 3 of them, lay strewn on the oak countertop, where the crafters would normally line up for an hour or more to give over more than half their stock, their harvest, their textiles. "Not on your life," John said, as one of the men made to move toward it. John cocked the hammer of his own gun, lifted it lazily by his waist. "Take your seats, boys." Slowly, the mush of their brains finding order again, they resumed their seats. Bodies turned toward Patrick and John. One of them held his hands up, We're Belvedere officers, another blithered. The last refrains of a desperate man. You can't do this. They'll come for you. That's the trouble with you coppers, John said, taking rope from his pocket. Got a short fucking memory. He threw his gun to Patrick, who caught it, moved toward the man closest. You're a Swank's guard dog now. But you were born a crafter. And just when has the house ever lifted its head to the likes of us, eh? He tied the first man's wrists to his chair. One more dead crafter in the brink don't mean nothing to them. They'll hang you, another spat. But his great teeth chattered in his head. They'll hang both you bastards. A quick death, Patrick said in return. Nothing like the ones about to happen here tonight. The coppers shriveled. John grabbed his wrist, but the man yanked it back and tried to stand. A shot rang out, blistered the insides of Patrick's ears, but the bullet sailed where he'd meant it, right into the copper's shin, and the man fell, squealing and flailing. Nowhere to run, boys, he said. This is where it ends for you. May as well speak with your God now and make peace with him. John pulled the man crying now back onto the chair, tied his hands behind his back. I always wonder, Patrick said as the last copper was tied to his chair, what goes through a man's head when he walks through his town, sees it burning, sees the kids in the street dying, and doesn't lift a finger. They all three sat shaking so much that their noses ran, the tendons of their neck seeming to break through the skin. Patrick went to the copper closest and held a gun between his eyes. How black is the soul of a man who lets his townspeople burn? Please, he begged. Always at the end, they begged. Unfortunately for you boys, I've got my own blackened soul. Patrick stepped back. He put his gun in his coat, took the 3 from the countertop, and stowed those away too. John pulled a canister of kerosene from his pocket and poured the contents over their card table and the floorboards beneath their feet. Patrick struck a match. For Trent, Patrick told them. By dusk, our work is done. Patrick did not follow his father back into Bleeker's textiles. He knew there would be no sleep for him. It was a kind of penance, he thought, that even bone-deep weariness wasn't enough to let him rest on nights like this. He stayed out in the cold, his back against the outer factory wall. In his mind, he imagined the route from Trent to Summerland, from Summerland to Kenton Hill. He calculated the transit, estimated the number of injured who would die in this factory in the coming days. He devised plans to get supplies here faster. He had contacts in Weymouth he could reach out to. He could... Boots ground into snow, and Patrick looked up to see Nina sneaking out into the night, sliding back the factory door. Patrick sighed. He couldn't explain the quiver of relief that burned through him in that moment. Her eyes fell to his hands, currently pilfering his own pockets to no avail. He hadn't been aware of it until that moment. What are you looking for? She asked. Snow was catching in her hair, in her eyelashes. A cigarette. She should be sleeping. She'd spent hours in the cold burying corpses. She'd walked miles and miles underground and almost been buried alive. Instead, she was assessing him. Rose lips slightly parted, slender eyebrows pinched. She crossed her arms over her chest and dipped her head against the cold. "I should like to take a walk." Patrick scoffed tiredly. "No, you shouldn't." But she shrugged, wrapped her borrowed coat tighter around her, and abruptly set off. She looked back over her shoulder at Patrick as she passed him. "Are you coming?" "Nope. Suit yourself," she said, and marched off into the dark, disappearing around the corner. "Damn it, woman," Patrick hissed between his teeth. He shouldn't follow. Lord knew he shouldn't follow. "Fuck me," he muttered, shaking his head. He found her again in a smoker's hole. Kenton Hill factories didn't bother with such things, but he supposed in a textile factory, the masters wouldn't want their fabric stinking of tobacco and ash. The workers would come to this outer shed in the winter. It kept out the snow and the wind enough to light a cigarette, though not enough to keep out the chill. Nina sat on a bench within, discarded newsprint at her side. On it, the headline read, "Union trades alchemist for earth charmer's clemency." Nina frowned at it. "I would have, you know," he said, leaning against the doorframe. She looked up at him. "Would have what?" "Traded myself if it meant keeping you from the whip." Her eyes shone star-bright. "Why?" He considered his answer carefully. "I've seen you bleeding off," he said, his eyes slipping to her arms. "Don't think I could watch it again." She looked down at her feet. "Are you pretending you can't stomach the sight of blood?" "Not yours," he said observationally. He didn't look at her as he said it, only stayed leaning against the frame, affecting an air of indifference he didn't feel. "Some walk," he quipped. By way of reply, she held up a single white papered cigarette. "Thought the night called for it," she said. "Take it." Patrick's head tilted. "And just where did you get your hands on that?" "In the coat Tamir gave me." Her other hand opened to reveal a matchbox. Patrick shook his head and took it from her, but didn't light it. He sat in the seat beside her, throwing the newsprint to the floor, and their shoulders brushed. It was dark in the shed, but the smoker's hole had windows and a wide open door. The night had turned clear, periwinkle, silent in a way Kenton Hill never was. He now craved the endless rumble of home. At his side, Nina rubbed her arms, nodded to the stars. "That's Neveretti's cross," she said softly, in a way that drew Patrick's attention to her lips rather than the constellations. "Do you know the story of Neveretti?" Patrick put the cigarette between his lips. "Something tells me I'm about to." She rolled her eyes, and for a moment they were back in that city courtyard, legs crossed, her explaining the world to him like the meaning of it all was obvious. "Neveretti was a man of the sea," she began, "and every day he stood on the shore and prayed that the waves wouldn't flood his village. His people watched the water come right up to the banks, then retreat, and believed Neveretti was a messenger of God. They called him the keeper of the sea. Each day, Neveretti would pray for the waves to retreat, and every day they did. He would return home to his wife, his daughter, and his bird." "His bird?" Do you want to hear the rest of the story or not? Despite himself, Patrick grinned. Go on then. One day, Neveretti did not go to the shore, and he didn't pray. I'll bet his wife was relieved, Patrick said. Nina smirked but otherwise ignored him. He'd been too ill to rise from bed, and so the waves breached the banks and swept into the village. They carried his wife, his daughter, and the caged bird out to sea. Neveretti blamed himself and went to save them. He was the strongest swimmer in the village after all. Who else would save them if not him? He found his wife first, taking her on his back. Then he swam further and found the bird in its cage. Last he found his daughter, but when he turned around, he was too far from the shore. The weight of all he carried impeded him, and together they drowned. When he arrived in hell, Neveretti was confused. He began listing all the good he had done in his life. He told the devil that he had tried to save his wife from the water, and the devil replied, "Your wife could swim." Next, Neveretti claimed he had tried to save his bird, but the devil replied, "The bird could fly." Last, Neveretti fell to his knees and cried out the name of his daughter. "Your daughter," said the devil, "was already dead, and yet by trying to save her, you drowned them all." In a final bid for salvation, Neveretti said, "I am the keeper of the sea, and I protected my people from the waves for as long as I could." But the devil shook his head and said, "The tide ebbs and flows without you by the will of God, and you are no God." Patrick watched the frost of Nina's breath dissipate with the final sentence and waited. "Horrible bloody story," he muttered, pulling the cigarette from his mouth again. He had yet to light it. "My mother used to tell me that one," Nina said conversationally, "among others." Patrick saw again the noose, the lever, the woman on the platform who looked so much like the woman at his side. The laughter bubbling in his throat turned abruptly to ash. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. Are you about to liken me to Neveretti?" "Neveretti was an imbecile. I'm sure you know better than to think yourself a god." Patrick sighed. "There ain't a god. Just a world full of terrible people." She nodded. And once she might have disparaged Patrick his lack of faith, but he believed the past months had peeled all charity from her bones. Perhaps now she was fated to be as cynical as he was. Lord, he hoped not. "I'd agree with you, but I found there's still some good in it." It was whisper soft, and her eyes did not turn to Neveretti's cross or to the crumbling main street. They turned up to Patrick, as though he were the map of stars. Patrick raised his eyebrows. "A gangster?" She shook her head, tilted it. "No, he's just a man, I'm afraid." Patrick turned the cigarette over his fingers once more, then threw it to the ground, stamped it into the snow. He knew she hated the smell. "I'm not half good enough, Nina," he said. "And if there is a hell, one day I'll be taking my place in it, right beside Neveretti and his fucking bird." Nina reached up and touched his forehead, sinking the pads of her fingers into the creases. "Does blaming yourself for the deaths of all these crafters help them?" she asked, and the words struck a chord in Patrick's chest, as though she'd reached in and plucked it. Does it save you from all the bad you think you've done? I'm not looking for salvation. You didn't kill the people here, Patrick, nor the people in Kenton Hill or Dorset or Hessen, but something could have been done. There's always something to be done. Why should it fall on you? Because it has to, Patrick answered. He left it all up to me. Who? John? Yes, she blustered. Your father isn't exactly a beacon of virtue. But he's my father just the same. Patrick said it calmly. He didn't expect her to understand the tangles of the Coulson web. And why should she? She'd swallowed that idiom and left her own father behind. How to explain to her that you could both love and hate a man, a place, a purpose, in equal amount? He left the Union in my charge, and look what I've done with it. His hands balled, though he didn't mean for them to. I fell for Tanner's scheme. I invited Polly in, and now it's all in pieces. The Lord's army will keep on burning and razing, and there won't be a choice but to break their strikes, give over their goods, return to the mines and factories, because there ain't anything else to turn to. Without the Union, there's no tip-offs, no guns, no bluff, no way to protect themselves. That's what I've done. Nina looked as though she might cry, and Lord, he hated to see it. He lifted a hand to her cheek, swiped his thumb over the freckles there. I accepted the responsibility, he said, so I accept the blame too. Nina's eyes blurred with tears, and she shook her head. This is Tanner's fault, Shop's fault. Perhaps, Patrick allowed, but they're only doing what the powerful do when the lowly rise up. You can't start a revolution without planning for the downfall, and I didn't plan for this. I didn't plan for you. Her nose had turned pink from the cold, her eyelashes wet. Her chill, burned lips opened slightly. A moment of hesitation. Am I the downfall? She asked. And it was delicate, like she expected the answer to come out spitting, swinging at her. He could see how easily she would take the burden from him, how she would foster blame that wasn't hers, and fill up that hole with it. He couldn't let her. He couldn't stand to watch the slow collapse of her lovely face, turning in on itself, hating herself. He wouldn't let that happen. The blame would remain his own. So he scoffed. A girl from Scorrie who can't box, he tusked, a pain in the arse at most. Her lips quirked. Broke my thumb once, she admitted. Couldn't have been older than 10. Patrick wasn't surprised. He'd seen her form. She punched like she was only thinking about it. And the victim? A boy from school. She grinned. Arlo. Used to call me Ninny Nina. Patrick whistled. Deserved. A no-good villain. He put ants in my hair too, she recalled. Ah, probably he was in love. She scowled at Patrick. He had a funny way of showing it. Most of us do. He considered her for a moment, then stood. Get up. She looked up from her frozen position on the bench. Why? Patrick took off his coat and cap. So you can learn to throw a punch like you mean it. She frowned. You want me to punch you? He rolled his eyes. Don't act like it wouldn't bring you a little satisfaction. I don't think it would, she mused. In fact, you might be the only person I don't want to punch. That's just my charm distracting you, he said, taking her hand and pulling her upright. Didn't have no problems throwing fists at me in Kenton. Put 'em up. She looked a little incredulous. Her eyes glanced over his shoulder. You'll freeze. That's the first rule in a fight, he said. Don't freeze. She let out a sigh and shook off her coat, as he had, shivering. For once, her hair wasn't pinned back. It lay loose around her collar. She looked painfully beautiful this way. Pink-nosed, curls wild, her borrowed blouse too big for her, slipping down slightly over one shoulder. She pushed the sleeve up. Widen your stance, Patrick said. 1 foot in front, 1 behind. She lifted her skirt to see her boots, then planted her feet. Jukes up in front of your chin. She held limp fists close to her face, elbows tucked tightly into her body. Lord Almighty, he said, and he took one of her fists in his grasp and pried the fingers back. He pulled her thumb free, touched each delicate knuckle. Never took your thumb, Nina. No wonder you broke it. Hurt like hell, she recalled, looking at his fingers too long. Swallowing. Without exception, being this close to her invaded his senses, tripped his self-control. He backed away. Did you leave a bruise, at least? Not even a shadow. Patrick groaned. It's a miracle you made it out alive. I can land a fair kick. She grinned. Kick a boy in the groin and you don't need fists. Her eyes travelled south, below his belt. He resisted the urge to wince. Can't argue with that, he said. Though I'll warn you, try and sneak one in and I'll pin you down. Her eyes flared. Damn it. Where was that line he'd drawn? Patrick held his hands up, swallowing the rush of desire that had pooled in his mouth. Give it all you've got. She breathed, then reeled back and threw a fist into his waiting palm. It wasn't so terrible.